Chapter 1354. Seeing Zi Chen rush towards that mass of light, Xu Ming didn't stop him. He only coldly sneered and said, "You are seeking death." Then, he lowered his head and saw that the black-robed battle spirit's gaze had shifted from him to Zi Chen. Battle spirit tightened his grip on the saber scabbard. At the same time, his right hand rested on the saber hilt. A tyrannical and formidable aura was released from battle spirit's body. This aura soared into the skies, sweeping towards Zi Chen. Space began to twist as the power of space spread towards Zi Chen. As the power of space pressed down on him, Zi Chen felt a dangerous aura coming from in front of him. His complexion changed and he immediately retreated. It was only after he left the range of this killing intent that he landed on the ground. Before the battle spirit even attacked, there was already such a powerful aura. Zi Chen could clearly feel just how terrifying this battle spirit was. Zi Chen landed not too far away from Xu Ming. But no new battle spirit appeared in front of him. There was only the black-robed battle spirit standing there by himself. Although his figure was lonely, he stood tall and proud. It was clear that he was the last threat. Xu Ming didn't attack and Zi Chen also didn't attack. The black-robed battle spirit only gripped his saber and stood there indifferently. But his eyes were looking at the two of them. Although he didn't say anything, his indifferent expression seemed to be saying that the two of them should first fight to a victor and then fight him. Zi Chen carefully looked at the battle spirit in front of him. Because he had just picked up a scabbard, he paid special attention to the other party's scabbard. The scabbard was pure black. Although there weren't many lines on it, it still exuded an ancient aura. It had a simple and natural beauty to it, like a black gem that didn't need to be forged. Just looking at it would make one appreciate it. Of course, this was only a feeling Zi Chen had after picking up the scabbard. In truth, in Xu Ming's heart, there was only one word for this thing: danger. After admiring the scabbard, he looked at the hilt. He really couldn't see anything special about it. The feeling it gave Zi Chen was that it was ordinary. In Zi Chen's mind, the reason why the black-robed man was so powerful was probably because of the scabbard. However, Zi Chen could only keep such thoughts to himself. If he said it out loud, he would be ridiculed. Wasn't it just a rusty scabbard? There was no need to act like a love-struck fool. He cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and when he looked at the black-robed man again, his expression had become extremely solemn. Clearly, if he wanted to obtain that ball of light, he would have to kill this guy. However, it would not be so easy to kill him. Therefore, Zi Chen turned to look at Xu Ming. He smiled gently and asked, "How should I address you?" "Xu Ku." Xu Ku seemed to have guessed the meaning of Zi Chen's greeting and gave him a playful smile. "I am Zi Chen." Zi Chen smiled again. Xu Ming's expression changed when he heard the name. He said coldly, "You're Zi Chen." "That's right." "Why? Does Brother Xu know me?" Zi Chen asked in surprise. Xu Ming's expression was somewhat ferocious. "I've heard about you from Ling Dong." Zi Chen smiled and said, "It's rare that Brother Xu still remembers me. I'm really flattered." Xu Ming smiled coldly and said, "Of course I remember you. After knowing your name, I've never forgotten you. Because in the last battle, my younger brother's head was chopped off by you." "Ah." Zi Chen was stunned when he heard this. He then laughed dryly and said, "That's really sad news. My condolences, Brother Xu." Xu Ming did not immediately become angry. Instead, he looked at Zi Chen and asked again, "You should know Chuan Xing, right?" Zi Chen nodded and said, "I know him. We even had a small disagreement back then." Xu Ming was so angry that he laughed and said, "A small disagreement? Then why did you kill him and chop off his head because of this small disagreement?" Seeing how agitated Xu Ming was, Zi Chen could not help but ask, "How is Chuan Xing related to Brother Xu?" Xu Ming coldly said, "He's my martial uncle." "Ah, this is really too much of a coincidence. My condolences, Brother Xu." Zi Chen was a little embarrassed by this. Xu Ming looked at Zi Chen and said indifferently, "There's no need for you to comfort me. As cultivators, if they don't die in battle, they kill. I've known this for a long time. Although it's sad to hear this, I can understand." Zi Chen nodded and said, "It's good that you understand. I didn't expect Brother Shu to be such a reasonable person. Of course. Killing is a rule that the entire Zhanwu continent believes in. How can I change it? The only thing I can do is kill you and avenge them, Xu Ming said coldly. I can understand that. We will naturally fight, but before that. Zi Chen looked at Xu Ming with some difficulty, then looked at the indifferent battle spirit that stood there without any intention of attacking. I know what you want to say. Xu Ming glanced at Zi Chen, then turned back to look into the distance. The battle there had already ended. In Xu Ming's line of sight, he could no longer see the people of Yanbo Castle. Immediately, his expression changed. You have some skills. You actually slaughtered all our people. Now, I can't let you go. Zi Chen still wanted to persuade Xu Ming. He said, this battle spirit is very strong. Let's work together now. After we kill him, we can discuss who gets these balls of light. Xu Ming sneered and said mockingly, of course not. Do you think I'm a fool blinded by treasure? If we work together to kill battle spirit now, it'll be you working together to kill me later. Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll kill your companions. I'll have a way to deal with battle spirit. Zi Chen's expression darkened. He had been smiling, but he did not expect Xu Ming to not listen at all. He said coldly, so, we'll have a battle to the death now. Of course. The mocking smile on Xu Ming's face disappeared. His pitch-black eyes were filled with murderous intent. He growled, die. He tapped his foot, and his entire body turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen shouted and waved his fist. A golden fist shadow condensed in front of him, and then attacked Xu Ming. Whoosh! Xu Ming, who was in front of him, did not collide with the fist light. Instead, his figure flashed in the air and disappeared. In the next moment, Zi Chen felt a strong wind coming from behind him. At the same time, the space behind him became viscous as a strong pressure appeared. You want to compete with the world's fastest speed? Zi Chen's eyes had a hint of mockery. The moment he sensed the abnormality, he turned around and slashed forward with his blade. This slash was very casual. Zi Chen had practiced it countless times. The pitch-black blade broke through the viscous space and hit a long sword hidden in the depths of the space. Boom! A violent energy explosion was heard, and an extremely strong fluctuation appeared. Zi Chen's figure was directly pushed back by several steps. In front of him, Xu Ming's figure was also blasted away by Zi Chen's attack. A strange look appeared in his eyes. He took advantage of the momentum to retreat, avoiding the shockwave. Whoosh! But just as he retreated, Xu Ming's figure disappeared again. Zi Chen, who was retreating, had a cold look in his eyes. Two lights, one gold and one silver, appeared in his pupils. Under the yin-yang eye, he saw a figure rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. He took a step forward, and the space shook at this moment. Then, boundless golden light was released from his body. He raised the long sword in his hand high, and then slashed downwards. The originally pitch-black long sword exploded with a dazzling golden light in the next moment. A strong aura emerged from the golden blade light, and with the power to sweep the space, it slashed forward. The space in front of him seemed to be cut open by this slash, and the power of space began to distort crazily. A sharp sword light had just appeared in the void, but it was shattered by this slash. Then, the void broke open, revealing a slightly surprised expression on Xu Ming's face. Looking at Xu Ming's expression, Zi Chen smiled coldly. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, the blade light in Zi Chen's hand suddenly changed direction. It was originally a slash, but now it became a horizontal slash, directly sweeping towards Xu Ming's neck. This attack could be said to be fast and ruthless. A hint of panic appeared in Xu Ming's eyes. However, the latter was not an ordinary person. He shouted in a low voice, and the power of the domain formed a defense to protect his body. At the same time, the long sword in his hand also blocked in front of him. Clang! Under the slash, the long sword was directly blocked. Then, the blade light slashed towards Xu Ming's body. His strong defense was also instantly cut open by Zi Chen's slash. A dazzling light flashed. Zi Chen's slash seemed to have cut steel, and endless sparks flew in all directions. The blade light cut from one end to the other. Bang! Xu Ming's defense was shattered, but he also took advantage of this opportunity to dodge and retreat. His body only stopped after retreating dozens of meters. His eyes were still filled with deep shock. What kind of move is this? He looked at the red mark on Xu Ming's neck. There were already traces of blood on the mark. He did not answer Xu Ming. He only sighed inwardly and said, "What a pity. Just a little more." Xu Ming seemed to have sensed something. He touched his neck and felt his hand was wet. When he looked down, he saw that his hand was covered in blood. A trace of horror appeared on his already shocked face. If he had not switched from offense to defense at the critical moment, that slash would have taken his life. He was a domain realm expert, but he was actually almost killed by a corporeal realm expert. After recovering from his shock, Xu Ming was extremely angry. Previously, he wanted to rely on his speed to kill his opponent, but now it seemed unrealistic. Zi Chen was very fast, and his perception was very sharp. He could only use force to kill him. Flaming sword kill. Endless murderous intent appeared in his eyes. With a roar, the power of the domain realm erupted from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a man of fire in an instant. Even the long sword in his hand was burning. As the power of the flames burned, the surrounding space began to distort. His burning eyes stared coldly at Zi Chen. "I'll let you see what a high-rank battle skill is." A stream of flaming sword aura carried the power of the flames. It tore through the air and shook the space as it rapidly flew towards Zi Chen. Chapter 1355. Flaming Sword Kill. Superior Level 1 Battle Skill. Even in the outside world, this kind of battle skill was very high-end. It was a king-level battle skill that was specially prepared for the peak of the first-level domain. However, in the outside world, even some second-level domain cultivators might not be able to obtain it. Little flames danced, forming an oppressive space that enveloped Zi Chen. Zi Chen's speed was greatly reduced as he was trapped in the space. At the same time, a dangerous aura came from the sword qi in front of him. Die! Xu Ming smiled at Zi Chen ferociously as he watched the endless flames engulf Zi Chen. Xu Ming was very confident in his attack because his comprehension ability was considered top-notch compared to the cultivators in the entire mana realm. It took him hundreds of years to comprehend a superior level 1 battle skill. During these hundreds of years, Xu Ming had been suppressing his level and not allowing it to break through. In fact, Xu Ming was not the only one. Many families in Yanbo Castle also cultivated their own family members in advance when they learned that the mana realm had opened. Similarly, in the other hundreds of cities in the Shuntian prefecture, those with a little bit of background would cultivate talents who would enter the mana realm in the future hundreds of years in advance. Some of the low-end talents had only comprehended entry-level battle skills, such as Luguang City and Sibei City, which were less than 100. As for the slightly stronger cultivators, such as the cultivators in Liaowei City, who were ranked below 90, knew some mid-grade battle skills. Finally, the higher-end cultivators, who were ranked above 90, knew 1 or 2 superior battle skills. Of course, an old city like Hupping City that had been around for tens of thousands of years was not included. Boom! The flames exploded in front of Xu Ming, and a powerful energy wave spread out. The space where the battle took place began to distort violently as waves of destructive power rippled out. Xu Ming's lips gradually curled into a ferocious smile. This was his strongest move, and it should be able to kill this arrogant reality realm cultivator. However, before his smile could fully bloom, the ferocious smile slowly froze. A powerful aura suddenly rushed out of the flames, and then a dazzling golden light cut through the flames and slashed toward Xu Ming. Ha! Xu Ming's expression turned serious in the face of this attack, but he did not panic in the face of danger. He swung his long sword forward, and the tip of the sword touched the golden light. Boom! An even more violent wave of energy swept out, causing Xu Ming to retreat more than 10 steps. In front of him, Zi Chen had also retreated from the shockwave of energy, completely unscathed. Around his body, the defensive armor formed by the scale shield flamefoal reappeared. He's actually not injured. Xu Ming's expression gradually darkened when he saw that Zi Chen wasn't injured in the slightest. He knew very well how powerful his attack was. Even a domain realm expert would suffer a great loss if they didn't possess a battle skill of the same level as his, let alone a mere reality realm expert. Swoosh! Xu Ming tapped his foot and charged forward again with his sword in hand. On the sharp sword light, specks of flames spread out. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Decapitation. With a low shout, the black saber light in Zi Chen's hand turned into a resplendent gold as it chopped towards the sword in front of him. Clang! When the sword and saber collided, a clanging sound rang out and sparks flew in all directions. A powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. Zi Chen and Xu Ming retreated once again as a long crack split open in the middle, spreading all the way to their feet. Xu Ming's gloomy expression was somewhat ugly as he forcefully suppressed his churning blood. He originally thought that he could easily finish off this reality realm expert, but he didn't expect his opponent to be so difficult to deal with. At the end of the crack, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Zi Chen's mouth. He didn't even need to use this much energy to deal with Chuan Xing in the outside world, but it was so difficult to deal with Xu Ming, who was at the same level. This indirectly showed how terrifying a domain realm expert who knew a king-level battle skill was. Die! Cold voices sounded from their mouths at almost the same time. Then, the two turned into two beams of light and charged at each other. The beams of light met in the sky. Sounds of collision rang out from the beams of light, and powerful energy surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Flaming sword kill. Decapitation. Similar angry shouts continued to ring out. In the distance, Wu Xie and the others were very anxious when they saw that Zi Chen's attack was not successful. After killing all the Yanbo castle cultivators, they quickly rushed over. But halfway there, a figure blocked Wu Xie's path. It was a second-level war spirit. Get lost! Wu Xie roared. At this moment, he didn't care about tangling with the war spirit. A beam of light emitting a powerful aura shot towards the war spirit from between his eyebrows. The second-level war spirit shook the long spear in his hand and pointed it at the attack. Then, boundless energy surged and the attack was instantly destroyed by the war spirit. But in the next moment, Wu Xie turned into a beam of light. Holding a long sword, he passed through the vibrating energy and hit the war spirit's forehead between its eyebrows. Phut! The war spirit dissipated as the war spirit was pierced through. Wu Xie continued to rush forward. Just as Wu Xie rushed forward, the others also rushed towards the depths, wanting to help Zi Chen. But before they could help, they had to stay alive first. Ah! A mournful scream echoed in this world. It was a cultivator from Luguang City. He was no match for the second-level war spirit and his chest was pierced through. Little Fifth. Jiao Wei turned his head and looked at the cultivator with a pained expression. Little Fifth died and collapsed. The war spirit's figure also dissipated. When the group arrived here, there were casualties again. In front of them, the energy was still vibrating. The two turned into beams of light and tangled with each other for a while before dispersing again. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of Zi Chen's mouth. Xu Ming's hair was disheveled and the armor on his body was broken in many places. He looked very miserable. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me into such a state as a mere corporeal realm practitioner. Your strength isn't bad and your technique comprehension isn't bad either. Unfortunately, the difference between the two of us isn't that great. It's impossible for you to kill me. Xu Ming looked at Zi Chen and coldly smiled. Is it impossible? Zi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Xu Ming. The latter's strength was something he had not expected. The first failure of his hopeless attempt to behead Zi Chen had dealt a blow to his heart. If you want to kill me, your strength will have to double again. But how is that possible? But at the same time, if I want to kill you, I will need to increase my strength. A hint of a smile suddenly appeared in Xu Ming's cold eyes. And I just so happen to have a method to increase my strength. You are very lucky. Originally, I was going to save it for killing the war spirit. Fortunately, I will use it on you first. With a cold smile, a milky white bead appeared in Xu Ming's hand. The bead emitted a faint halo and an extremely oppressive aura gushed out from it. Zi Chen's sharp senses sensed a powerful aura from the bead. This aura contained an extremely strong destructive power. Unfortunately, he did not recognize this bead. In the distance, Wu Xie and the others also sensed the terror of the bead. Their expressions changed drastically. This is the spirit-gathering bead. The charging Shi Zhenwei immediately stopped when he saw the white bead. He let out a cry of surprise, his eyes filled with shock. Xu Ming held the spirit-gathering bead in his hand. Even the distant war spirit's cold eyes flashed. Xu Ming turned his head and glanced at Shi Zhenwei in surprise. He smiled faintly and said, "You are quite knowledgeable. Not bad, this is the spirit-gathering bead. As for the power contained within, it is the strongest attack of a mid-first layer domain realm cultivator. This attack is almost comparable to a peak first layer domain realm cultivator." Zi Chen's expression turned a lot more serious when he heard this. He was confident that he would not be defeated by Xu Ming, but it was impossible for him to block this attack unscathed. However, he was not the slightest bit afraid. Xu Ming had the spirit-gathering bead, so did he. On the other hand, Zi Chen still had several tricks up his sleeve. Now, it all depended on which one he chose. He took a deep breath. The resplendent golden light around his body became even more dazzling in the next moment. Then, a berserk aura surged. It's useless. Even if you push your power to the limit, you are still only in the corporeal realm. Xu Ming laughed mockingly when he saw the golden light around Zi Chen. Then, he held the spirit-gathering bead with one hand and began to absorb the power within. Is that so? Are you so sure? Zi Chen laughed coldly. Another ray of light appeared in the golden light around his body. This time, it was a ray of silver light. At first, Xu Ming thought that it was the light from the heavenly thunder wings on Zi Chen's back. Therefore, he wanted to mock him a little more. However, he soon realized that the power was actually emitted from Zi Chen's body. Moreover, this power was not any weaker than the one Zi Chen had used before. The dazzling silver light then occupied half of Zi Chen's body. One gold and one silver. The two powers were once again mobilized by Zi Chen at the same time. As for Zi Chen, the already violent aura around him became even more violent. Now, let's see who will die. Zi Chen coldly snorted. Gold and silver light swirled around the black blade in his hand. Waves of powerful yin and yang energy poured into the black blade at the same time. The originally long black blade turned into gold and silver in the next moment. Even the blade golden-eyed beast's soul shadow on the blade turned into gold and silver. Before he even attacked, the spatial energy around Zi Chen's body was already distorted to the point that it looked like it was about to shatter. Wave after wave of berserk energy rushed out in all directions like a tidal wave. Wherever the energy aura passed, ripples would appear in the space around them. Xu Ming sensed the power of Zi Chen's attack, but he was not afraid. He coldly snorted, "HMPH. It seems that you are the same as me, borrowing power. Let's see who is stronger." As his words fell, a crazy suction force emerged from Xu Ming's palm. The spirit-gathering bead that was originally filled with energy instantly lost a third of its power. It seemed that a third was Xu Ming's limit. The energy in his body started to become extremely unstable. His ice-cold eyes turned crazy, as if he was about to lose his mind. Die. Flaming Sword Kill. Chapter 1356. One-third of the energy in the spiritual gathering pearl was injected into the longsword, causing the longsword to erupt with a heart-palpitating aura. Xu Ming's originally crazy eyes were now filled with a hint of ruthlessness. He clenched the long sword that was about to lose control and ruthlessly stabbed towards Zi Chen. With this stab, a sharp flame shot out from the tip of the sword and pointed at Zi Chen's forehead. The long sword followed closely behind the sword light. Die. Zi Chen's expression also became extremely crazy at this moment. The coldness in his eyes was no less than Xu Ming's. At this moment, he was clearly going all out. Beheading. With a low shout, Zi Chen slashed forward with his saber. The golden and silver saber light also shot out from the tip of the saber. Then, the long sword slashed forward with the saber light. Just as the two of them were acting incomparably crazy, the black-robed battle spirit stood indifferently not far from them. He held the saber in one hand and his figure was tall and proud. The energy aura in the sky that was originally occupied by the two of them was divided into three in the next moment. It was like 3 legs of a tripod. However, at this moment, Zi Chen and Xu Ming's desperate attacks had reached a critical moment. They had no time to pay attention to the battle spirit, and the latter was the same as before. He had no intention of interfering. In the distance, Wu Xie and the others also stopped. Then, they all raised their heads to look at the collision. Boom! The golden and silver light and the flame light continued to be entangled in the sky. The sword light and the saber light also met in the next moment. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. A surging wave of qi spread out in all directions. Zi Chen and Xu Ming both let the air blast hit them. Then, the longsword and the longsword met in the air. Clang! Dazzling sparks flew in all directions like fireworks. The golden and silver light carried the color of fire. Then, a sonorous sound rang out. As the saber and sword met, a formidable strength spread out, suffocating everyone. The skies were completely flooded with 2 different lights of energy. As these energies collided, even the black-robed battle spirit's aura was suppressed by a great deal. Wu Xie and the others raised their heads and stared at the sky. Their eyes were filled with hope and expectation. At the same time, they secretly prayed that Zi Chen would win. Swish! A stream of light shot out from the collision of energy, and then heavily smashed on the ground, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the outcome of the battle had been decided. It looks like Zi Chen. Shong Guanhong said with uncertainty. In fact, her gloomy eyes had already told everyone the answer. The others stared at the deep hole in disbelief. They heard some movement coming from the deep hole. Then, a hand grabbed the edge of the deep hole and a person stood up. Sure enough, it was Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen's hair was disheveled, and there were many places on his black robe that were charred by the flames. He looked very miserable, but his eyes were very calm. After standing up, he raised his head and looked at the sky. There, the violent energy began to surge. Then, a person walked out of it. It was Xu Ming. At this moment, Xu Ming's upper body was almost naked. There was a wound on his body that started from his left arm and extended down to his lower abdomen. The white bone in the wound could be seen, and his squirming internal organs could be seen. His robe and armor were also cut in 2, barely hanging on his body. Looking at his injury, it was obvious that he was much more seriously injured than Zi Chen. His cold and crazy eyes were now filled with shock. He looked at his wound, and then looked at Zi Chen. Obviously, he didn't expect that the latter could turn the tables even after he used the spirit gathering pearl, and even seriously injure him. Inside his body, domain energy gushed out and temporarily sealed the wound. Zi Chen's attack was very strange. He felt a very strange energy in his wound. This energy was constantly trying to destroy his vitality, and it was very difficult to expel. However, at this moment, Xu Ming obviously didn't have the leisure to care about this. He looked at Zi Chen indifferently and said, "I can use the same attack twice. What about you?" The spirit-gathering pearl appeared in Xu Ming's hand again, but the halo on it had dimmed a little. Zi Chen raised his head and looked at Xu Ming. A smile appeared on his face. He said with a smile, "Unfortunately, I can use the same attack 3 times. So, killing you shouldn't be a problem." "You." Xu Ming's face turned cold, but when he saw Zi Chen's smile, he reacted and laughed disdainfully. "You want to scare me? Do you think I'm so easily frightened? Die." Xu Ming had extracted half of the energy from the spirit-gathering pearl. Although it was still 1/3 of the original energy, Xu Ming obviously couldn't control it well because of his serious injury. The energy kept running around in his body, and some even went to his wound. He couldn't help but cough up blood, but the madness and viciousness in his eyes didn't diminish. His spiritual thoughts were running wildly, and finally, before the energy completely exploded, he channeled it all into the long sword. Buzz! As if it felt Xu Ming's will, the long sword began to vibrate, and the flames on it began to burn wildly. Then, waves of energy fluctuations belonging to the flames spread out, and there seemed to be a faint sword hum. Zichen, die, die, die. After shouting the word die 3 times, Xu Ming stabbed his sword at Zichen. At this moment, gold and silver light erupted from Zichen's body again, and a powerful aura that was second only to the original one was released from his body. The reason why he wasn't as miserable as Xu Ming was because of the scale shield flamefoal. Although the scale shield flamefoal had blocked the attack for Zichen, it had also suffered heavy injuries. At this moment, the scale shield flamefoal might be able to block another attack for Zichen, but this one attack was enough. A dazzling light was released from Zichen's chest, and a small beast appeared there. Then, with the small beast as the center, a suit of armor appeared around Zichen's body. After the defense in his body was formed, Zichen held his longsword and slashed forward. Their eyes were cold and calm, and they were filled with killing intent. Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky again. Although the two's attacks were not as powerful as before, the power of their attacks did not decrease at all. It was obvious that both of them were going all out and wanted the other to die. In the surging energy fluctuations, the scale shield flamefoal, which had dissolved 80% of the attack for Zichen, whined and disappeared from Zichen's chest. The armor on his body also disappeared at this moment, and the remaining 20% of the attack rushed towards Zichen's body. But then, a thunderous sound came from Zichen's body. His body formed a powerful defense, and dissolved the remaining 20% of the attack. Bang! Another explosion sounded, and the 20% of the attack hit Zichen hard. His body flew out from the violent energy, and then smashed into the ground again. Die, Zichen, you will die without a doubt. In the sky, Xu Ming was laughing savagely. Half of his shoulder had been cut off by Zichen, and his left hand that was holding the spirit-gathering pearl had disappeared. Even the spirit-gathering pearl was nowhere to be found. With only one arm left, and the hideous wounds on his body, Xu Ming had lost this battle, and it was a crushing defeat. Now that he had to face Zichen again, he would die without a doubt. The crazy Xu Ming still had a trace of rationality in his heart, so after he was sent flying by the energy fluctuations, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the exit. As he flew, he was still laughing savagely, and he wanted Zichen to die. Even if you pretend to be crazy, you won't be able to leave today. Zichen had already stood up. There was a large patch of blood on his chest, and the black robe on his body was already in tatters. His indifferent eyes stared at the escaping Xu Ming, and his left hand pointed in front of him, and a silver light appeared. The silver light was a long spear, and the moment it appeared, the dragon shadow on it seemed to come alive. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the sky, and the entire long spear turned into a dragon soul in an instant. Then, it roared and charged towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming sensed the strange movement behind him, and immediately turned his head. Then, he saw a silver dragon charging towards him. Lightning flashed around the silver dragon's body, and the dragon's eyes seemed to be filled with lightning. A vast dragon's power swept across the sky. Such power scared Xu Ming out of his wits. He no longer cared about pretending to be crazy, and he shouted loudly, Zichen, I admit defeat. Everything here is yours, and I'll give you the spirit-gathering pearl as well. Let me go. Zichen's eyes were still cold, and his chilling voice resounded in the sky. Not only do I want those things, but I also want your luck points. Of course, more importantly, I want your life. As the chilling voice resounded in the sky, the dragon soul formed by the dragon spear sped up again and charged towards Xu Ming. A dazzling spear light pierced through Xu Ming's body, then turned into an arc and flew towards Zichen. Boom! The dragon spear fell into Zichen's hand, and Xu Ming's body exploded in the sky. At the moment of Xu Ming's death, in the distant Yangbo city, an earth-shattering roar resounded. What happened in the Mana realm? Why did dozens of our people die in a single day? Even Xu Ming is dead. The thunderous roar exploded in the sky above Yanbo Castle, and it was filled with anger and indignation. Unfortunately, the Mana realm was completely isolated from the outside world, and no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't investigate that place. Therefore, no one could tell them what had happened inside until the end of the Mana realm and the people of Yanbo Castle returned. Of course, whether or not those people could return was another matter. The battle finally ended, and it was another complete victory. All the cultivators of Yanbo Castle who stayed here were killed, and Wu Xie and the others also gained a lot of luck points. Comparatively speaking, Zi Chen didn't gain much, but he didn't care at all, because Xu Ming still had a big share. He believed that Xu Ming's luck points would definitely satisfy him, and he would be very satisfied. As soon as Xu Ming died, a light spot flew out of his body and flew towards Zi Chen, then merged into Zi Chen's body. Chapter 1357. Zi Chen was waiting for his luck value to violently jump. But he didn't think that the number would only change and his luck would only increase by a single point. How is this possible? You only need a single point to discover this place. Seeing that his luck points had indeed stopped increasing, a shocked expression appeared on Zi Chen's face. Furthermore, as the leader of the group, how could his luck points only be at the starting point? But as he thought about it, Zi Chen could understand. After all, there was a group of cultivators following him and he didn't need to do anything himself. Xu Ming had never participated in a serious battle before. After discovering this place, he had directly sat down and made a breakthrough. From beginning to end, it could be said that Xu Ming hadn't done anything. He hadn't even killed a single person before he was killed by Zi Chen. How was it? Wasn't the harvest great? In the distance, Wu Xie loudly shouted out. It was great. Zi Chen didn't know what to say. Only he knew how bitter it was. What do we do now? Can you still fight? Wu Xie asked. Zi Chen turned his head to look at the indifferent black-robed battle spirit standing there. Then, he looked at the slowly wriggling mass of light above his head. As long as he killed the battle spirit, he would be able to obtain the mass of light. Thus, this battle was already unavoidable. Thus, he lightly said, fighting is naturally not a problem, but I don't know if we can kill him. I fear we can only rely on you for this battle. None of us can pass. In the distance, Wu Xie bitterly smiled. As they went deeper, the battle spirit's strength would become increasingly strong, slowly approaching the third level. It would be difficult for them to deal with him. Zi Chen took a deep breath and said, "It's fine. Leave this battle to me." After saying this, Zi Chen didn't immediately start fighting. Since the black-robed battle spirit didn't take the initiative to attack, he didn't mind adjusting his breathing first. Most importantly, he wanted to restore the battle armor he had just lost. As Zi Chen was adjusting his breathing, the black-robed battle spirit stared at Zi Chen. In those indifferent eyes, a light seemed to flash. Zi Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up. His essence, energy, and spirit had all been restored to their peak, and the dull armor on his body had also reappeared. Zi Chen gripped his saber and looked at the black-robed battle spirit with a dignified expression. Perhaps because of Zi Chen's attention, the black-robed battle spirit tightened his grip on the scabbard. In the distance, Wu Xie and the others also stopped advancing. Instead, they stood at a safe distance and quietly watched the upcoming battle. Although the black-robed battle spirit was not too different from Xu Ming in terms of cultivation level, the two were clearly not on the same level. The black-robed battle spirit was stronger. Shangguan Hong's beautiful eyes flashed with worry, but at this moment, she naturally couldn't say anything to stop Zi Chen. Dong Qing was the same, so she could only silently cheer for Zi Chen. The others also stood in different directions, some in front and some behind. There were even a few people who did not walk very far before they were no match for Zhonling and stopped. Exhaling heavily, Zi Chen released a powerful wave of energy from his body. Lightning wings appeared on his back at the first moment, and his body was covered in gold and silver light. Zi Chen had used his strongest technique from the very beginning. It was clear that he felt a tremendous pressure from the black-robed battle spirit. He was indeed much more difficult to deal with than Xu Ming. As his aura rose, the black-robed battle spirit in front of Zi Chen also moved. Blue veins appeared on his arms and he gripped the scabbard even tighter. His right hand rested on the scabbard and a powerful aura was released. The black-robed battle spirit indifferently stared at Zi Chen. Then, he took a step forward. The saber in his hand had not been unsheathed, but there was still a tremendous pressure that fell on Zi Chen's chest. This caused Zi Chen's breathing to become much heavier. In the distance, everyone could see that between Zi Chen and the black-robed battle spirit, there were two auras that were constantly locked in a stalemate. This was an invisible aura that was released. It could also be called an aura field of strength. The confrontation had yet to begin, but these auras were already fighting. Fortunately, both of their auras were in a sharp and fierce state. They were equally matched. Zi Chen tightly gripped the saber in his hand. Then, he took a step forward. It was like a giant stomping down on the earth. The earth suddenly shook and a rumbling sound rang out. In front of him, the black-robed battle spirit remained motionless. He coldly stared at Zi Chen as he took another step forward. Boom! The earth shook once more. Zi Chen took another step forward. The auras that were originally locked in a stalemate began to violently collide. Because the earth trembled, a stone was accidentally shaken. This stone fell where the auras were locked in a stalemate, and with a puff, it turned into dust. Zi Chen's strength had already been mobilized to the limit. With every step he took, he needed to stare at the black-robed battle spirit's pressure. This consumed a great deal of strength, but his eyes were still firmly fixed on the black-robed battle spirit. Zi Chen advanced step by step. With every step he took, the earth would shake. The distance between the two of them was also slowly closing. Finally, he was within Zi Chen's attack range. Die! A low shout came from Zi Chen's mouth. The gold and silver light released from his body was like a tide as it gathered towards the saber in his right hand. The runes carved on the saber were instantly lit up by the gold and silver light. It emitted a gold and silver luster. The originally black saber seemed to be forged from gold and silver, releasing a brilliant light. Roar! A deep roar rang out at this moment. The blade Golden Eyes beast also appeared. Its entire body seemed to be forged from gold and silver. Its pair of gold and silver eyes also emitted a cold luster. After roaring at the black-robed battle spirit, it turned into a beam of light and drilled into the long blade. The long blade that was already resplendent began to shine brightly in the next moment, and an even more tyrannical aura began to spread out from it. Beheading saber. Zi Chen's explosive shout echoed between the heavens and earth. A beam of gold and silver light shot out from the saber, ruthlessly chopping down at the black-robed battle spirit in front of him. And in the moment that he attacked, Zi Chen's aura undoubtedly rose. He had a completely overwhelming advantage, drowning out the black-robed battle spirit's aura. At this moment, the black-robed battle spirit's aura was completely suppressed. It was like a helpless lamb, waiting for the powerful wolf to ambush it. Of course, this was only a simple comparison of auras. In truth, facing Zi Chen's attack, the black-robed battle spirit's complexion was still calm and his eyes were still indifferent. He still took a step forward, still had a single hand on the saber hilt. But, what was different was that on the back of his hand, blue veins began to appear. He forcefully grasped the saber hilt and then slowly pulled out the saber. An extremely dazzling light appeared from the saber. As the saber was pulled out by an inch, the light that shined between the heavens and earth grew stronger by an inch. And, in this powerful light, there was also a sharp saber intent. This saber intent raged between the heavens and earth, as if telling everyone that there was nothing it couldn't cut, nothing it couldn't break. When the saber was pulled out halfway, the dazzling light caused everyone to cry. But, whether it was Zi Chen, who was in battle, or Wu Xie, who was not in battle, none of them closed their eyes. They allowed tears to fall from the corners of their eyes, but they still stared ahead. Clang! As the saber was unsheathed, a resonant saber cry resounded through the world. An extremely dazzling light appeared in this world. At this moment, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. This was because this saber was simply too bright. And, the moment they closed their eyes, a scene appeared in their minds. The bright and dazzling saber light directly slashed upwards. The gold and silver light was like a piece of paper, or like a stream of water, it was split apart by the saber light. And at the end of the saber light, there was a dazzling figure. However, this figure instantly dimmed, like the blue sky turning into night, like a white star turning into darkness, and flew out of everyone's sight. Zi Chen. The moment they closed their eyes, tears burst out from their eyes. Everyone who saw this scene almost shouted out this name in unison. Their voices were filled with a heart-wrenching feeling. That was because the figure that flew out of the darkness was none other than Zi Chen. The dazzling light between the heavens and earth only lasted for a moment. When everyone's cries rang out, the space returned to normal once again. Everyone opened their eyes again, looking forward with blurry, tearful eyes. They saw the black-robed battle spirit standing tall and straight. His left hand was holding the scabbard, his right hand was behind his back. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he looked forward. Where the black-robed battle spirit was looking, there was a human-shaped crater. Beside the crater, there was a long pitch-black saber. The long saber had long lost its luster, as if it had experienced the baptism of endless years. It was just short of some rust growing on it. Zi Chen. Wu Xie and the others looked at the human-shaped crater, their hearts trembling. Then, they subconsciously rushed in that direction. Immediately after, rays of brilliance flashed, and one battle spirit after another appeared, blocking in front of them. Scram! Everyone shouted out. However, this battle spirit was a truly powerful existence. How could it be killed with a single shout? The battle began again. Everyone fought against the enemy while anxiously looking at the human-shaped crater. They urgently wanted to know whether Zi Chen was alive or dead, and they also desperately hoped that a new figure would appear there. Time passed by minute, but there was no movement in the crater. Could it be that he was killed just like that? Wu Xie and the others found this hard to believe. They simply didn't believe that Zi Chen, who always caught others off guard, would be killed with a single saber strike. In a normal situation, it should have been him killing with a single saber strike. Impossible, Zi Chen must not have died. Tears began to flow from Shangguan Hong's eyes. This time, it wasn't because of the blinding light, but because of the sorrow in her heart. Not too far away, Dongqing also turned her head. Transparent tears dripped onto the ground beneath her feet. She was also crying. Jiyu Wei and the others stared ahead in a daze, forgetting to counterattack. A dirty palm suddenly appeared at the edge of the crater. Then, another palm appeared. As the two palms exerted force, a distressed figure appeared above the crater. Chapter 1358. Zi Chen crawled out from the deep pit and stood up. His body was covered in dust and he even spat out dirt from his mouth. He was in a very sorry state. But as everyone saw this, they nearly cried tears of joy. This was because Zi Chen was still alive. Not only was he alive, but he was living well. The black-robed battle spirit's powerful strike just now hadn't caused any fatal injuries to him. His arms, legs, feet, and eyes were all still there. It was just that the clothes on his upper body had been blown away and there was a red mark on his body. But this wasn't a problem. As Shangguan Hong saw Zi Chen in such a sorry state, she couldn't help but cry. But there was a smile in her eyes. It was clear that she was truly crying tears of joy. Dongqing also smiled as she looked at Zi Chen. No one could tell that she had just cried. Man Shi and the others were shouting loudly. They were clearly very excited. It's good that you're still alive. We can give up on this supreme treasure, but you can't die. Wu Xie also excitedly said. Zi Chen spat for a long time before he finally spat out the dirt in his mouth. He looked back at Wu Xie and said, I've known you for so long and you've finally said something decent. All right, everyone, don't be distracted because of me. The battle is more important. As he spoke, Zi Chen turned to look at the black-robed battle spirit. The battle spirit was still standing there, indifferently looking at him. Zi Chen walked to the side and picked up the saber. He seemed relaxed and carefree, but the truth was that the throbbing in his heart could no longer be described with words. This third-level battle spirit was not just strong, it was simply terrifying. He believed that if it were Xu Ming, then he would only need a single strike and Xu Ming would be cut down. And the reason Zi Chen was still alive was because the Blade Golden Eye Beast and the Scale Shield Flamefoal had neutralized that powerful strike for him. This had caused the two beast souls to fall into a deep slumber. At the same time, Zi Chen also rejoiced in his heart. He rejoiced that when he reforged the saber and shield, he had added dragon scales. Otherwise, the saber and shield would have been scrapped. The black saber's willfulness was still there, but because the weapon's souls had fallen into a deep slumber, its spirituality had fallen to the lowest point. He gripped his long blade and looked up at the battle spirit in front of him. From Zi Chen's point of view, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. As for the spirit-gathering pearl that Xu Ming had dropped, it had fallen behind the battle spirit. Zi Chen didn't think that the battle spirit would be kind enough to give him a chance to pick it up. The battle at the rear was still going on. Wu Xie was the first to destroy the battle spirit and directly advanced more than 5 kilometers. Then he looked at Zi Chen and said, "If it's really impossible, we'll just leave. Don't force yourself. Life is the most precious thing." "Not bad. We've gained quite a lot of luck points this time," Man Shi stepped forward and said after he finished off his opponent. When Zi Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It seemed that he had only obtained 1 luck point after entering this place. Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing came up at almost the same time. The two of them looked at Zi Chen worriedly. Dong Qing didn't say anything. Shong Guanhong's eyes were filled with concern. She said softly, "I think he's not an ordinary battle spirit. Let's go." Hearing everyone's persuasion, Zi Chen felt a little touched. Obviously, they were all afraid that something would happen to him. However, the treasure was right in front of him. Retreating so anxiously wasn't Zi Chen's style. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take a gamble. He held his long blade and walked towards the battle spirit. The latter watched indifferently as Zi Chen approached. When the two of them were about 10 meters apart, the battle spirit tightened his grip on the scabbard. This was a sign that the battle spirit was about to attack. Zi Chen quickly stopped and put down the long blade in his hand. He looked at the battle spirit in front of him and said with a smile, Senior, please don't be angry. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing that Zi Chen, who was like a god of war and had killed Xu Ming, had become like this in the next moment, everyone couldn't help but have a strange expression on their faces. What is Zi Chen doing? Is this really Zi Chen? He's actually talking to a battle spirit. Could it be that he was beaten silly just now? Strange voices could be heard from the back. The battle spirit's eyes were still indifferent. However, it seemed that after Zi Chen spoke, a bright light flashed in the battle spirit's indifferent eyes. The battle spirit ignored him, but Zi Chen didn't care. He pointed at the spirit-gathering pearl behind him and said, "Senior, that thing, that white thing. It's mine. Can I go and pick it up?" Behind him, everyone saw Zi Chen's back and could guess his expression at this moment. In addition to his tone of voice, the word shameless involuntarily appeared in their hearts. It was indeed shameless. It was clearly Xu Ming's item, but now he said it was his. Moreover, he even discussed with others to pick it up. After picking it up, it was obvious that Zi Chen wanted to use this attack to deal with the battle spirit. Shameless. I didn't expect that a dignified man like Zi Chen, an existence that kills without blinking an eye, would have such a shameless moment. Sigh, it seems that you really can't judge a book by its cover. Hearing the low sighs, Shong Guanhong said with some displeasure, "What do you know? This is called knowing when to yield and when to stand tall. What does this have to do with being shameless?" Beside her, Dong Qing also nodded solemnly. There was a strange look in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Zi Chen. That's right. This kind of person can live for a long time and know how to be flexible. Everyone's already strange expressions became even stranger when they looked at the two of them. Everyone shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Such a shameless action can actually be described as being able to yield and stand tall. In front, after Zi Chen finished speaking, he also looked at the black-robed battle spirit and cautiously approached. However, just as he advanced a meter, he saw blue veins appear on the black-robed battle spirit's left arm and his right hand seemed to move. Wait. Zi Chen hurriedly stretched out his hand and stopped the battle spirit. He then took 2 steps back and pointed at the spirit-gathering pearl again, saying, "That's mine. I just want to pick it up. Senior, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions towards you." Behind him, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. "You're clearly the one who's afraid of other people having ill intentions." Everyone clearly understood what Zichen meant. Wu Xie looked at Zichen and smiled. I say, Zichen, don't waste your energy. If you talk to a battle spirit, do you think he'll agree? He's just a remnant soul. Who knows how many times he's fused together? He only knows how to kill, but he doesn't have any intelligence. He can't even compare to a fool like Mansha. The first part of his words made sense and Mansha nodded. But towards the end, Mansha was unhappy. He glared at Wu Xie and angrily said, Wu Xie, who are you calling a fool? Wu Xie smiled, who knows who's a fool? However, before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp killing intent come from in front of him. The battle spirit that had been staring at Zichen suddenly turned its eyes to Wu Xie. Those indifferent eyes were now filled with an icy cold light. Being stared at by the battle spirit, Wu Xie felt something was wrong. He subconsciously wanted to draw far away. But it was too late. In front of him, the battle spirit's right hand had already grasped the hilt of his saber. With a resounding saber cry, the entire space became dazzling. A blinding saber light tore through the air, cutting down at Wu Xie. Seeing the battle spirit attack him, Wu Xie was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He pushed his defenses to the limit. Puff! The saber light turned into a straight line, passing right in front of Wu Xie. In front of this saber light, his defenses were as weak as paper. The saber light broke through his defenses and cut apart Wu Xie's body. The saber light dissipated and the light between the heavens and earth vanished. The world returned to normal once more. The black-robed battle spirit still held the scabbard in his left hand. At some unknown time, the saber had returned to its scabbard. Just like before, it was as if he had never attacked. But dozens of miles away, Wu Xie had already been cut in half. The scene was deathly silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have stopped. Wu Xie's body that had been cut in half fell to the ground from both sides. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Mansha and the others, they were dripping with a cold sweat. It was clear that if those words came from their mouths, they would have been cut in half like Wu Xie. For better or worse, Wu Xie still had his undying body so he wouldn't die. But if it were them, they wouldn't have survived. Zichen was also shivering. He had been in front of the battle spirit and hadn't been able to respond to that strike. If that strike had been aimed at him, then even if he didn't die, he would still be severely wounded. A chill surged in his heart. He no longer dared to have any thoughts about this supreme treasure. However, there was also a trace of doubt in his heart. Why would such a powerful existence appear in this area? However, just as Zichen was about to retreat, the battle spirit's eyes fell on him once more. This time, the eyes were no longer indifferent and cold. Instead, there was a trace of ridicule in them. Looking at that intelligent expression, Zichen was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He wished he could turn around and run away. However, a murderous intent locked onto Zichen. Zichen felt that as long as he moved, the saber with the scabbard would also move. Just as he was at a loss of what to do and even a little flustered in his heart, the battle spirit spoke. Do you think I'm stupid? The cold words didn't carry the slightest emotion. Zichen hurriedly shook his head. No, no, senior. No. Then why did you pick up the spirit gathering pearl? Could it be that you didn't plan on picking it up and then dealing with me? Zichen shook his head like a rattle drum. He hurriedly explained, no, I just wanted to pick it up and then leave this place. Leave. The black-robed battle spirit smiled in ridicule. You didn't take the supreme treasure and yet you are willing to leave. As he spoke, the black-robed battle spirit's hand gripped the scabbard as if he could attack at any moment. Zichen felt a sense of danger from the black-robed battle spirit, a sense of life and death. He shook his head again and explained, I'm willing. Heavenly materials belong to those who are fated to obtain them. It's clear that we aren't fated to have them, so we have to leave. Really? The black-robed battle spirit smiled in ridicule. Really? Zichen sincerely nodded. But in the depths of his pitch-black eyes, there was a trace of ruthlessness. Chapter 1359. Get in. Zichen's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Then, he controlled the netherworld black hole to envelop the black-robed battle spirit. The latter didn't seem to have expected that Chen would have such a method. Before it could react, it was swallowed up by the netherworld black hole. On the other side of the netherworld black hole was Chen's real world. Once he entered the real world, Chen believed that the battle spirit's combat strength would be greatly reduced. As for killing him there, he should have a high chance of success. Seeing the black-robed battle spirit being taken away, Chen let out a sigh of relief. A moment ago, the pressure he felt was too great. Thus, after trapping the black-robed battle spirit, he wasn't in a hurry to kill it. Instead, he took out the scabbard he picked up. Is having a scabbard so amazing? I have one too. As Chen spoke, he took the black saber and was about to insert it into the scabbard. As the saber was inserted into the scabbard, Chen felt a resistance. This resistance was a bit strong. Chen suspected that there was some rust left in the scabbard, so he poured a wisp of yin and yang energy into it. Then, with great difficulty, he returned the black saber to the scabbard. However, just as he returned it to the scabbard, Chen felt the scabbard in his hand begin to tremble. It was like a strength was awakening within it. The frequency of the scabbard's trembling became faster and faster, as if it wanted to break free from Chen's hand. Chen's eyes flashed. He already felt that the scabbard was extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be something good. His face turned cold once more. At the same time, he shouted, "Behave yourself." From his body, an extremely rich strength emerged. This strength was like flowing water, covering the entire scabbard. With the suppression of this powerful strength, the frequency of the scabbard's trembling finally decreased, as if it were slowly submitting to Chen. After the scabbard stopped trembling, the rust on the surface of the scabbard began to fall off layer by layer. The rust fell to the ground, and the entire scabbard returned to its original color. This was a pure black scabbard. There were no markings on it, and it looked very simple. However, the scabbard was a little big. It was not suitable for the saber in Chen's hand. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Chen felt the scabbard tremble again. Just as Chen thought the scabbard was about to lose control again, he saw the solid scabbard start flowing like liquid. And this kind of flow seemed to be more compatible with the long saber. In just a few breaths, the scabbard in Chen's hand had changed, perfectly matching the long blade in his hand. It's so magical. Looking at the scabbard that fit perfectly, Chen's eyes lit up. This scabbard was indeed a treasure. It could even change its appearance on its own. Chen loved it so much that he could not put it down. Suddenly, Chen had a feeling that he had seen a similar scabbard somewhere before. Isn't this the scabbard of the battle spirit? Chen reacted, and his eyes instantly widened. The scabbard's appearance was almost the same as the one in the black-robed battle spirit's hand. This discovery surprised Chen. He held the long saber in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt, slowly exerting force. Wave after wave of force poured into the hilt, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The hilt did not react at all. The scabbard and the hilt seemed to become one at this moment. Just as Chen was fiddling with the scabbard, the entire world seemed to be incomparably quiet. In this silence, there seemed to be a hint of deathly stillness. Chen did not notice it at first, but gradually, he felt that something was wrong. This was because the surroundings were too quiet. It was so quiet that there was no sound of people or breathing. The strangest thing was that Wu Xie, Man Shuo, and the others were not speaking. He did not believe that Wu Xie had been chopped to death with a single slash. Wu Xie naturally did not die. He stealthily activated his undying body and stood up once again. However, just like everyone else, he held his breath and did not even dare to take a deep breath. Their gazes were currently looking to the front, at the spot where Chen was standing. More accurately, they were looking at the indifferent figure standing behind Chen. Just a moment ago, when Wu Xie activated his undying body and stood up, he saw Chen suddenly become ruthless and directly use the corporeal space to store the other party. The latter was so powerful that Chen was undoubtedly taking a risk by doing so. But what was done, and no one could stop him. What they could do next was to let Chen return, and then everyone would enter the corporeal space to jointly eliminate the black-robed battle spirit. This was naturally a good idea, but before they could act, they saw the black-robed battle spirit that had just disappeared reappear. And the place where he appeared was right behind Zi Chen. His left hand was still holding the scabbard. Although his right hand was not on the hilt, he was ready to attack at any time. The black-robed battle spirit was facing Zi Chen with his back facing the others. But at this moment, no one dared to warn Zi Chen. They were well aware of how powerful the other party was. If they rashly spoke, they would definitely disturb the other party. If the other party cut down Zi Chen with a single slash, the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, even though their hearts were already in their throats, they still did not warn Zi Chen. They all chose to shut their mouths and hold their breaths. And just like this, everyone watched the black-robed battle spirit, while the black-robed battle spirit watched Zi Chen fiddle with the scabbard. The black-robed battle spirit saw the changes that occurred to the scabbard. There seemed to be an additional emotion in his indifferent eyes because of this. He poured a formidable strength into the scabbard, but he still couldn't pull it out. Zi Chen was a bit annoyed, but soon he discovered that the atmosphere around him was a bit strange. Then, Zi Chen looked down at his feet. He had stepped on a shadow, and from the appearance of this shadow, it should be a person. Zi Chen looked up once more. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His left hand held the scabbard and his right hand rested on the hilt. Then, slowly, little by little, he moved his body backwards. Wu Xie and the others were also nervous to the extreme because of Zi Chen's movement. They were afraid that a dazzling light would appear and Zi Chen would be cut in half by the scabbard. Fortunately, such a scene didn't occur until Zi Chen successfully turned around. As Zi Chen turned around, he also saw the pair of cold and indifferent eyes. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and the back of his robes had long since been soaked in cold sweat. Just as he realized that something was wrong, he had already used his spiritual sense to sweep the real space and discovered that there was no trace of the black-robed battle spirit. How did you come out? Zi Chen asked, his voice trembling. It was unknown whether it was from nervousness or fear. After enveloping the other party in the real world, he had used his spiritual sense to sweep through the area and found that the other party was indeed inside. But in the time it took to flip the scabbard, the other party had disappeared. How did he come out? Breaking through space. This was simply impossible because Zi Chen would have sensed it. Moreover, Zi Chen's space had a great origin. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could break through. Of course, even an ordinary person might not be able to break through it. Silently breaking through it was even more impossible. The black-robed battle spirit's indifferent eyes flashed with a touch of color. He looked at Zi Chen and indifferently said, "I thought you would directly rush up to take the treasure. I didn't expect you to take out the scabbard. What do you want?" Zi Chen nervously asked. He didn't immediately hide in his own real-world space because he didn't feel any killing intent from the other party. But more importantly, he was worried about the safety of Wu Xie and the others. He was well aware of how strong the other party's methods were. Once he hid in his real-world space, Wu Xie and the others would immediately be killed. And at that time, how many people would he be able to save? The corners of the black-robed battle spirit's mouth curved up, as if he was laughing. "You're holding my things and you're asking me what I want. Don't you think it's funny?" Zi Chen looked at the scabbard in his hand and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said, "This thing is yours. I can return it to you, but now I can't pull out my saber." The black-robed battle spirit's eyes flashed with even more emotion. He mockingly said, "If you could pull it out, I'm afraid you wouldn't be speaking to me with such an attitude. Then how can I return the scabbard to you?" Zi Chen nervously asked. A trace of melancholy suddenly appeared on the black-robed battle spirit's face. He sighed and said, "Since you've picked it up, I'll give it to you. But with your current strength, you won't be able to pull out this saber. Then I'll have to thank Senior. Can we go now?" Zi Chen asked again. He was very afraid of the black-robed battle spirit in his heart. "Let's go. You don't want the thing up there." The other party pointed at the ball of light in the sky. Zi Chen looked at the other party, his expression uncertain. Clearly, he didn't know what the black-robed battle spirit meant, or what the other party wanted to do. "Don't worry. The moment you picked up the scabbard, I decided not to kill you. Don't you find it strange? I'm only a third-grade war spirit, so why can I speak and have such powerful strength? Chen was certainly puzzled, but he didn't dare ask. My memories are awakening little by little, and my strength is also awakening little by little. Even if it's just a little, it far surpasses a third-grade war spirit. The black-robed battle spirit smiled. Senior's memories have been awakened. That's truly worthy of celebration. Chen seemed a little excited. In fact, this was all an act because he didn't know what would happen to a battle spirit after its memories were awakened. Moreover, this had nothing to do with him. As if seeing Chen's insincere words, the black-robed battle spirit smiled and said, "Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain. It's rare for my memories to be awakened, and this is also thanks to you picking up the scabbard. I'll give this to you. Although it's only an imitation, its strength isn't weak. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." After saying this, the black-robed battle spirit dissipated in front of Chen. But his carefree and excited laughter still echoed between the heavens and earth. "You're from the Thunder Clan, right? Go straight in from here. If your luck is good, you'll be pleasantly surprised." The insufferably powerful black-robed battle spirit had actually disappeared like this. And as it disappeared, a spiritual thought sounded out in Chen's spiritual sea. Chen subconsciously took the scabbard and saber that the black-robed battle spirit handed to him. His mind was still in a trance. As for Wu Xie and the others, they were clearly shocked by this scene. They had no idea what had happened. After seeing Chen turn around, the black-robed battle spirit exchanged a few words with Chen, then gave him the saber and then disappeared. Wang. Chapter 1360. In the sky, the ball of light trembled and changed shape like a stream of water. Wu Xie and the others also woke up one after another. The disappearance of the black-robed battle spirit allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. With the departure of the strongest existence, the entire space seemed to have undergone some inexplicable changes. Vaguely, everyone felt that the danger seemed to have disappeared. Wu Xie had the immortal body. He also took a deep breath and flew forward. He flew for several miles and did not encounter any battle spirits along the way. Seeing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on the faces of Ji Wei and the others. Then, they rushed towards the place where Chen was standing. A fragrant wind blew. Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing also arrived. However, they did not look at the ball of light above their heads. Instead, they looked at Chen. Wu Xie stepped forward and asked, "Exactly what is going on?" At this time, Chen was also a little confused. He shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure. Anyway, he left. He said that I inadvertently helped him recover his memory." Recovered his memory? Ji Wei's expression changed when he heard this. He said, he actually recovered his memory. How strong will his battle strength be? I'm not too sure. Anyway, he's no longer third level. Chen shook his head and said. Man Sha lowered his head and looked at the sheathed long saber in Chen's hand. He said, "He gave this to you. Try it and see how powerful it is." The others also had expectant looks on their faces. In the sky, the brilliance was still trembling. There was a faint repulsive aura being released. Therefore, no one immediately went forward. Chen was also very curious about the power of the long saber in his hand. He imitated the black-robed battle spirit. He held the saber in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the long saber was pulled out by Chen with some effort. Then, a ray of light flashed. It was just a flash of light. The long saber in Chen's hand revealed its true form. It was a pitch-black long saber. There were no patterns on its body, as if it was made from a whole piece of black stone. In the eyes of the crowd, it was mediocre. It couldn't be any more mediocre. Are those really the same thing? Everyone was in disbelief when they saw the saber in Chen's hand. Although it doesn't feel like it, it is indeed the same one, Chen said with a wry smile. The same thing in the hands of different people actually had such a huge difference. Then, Chen handed the saber to everyone. Everyone weighed it in their hands. Except for Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing, who had some difficulty holding it, the others could handle it. The weight of this long saber was absolutely sufficient. When it danced, there was the sound of wind breaking, but that was it. The blade was not sharp, and there was no other power at all. It seems that Senior Zhongling's strength is indeed unfathomable. Jiao Wei weighed the long blade in his hand, and then waved it a little, and then sighed softly. Such a saber can actually produce such power. It's really unbelievable. Man Shi and the others also had a look of disbelief on their faces. After the inspection of the long saber, it returned to Zichen's hand. Zichen sheathed the long saber. The power of this long saber was definitely extraordinary, but Zichen had yet to find the correct way to use it. Buzz. Above their heads, the flowing light ball trembled even more violently. However, the resistance it released was slowly dissipating. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the flowing light ball. At this moment, the flowing light ball seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon, and was divided into 15 light balls of different sizes. These light balls, which were much smaller in size, fell from the sky towards the crowd below. It was as if each light ball corresponded to a person. Among them, the biggest and brightest light ball also enveloped Zichen. The light ball was very gentle, and it even made people feel warm. There was no threat at all. At this moment, everyone let go of their minds and let the light ball envelop them. After this battle, the original team of 18 people had lost 3 people, and there were only 15 people left. These 15 people's light balls were all different. They seemed to be ranked according to how far they had advanced and were thus distributed. I got a mid-grade battle skill. I also got a mid-grade battle skill. Within the light ball, loud laughter rang out. One of the laughter belonged to Wang Jun. This light ball envelopes a skill. I also got a mid-grade battle skill called Raging Flame Kill. Immediately after, Liu Wei laughed and said, because the light balls were of different sizes, the time it took for everyone to completely accept the light balls was also different. The light on Jiu Wei's body gradually dissipated. He opened his eyes, and there was a touch of excitement in his eyes. It's actually a high-grade battle skill. This is really amazing. The light ball gradually dissipated. Except for Zichen, Wu Xie, Dong Qing, Shongguan Hong, and Man Shi, everyone else got a battle skill. Their expressions were all very excited. At this moment, everyone guessed that the light balls were distributed according to how many battle spirits they had killed. They were all excited, but also slightly annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they would have risked their lives to advance a little further. Perhaps the battle skill they got could be upgraded by a level. It would be a high-grade battle skill like Jiu Wei's. However, they were still very happy to have such a harvest. This was because they didn't get ordinary mid-grade battle skills, but battle skills that were very suitable for them. They thought that they would be able to reach the entry level after some time. Jiu Wei looked at the 2 brothers, Jiu Wen and Ma Ringqiang, who were at the back. Along the way, the 2 brothers rarely spoke and always looked timid. However, Zichen took care of the 2 brothers. At this moment, when he saw the 2 brothers who rarely showed any emotions, he asked curiously, "What kind of battle skill did you 2 brothers get?" The 2 brothers restrained their extreme emotions. The elder brother, Jiu Wen, was so excited that he danced and said excitedly, "It's a formation, a first-grade king-level formation. Mine is the Frost Spear formation. A king-level formation." Hearing Go Wen's words, a strange expression appeared on Gong Wei's face. In the outside world, king-grade battle skills were extremely valuable because they were obtained through the experiences of predecessors. Even mid-grade battle skills could not be obtained without some background. Even some domain realm experts would not be able to obtain them. After all, not everyone was like Zichen, who could comprehend mid-grade battle skills in just a few days. Some people's comprehension abilities were not very high in the domain. Even if they were given a low-grade battle skill to comprehend, it would take them a long time to do so. Compared to the rarity of king-level battle skills, king-level formations were much more valuable. This was because there were very few array masters, and the formations left behind by array masters were even rarer. At this moment, although Jiu Wen had only obtained a first-grade formation, it was more valuable than the high-grade battle skill he had obtained. Because there were too few array masters, the formations left behind were much fewer than king-level battle skills. Therefore, king-level formations were only divided into 9 grades, and there were no upper, middle, or lower grades. Jiyu Wei looked at Jiyu Wen, who was as excited as his elder brother, and asked, "What about you? Don't tell me you've also obtained a formation?" Jiyu Wen nodded and said, "Yes, I've also obtained a king-level formation. It's a first-grade formation, the Scarlet Flame Sword. Once we comprehend the formation, we'll be able to contribute to everyone." Shi Gongwei's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Array masters were powerful by nature, and their true strength was not something that could be restricted by one's rank. Originally, the two brothers did not have a suitable array and looked very weak. However, once the two of them mastered the array, their battle strength would likely be so strong that it could even match Zi Chen. From the looks of it, the things distributed by the light cluster were useful to them. Jiyu Wei turned around and looked at Zi Chen and the other 4. He was curious about what they would obtain. Among the 5 of them, Dongqing's halo was the first to disappear. When the halo disappeared, a joyful smile appeared on her beautiful face. It was obvious that she had obtained a great harvest. Soon after, the halo on Shangguan Hong's body disappeared as well. However, when the halo disappeared, Shangguan Hong's body released a green light. The green light was very gentle, and it was like a rich life aura. Looking at Shangguan Hong's surprised expression, it was obvious that she was very satisfied with her harvest this time. Since the two of them were girls, Jiyu Wei naturally didn't ask them what they had obtained. He only congratulated them. Soon after, the halos on Wu Xie and Man Shi's bodies disappeared. When the halos disappeared, the two of them closed their eyes, and it was impossible to tell whether they were happy or angry. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes, and there was a look of disbelief in their eyes. How was it? What grade of technique was it? Jiyu Wei went forward and asked curiously. Wu Xie shook his head and said, "Mine wasn't a technique." "What? It wasn't a technique?" Jiyu Wei asked curiously. Man Shi also shook his head and said, "Mine wasn't either. However, this thing is more valuable than a technique. It's how to develop one's potential and allow one to comprehend a bloodline technique." Wu Xie looked at Man Shi in surprise and nodded, "Mine too. Heavens, it's actually such a priceless thing. What exactly was that halo? It actually knew what we needed," Jiyu Wei said in shock. "It's really amazing." Wu Xie and Man Shi both nodded. Then, the two of them looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's halo hadn't disappeared yet. Among the halos just now, Zi Chen's was the largest, and he was naturally the last one to absorb it. The others' halos were battle techniques. The two's halos were related to bloodline talents. What about Zi Chen's? Everyone's faces were filled with curiosity. They were all guessing whether Zi Chen's was also a bloodline talent. At this moment, Zi Chen's eyes were closed. The halo that surged into his sea of consciousness directly turned into an imprint. This wasn't an imprint of a bloodline talent. Instead, it was a battle technique that belonged to Jiyu Wei and the others. Moreover, it was a very special, gradeless battle technique. Sword drawing technique, gradeless. This was what was recorded in the imprint in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. In addition, there was also a figure in the imprint. It was a stalwart man. He was holding a long saber with a scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right hand. He directly drew the saber. Chapter 1361. As the nomological imprint unfolded, a dazzling saberlight filled Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, there was nothing but this saberlight in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. Zi Chen was very familiar with this saber move. It was this stunning saber move that had completely destroyed his saber and shield combination. After seeing this saber move, Zi Chen finally understood why the same saber would have such a big difference in power in the hands of different people. The difference was this gradeless combat skill, the saber drawing technique. As the stunning saber move unfolded, the entire saber drawing technique was presented in front of Zi Chen. This saber drawing technique was naturally not the technique that Zi Chen had used when he was still very weak. This was a technique that integrated the power of space and could only be truly mastered by those in the domain realm. Although there was no grade, This saber move was divided into several levels. Excluding the entry level, this saber move was divided into 6 levels. In short, this move had no grade, but it was very powerful. It was even more powerful than Zi Chen's current beheading saber move. As he gained a deeper understanding of the saber drawing technique, the halo around Zi Chen's body gradually dissipated. Next, if he wanted to enter the entry level, he would need to practice diligently. As Zi Chen opened his eyes, everyone surrounded him and asked curiously, "How was it? What did you get?" Seeing the joy in everyone's eyes, Zi Chen kept them in suspense and asked, "How about you guys?" "Hee, I got something about activating the bloodline and awakening the innate skills." Man Shi scratched his head and said with a smile, "Wu Xie got the same as me. Dong Qing and Shangguan Hong also got similar results. As for Ji Wei and the others, they got combat skills. Oh, the Go Wen brothers got 2 king-level formations." Man Shi finished speaking in one breath, leaving the others speechless. They could only laugh dryly. "Oh, it seems that everyone got a good harvest," Zi Chen said with a smile. "Of course. What about you? What did you get?" everyone asked. Zi Chen smiled and said, "I also got combat skills." "What? Why did you only get a battle skill? What grade is it?" Everyone was flabbergasted. Back then, Zi Chen's ball of light was even bigger than theirs. It was almost half the size. How could it be a battle skill? "It's a battle skill without a grade," Zi Chen answered honestly. "How can a battle skill not have a grade?" Ji Wei asked doubtfully. The others also had doubtful looks on their faces. "I don't know about that either. That's what it says. However, it's very difficult to cultivate, and its power isn't weak either." Zi Chen spread his hands and said, "What kind of battle skill is that? This is the first time I've heard of a gradeless battle skill." Jing Gongwei asked. This was the first time he had heard of a gradeless battle skill. "It's the move that the black-robed battle spirit used earlier." Zi Chen's face was clearly filled with joy. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief at first, but in the next moment, their faces changed. Each and every one of them widened their eyes and looked at Zi Chen. They cried out in surprise, "What? It's that amazing blade technique from before? Heavens, how can such a powerful technique not have a grade?" Obviously, everyone had a deep impression of the black-robed battle spirit saber. If the black-robed battle spirit wanted to, none of them would be able to survive. Immediately after, everyone started to clamor for Zi Chen to demonstrate. The latter had no choice but to try to draw the saber. With a sheeing sound, the long saber was pulled out. A dim light flashed and disappeared. The saber wasn't powerful at all. This technique is very difficult to learn. It will take some time to comprehend it. Zi Chen didn't seem too embarrassed. He just smiled and said, "Then what should we do next?" They had gained a lot this time, but the domain realm wasn't over yet. There was still a long way to go. Everyone was waiting for Zi Chen to make a decision. After sheathing the long saber, Zi Chen suddenly remembered the voice transmission that the black-robed battle spirit had sounded in his mind before he left. He guessed that I'm from the Thunder Clan and said that there's something I'm interested in. Could it be something from the Thunder Clan? Zi Chen glanced at the crowd as he pondered. As soon as they arrived, they encountered a level 3 battle spirit and Xu Ming, who had broken through to the domain realm. The latter's strength was also very strong. On the other hand, they were only ranked 83. Once they left this place and continued to go deeper, they would encounter cities ranked 60 to 80. If Yanbo Castle could cultivate domain realm experts, then the cities ranked higher would naturally be able to do so as well. Moreover, this time, after killing Xu Ming and the others, Zi Chen didn't find Ling Dong and the others. It seemed that the latter had already gone deeper. From this, it seemed that Yanbo Castle still had many experts. Whether or not there was something from the Thunder Clan in the depths, Zi Chen couldn't let everyone go deeper at this moment. At the very least, they couldn't go deeper before they officially learned the combat skills they had obtained this time. Zi Chen paused for a moment and said, "There's a killing array outside, so there shouldn't be any danger. We need to find a place to meditate. The illusion here isn't bad, and there isn't any danger." Next, Everyone should comprehend the combat skills here. Haha, I also have the same idea. This time, I've obtained great benefits. I'm going to comprehend my innate skill. Hearing Zi Chen's decision, Man Sha laughed happily. Yes, indeed. This time, we should go into seclusion for a period of time. Obviously, the others nodded in agreement. Among the group, Zi Chen was strong enough. However, Zi Chen wasn't the only one in the team. Just like this time, Zi Chen didn't have time to take care of the others. The team had also lost members. In the end, they had to rely on themselves. This space was very safe. Next, everyone found a place to quietly study their combat skills. After Zi Chen saw everyone sitting cross-legged, he turned around and looked into the distance. There, the milky white spiritual gathering pearl was still lying quietly. Zi Chen slowly walked forward and bent down to pick up the spiritual gathering pearl. The spiritual gathering pearl looked like a small crystal ball, only the size of a baby's fist. However, the power contained in it almost made Zi Chen suffer a loss. If Xu Ming hadn't just entered the domain realm and wasn't familiar with this realm, he wouldn't have been able to draw out the power in the spiritual gathering pearl. Otherwise, Zi Chen wouldn't have had a good time. However, there was only 1/3 of the power left in the crystal ball. Zi Chen estimated that if he drew out all of it, its attack power would be equivalent to the attack of the peak of the early stage of the domain realm. This kind of thing could be regarded as a trump card. At a critical moment, it could play a huge role. Zi Chen carefully put away the spiritual gathering pearl. Then, he greedily thought that if he hadn't been in a daze when the black-robed battle spirit left, he would have quickly picked up the spiritual gathering pearl and let the other party recharge it. How strong would the power in the spiritual gathering pearl be? Of course, this was just Zi Chen's imagination. Even if the black-robed battle spirit had given him the long saber, he was still afraid of the former. Next, it was time to comprehend the technique. Zi Chen found a remote place and sat down cross-legged. The perfect spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness turned into a figure. This figure had the appearance of Zi Chen. He held the sheathed long saber in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. Then, according to the control of the power of space recorded in the saber drawing technique, he injected a little power into the saber through the hilt. Then, he pulled out the saber. Zing! In his sea of consciousness, there was a sound of the saber being unsheathed, followed by a flash of light. The light was slightly bright, but unfortunately, it contained a very weak power. This power was not even half of what Zi Chen had just injected. In other words, the power of this attack was not even as powerful as the power Zi Chen had just used. This was the effect of combat skills on power. The combat skills in the past were like this. Not only could they not be of help, but they would also become a burden. However, the reason for this was because Zi Chen had not mastered the saber drawing technique. The power was too scattered. When he pulled out the saber, more power had already dissipated when he pulled it out. In his sea of consciousness, the figure of light, Zi Chen, was pulling out the saber over and over again. The sound of the long saber being unsheathed was constantly heard, and the saber light was constantly disappearing. However, after an entire day, Zi Chen did not make any progress. On this day, the figure of light had probably pulled out the saber more than 10,000 times, but Zi Chen did not comprehend the slightest bit of insight. This was under the condition that he had already grasped the true meaning of the power of space. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to get started with the gradeless saber drawing technique. The next day, Zi Chen pulled out the saber more than 10,000 times, but he still did not gain anything. However, it seemed that the number of times he pulled out the saber had increased, and the speed at which he pulled out the saber had also increased a little. However, there was no improvement in his control of power. On the third day, Zi Chen pulled out the saber 15,000 times, which was more than 1,000 times more than the day before. However, he still did not gain anything. However, while Zi Chen was not making any progress, the others had gained something from studying the technique. Among them, the ones who improved the fastest were not Wu Xie and the others with unique bloodlines. Instead, it was the brothers Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang. The new king-level combat skill had allowed the two brothers to completely bid farewell to the era of array flags and array bases. The two of them used space power to condense some marks, which could be used as materials for array bases. From there, an array formation would appear out of thin air. It could be said that even if the two brothers were barehanded, they could still form an array formation out of thin air. Over the past few days, explosions could be heard constantly in the distance. Of course, this was the sound of the array formation collapsing on its own due to a mistake in the seal. Although the two of them had not completely mastered it, it was still much better than Zi Chen, who had not mastered it at all. 4-5 days in a row, other than the increase in the speed at which he pulled out the saber, Zi Chen still did not find any entry-level techniques. For Zi Chen, who had perfect spiritual senses, this was simply an unbelievable and unacceptable blow. However, on the 6th day, Zi Chen felt that perhaps he had used the wrong method. After all, this drawing technique was extraordinary. It was a classless technique, but its power was extraordinary. Perhaps he should not have used his spiritual senses to comprehend it. He should have tried it out. Therefore, on the 6th day, Zi Chen opened his eyes from his cross-legged state. He then stood up and stood in front of a huge rock. He held the scabbard in his left hand and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of the saber. Waves of golden power were injected into the saber through the hilt. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. Blue veins appeared on his arm as he exerted force and pulled out the saber. Whoosh! Chapter 1362. This time, the cut was neat and clean. The long blade returned to its scabbard in a flash of brilliance. Zi Chen shook his head and chuckled as he looked at the marks on the huge rock. Success was not that easy. This was only the first cut. He would probably have to draw the blade many times before he could reach the threshold. As Zi Chen drew the blade over and over again, the two dark green void trees in Zi Chen's corporeal realm swayed their branches and leaves as they worked tirelessly. Their roots absorbed the power of the void from the void, which was then refined by the tree trunk. Finally, the refined power was released through the branches and leaves to fill the corporeal realm. Zi Chen's breakthrough had come to an abrupt halt last time, so he had not reached the peak of the mid-stage corporeal realm. As the void trees worked tirelessly, Zi Chen was very close to the peak of the mid-stage corporeal realm. Fighting was the fastest way to raise one's cultivation base. The group of people who had followed Zi Chen here had a lot more power in their bodies as they fought. Wu Xie and the others had reached the peak of the corporeal realm and were only one step away from the domain realm. Shi Fengwei had already taken half a step and was considered half a step away from the domain realm. As long as he took half a step further, his strength would break through in one fell swoop. In this space, which was not very big, everyone stayed in their own places and comprehended their own battle skills. Rumbling sounds, blade cries, sword cries, loud shouts, feminine scoldings, all sorts of sounds resounded in this space. Naturally, Zi Chen's area had the most monotonous sound. There was only the monotonous sound of dull movements and the constant unsheathing of a blade. As the days passed, everyone gradually grasped the knack of comprehending the technique. As for Zi Chen, although he still had not reached the threshold, the speed at which he drew the blade was much faster. The blade light seemed to have become brighter, faster, and sharper. It was obvious that he was gradually entering a better state. The number of mistakes made by Go Wen and Go Qiong's King-grade array formation was also gradually decreasing. Everything was progressing in a good direction. It was the same for those in the Manor World and Hupping City in the outside world. Due to the infusion of the inexplicable energy and vitality, the number of cultivators breaking through in Hupping City gradually increased. Just the domain realm alone had increased by a few people during this period. Furthermore, after Lord Wu's inquiries, they also learned about the changes that had taken place in Lu Guangqing and Sai Beicheng. They were even more certain that Zi Chen and the others in the domain prefecture were behind this. Lord Wu's expression became extremely excited when he learned that 10% of Northwind City's vitality had permanently disappeared. Not only Lord Wu, but the entire Hunter's Castle and the Castellan's mansion celebrated after receiving the news. This was because Zi Chen had done something that they had always wanted to do but had never been able to do. Hupping City's ranking would definitely change after the end of the domain realm, and their title of being the last in 1,000,000 years would finally be removed. While the people of Hupping City were celebrating, Lord Wu wasn't satisfied with the current situation. He quietly inquired about clues regarding Yanbo Castle's entry into the domain prefecture. During this time, he found an ancient record regarding the secrets of the city's ranking. According to the record, when the number of people entering the domain prefecture reached a certain number, it would be closely related to the number of people entering the domain prefecture. Once all the people entering the domain prefecture were annihilated, the city's ranking would naturally drop. Because Northwind City had embezzled their entry tokens, close to 200 people had entered the domain prefecture this time. Therefore, after all of them were annihilated, the city's ranking would drop. Because of the ranking, Northwind City would at most drop to the bottom. However, Yanbo Castle was different. This time, hundreds of people had entered Yanbo Castle. If all of them were annihilated, the city's ranking would plummet. Of course, Lord Wu knew how difficult it would be to kill these hundreds of people and annihilate all of them. However, deep down, he still had some fantasies about Zi Chen. In the 5th level of the domain prefecture, all kinds of sounds were still ringing in that space. However, other than the sound of scabbards, there were also excited and joyful shouts among the other sounds. Ji Yu Wen sat cross-legged on a huge rock with his eyes slightly closed. His fingers were constantly moving, and rays of light appeared from his fingertips, forming seals in front of him. As the light flashed, 99 seals appeared in front of Ji Yu Wen. At this time, he opened his eyes, and a light flashed in them. He slowly spread his hands to both sides. Whoosh! At this time, the 99 seals flashed, releasing lines of patterns. These patterns connected in the sky, forming a circle of light that was hundreds of meters wide. The moment the circle appeared, Go Wen shouted, "Ice Spear Array." Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold aura came from the array of light. Traces of cold fog appeared in the void, and soon the fog covered a part of the world. This cold aura seemed to be able to freeze even the soul. Once someone was enveloped by the array, they would feel a great sense of danger. Immediately after, the white fog began to tremble, and the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. As the white fog trembled, cold light rushed out from within, and every cold light was a long spear that was condensed from ice chi. The long spears were 3 meters long, and they brought with them a terrifying aura as they descended. Poof, poof, poof. When the spears landed on the solid ground, they easily pierced through. The earth trembled as a result. Immediately after, within the range of the 99 ice spears, the yellow earth turned into a sparkling white, translucent and bright. Boom! In the next moment, these ice crystals exploded, and endless cold aura spread out. A bottomless black hole with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground. Inside the hole, traces of cold aura kept surging. Such a movement directly caused the entire space to tremble, and it attracted everyone's attention. After seeing the scene that appeared on the ground under Ji Yu Wen's feet, everyone was shocked. Obviously, the array master who had mastered the king-level array was finally going to display his true power. Ji Yu Wen felt a little embarrassed when he saw so many people looking at him, especially when they were shocked. When he was about to lower his head, he saw that Zi Chen in the distance had stopped pulling out his sword and turned to look at him with an encouraging smile on his face. On the other side, seeing that his elder brother had succeeded, his younger brother, Ji Yu Wen Qiong, took a deep breath and formed 99 seals. Then, these seals spread out in the air and turned into a huge array pattern. Red Flame Sword Array. Go Qiong bellowed. Then, streaks of scorching sword aura appeared, and flaming sword lights formed a killing array that fell from the sky. As the sword aura vibrated, the earth rumbled again, and a hole that was not inferior to the previous one appeared again. Everyone's attention was attracted again. Ji Yu Wen Qiong straightened his back. At this moment, he felt that he could finally stand up and do more for the team. Haha, good job. Come and take a look at mine. A loud laugh came from not far away. The laughter came from Ji Yu Wen Qiong. He had obtained an upper rank technique, and he had been comprehending it recently. It seemed that he was stimulated by the two brothers, and he had made some progress. 100 punch. He Wei growled. His expression suddenly became extremely solemn. His body released a brilliant light, and the fusion power converged towards his right fist like a stream. A thick and powerful aura was faintly discernible from the flowing light on his right fist. After shouting, Ji Wenqiong threw out a punch. It was just a punch, but in the next moment, fist shadows appeared in the sky. There were 30 to 40 fist shadows, and they carried a strong oppressive aura as they blasted towards a mound. Boom! The energy was violent, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. The huge mound was blasted into a flat ground in the next moment. Although Ji Wenqiong had yet to train this punch to the true 100 punch, he was very satisfied with the current power. Humph, isn't it just a competition of comprehension? I have it too. Watch my mountain spirit tyrant body. Man Sha also roared, not to be outdone. His originally tall body transformed in the next moment. His entire body seemed to be cast from steel, and he released a strong and oppressive aura. Compared to before, the aura of the transformed Man Sha was even more frightening. In addition, there was also a water-like black energy flowing on the surface of his body. This energy was like a liquid barrier that protected his entire body, and there seemed to be a faint flickering black light at his heart. After releasing his aura with all his strength, everyone could feel that Man Sha's realm had already crossed the peak of the corporeal stage. He had taken half a step forward, and reached the half-step domain realm. He threw a few punches in the air, and explosions sounded in the sky. Fist shadows shot into the distance like cannonballs. At this moment, Man Sha was like a steel war god. At this moment, everyone took turns to use their Do skills. Wu Xie was also somewhat unwilling to be outdone. After all, he believed that he was second only to Zi Chen in this group. Undying devil body. A low cry was emitted from Wu Xie's mouth. Black light lingered over the surface of his body. His originally evil eyes seemed to have black lightning within them. His eyes were truly like lightning. The vertical pupil between his brows was a pair of evil and stern eyes. The indifferent feeling that appeared after they opened caused one to feel respect in one's heart. At this moment, Wu Xie's aura was actually equal to Man Sha's. Clearly, his undying devil body was also an extremely powerful existence. After awakening the undying devil body, Wu Xie's realm had clearly risen once again. He had also taken that half a step forward, and was only half a step away from the domain realm. This time around, I have awakened the undying devil body and will definitely be able to fight those of a higher level. I'm afraid that some people can only dream of killing me now. After sensing the powerful aura around him, Wu Xie's confidence once again soared. After which, his gaze looked towards Zi Chen's location. His eyes contained an extremely clear provocation. Seeing Wu Xie's direct provocation, Zi Chen softly sighed. After which, he turned around and drew his blade. Chapter 1363. A glaring blade light appeared in this world. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. The glaring blade light flashed and disappeared. No one knew when the long blade had returned to its scabbard. Zi Chen stood in front of the huge rock. His dark eyes stared at the many sword marks on the huge rock. Everything seemed like an illusion. However, no one thought that what had just happened was purely an illusion. When the saber light appeared, everyone felt that there was a sharpness in that dazzling saber light. This sharpness pierced their skin faintly. Although the saber light flashed and disappeared as if it was an illusion, the sharpness in their perception did not weaken at all. Everyone's expression changed because of this sharp intent. They did not face it personally, but they could already feel the extraordinariness of this blade. From this, it could be seen that the ungraded technique Zi Chen had obtained was indeed extraordinary. In the next instant, the crowd saw that the huge mountain rock in front of Zi Chen was actually split into two. The cut of the rock was neat and smooth, reflecting a cold light. As the rock collapsed, Zi Chen turned around and looked at Wu Xie, whose expression was constantly changing. He raised the scabbard in his hand and asked with a smile, "What? Do you want to spar with me?" The pride on the latter's face had long disappeared. His expression was changing, and he was obviously thinking about his chances of winning. After serious and careful consideration, Wu Xie seemed to feel that there was no chance of winning. His expression gradually became gloomy. He snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Song Guanhong. Song Guanhong seemed to have opened her beautiful eyes because of the commotion around her. There was a flash of light in her beautiful eyes. Then, a ball of green light flashed in front of her. Although she had no intention of showing off, the joy in her eyes proved that her harvest this time was not small. At this moment, the roars of beasts suddenly came from afar. Just when everyone thought that exotic beasts had appeared in this world, they saw that the roars came from Dongqing's side. At this moment, Dongqing was standing on a huge rock. Under the soft and tight armor, her slim figure was curvaceous. Her pair of dark and lively eyes were slightly closed. Her nimble jade-like fingers were constantly changing, forming seals. A mysterious energy fluctuation was released from her body in the next moment. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall, dancing with the energy fluctuation like waves, drifting with the ripples of the energy fluctuation. The battle beasts that Dongqing had tamed were either lying down or sitting around her at this moment. Each and every one of them was emitting light from their bodies. They had intoxicated expressions on their faces as they raised their heads to absorb the energy radiating from Dongqing's body. This energy seemed to be extremely beneficial to the battle beasts. As the battle beasts continued to absorb, a powerful aura surged from the bodies of the Aurora Pegasus and the Scarlet-Eyed Boar Demon. Moreover, this aura was still rising. These two battle beasts, who were originally at the peak of the corporeal stage, actually forcibly took half a step forward, becoming half-step king-level battle beasts. Immediately after, resounding and loud beastly roars rang out all around Dongqing. The roars were deafening and continuous. When the crowd saw this scene, they immediately thought of the words beauty and the beast. Other than a few people, the battle skills that the others had obtained this time had basically reached the entry level. Thus, the seclusion ended. Now that the seclusion was over, everyone was about to go deeper. Due to the black-robed battle spirit's voice transmission before he left, Zichen was also filled with anticipation towards the things in the depths. How are we going to go deeper? After leaving that space, Wu Xie asked. Due to his breakthrough in strength and the immortal demon body, he had become very active. Zichen looked at the large mountain forest in front of him and said indifferently, "Go straight ahead. Going straight ahead is good. We can kill people and beasts if we meet them. We can kill anything that dares to block our path." Man Shi shouted excitedly. At this moment, the group had already reached the 5th layer's inner area. The next area would be the 4th layer's outer area. Just like this, the group advanced for 2 days. For the past 2 days, battles had occurred frequently. However, this time, because everyone's strength had increased by a lot, every time they encountered a beast along the way, they would fight to kill it. Zichen, who was the strongest in terms of battle power, did not have many opportunities to fight. The number of beasts we encountered along the way is increasing. It's really worthy of the saying that the deeper we go, the more dangerous it is. After encountering a group of beasts again, Shigongwei couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, the levels of the battle beasts they encountered were getting higher and higher. Most of them had reached the half-step king level. If it weren't for the fact that they had reaped some benefits and gone into seclusion for a period of time, most of them would have been stuck at this level. One by one, the beasts fell at their feet. Looking at the constantly increasing luck points, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They were also more grateful to Zichen in their hearts. Especially the people from Lu Guangqing, each of them admired Zichen even more. Just like this, the group advanced for another 2 days, killing many beasts along the way. Looking at the beasts that appeared in front of them again, Shigongwei's face was filled with disbelief. No way, why are there so many beasts? It's not good to have so many beasts. Killing one will give you more than 10 luck points. Man Shi laughed and rushed forward. His body was wrapped in dazzling light. His whole person was like a high-speed cannonball, rushing into the group of beasts. Boom! A surge of energy shook, and a loud bang was heard. The group of beasts in front of them were sent flying in all directions. After directly knocking the group of beasts away, Man Shi flashed again and attacked a king-level beast. At the same time, Wu Xie and the others followed closely. Then, the battle began. Zichen stood at the back, frowning slightly, but he didn't take action. In the past few days, the number of beasts they encountered was really too many. On the contrary, the number of battle spirits they encountered was much fewer. In the last 2 days, they actually didn't see a single battle spirit. The beasts' roars and roars were constantly heard. When this group of beasts encountered powerful existences like Wu Xie, they were quickly killed. While everyone was distributing their luck points, Zichen walked over from behind. He frowned, as if he was worried about something. After coming in front of everyone, he said, "Everyone, be careful. I feel that there is something wrong here. What's the problem?" Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure, but it's always good to be cautious." After that, everyone still encountered many beasts, but they didn't encounter any battle spirits. Soon, everyone passed through the 5th layer of the region and arrived at the 4th layer. The obvious difference between this layer and the outer layer was that there was more vitality here. They could even see some green vegetation, unlike the outer layer, which was either deep pits or huge rocks. It seemed lifeless. When they felt the rich vitality, the group also felt that the air was filled with a sense of oppression. This oppression seemed to be some kind of danger. Everyone's expression became very serious, and even the group of beasts looked around uneasily. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar, and the earth trembled violently, as if thousands of horses were galloping. This vibration came from the front of the group. As they looked over, they saw a huge area of smoke and dust. The billowing smoke and dust seemed to have turned into a tornado, spreading from afar. Roar! The red-eyed boar demon's scarlet eyes looked at the dust storm in front of it, and it let out a low roar of uneasiness. The hair on its back stood up like steel needles, and it had already entered a battle state. Soon after, the roars of beasts were heard one after another. It was as if thunder had exploded in the sky. Some of the roars came from Dongqing's side, but even more came from the endless dust storm. The dust storm gradually approached, and the earth trembled violently. When everyone saw the figures in the dust storm, their expressions changed abruptly. Wu Xie exclaimed, "It's beasts, a lot of beasts." He Wei also had a look of disbelief. There are so many beasts forming a beast tide. It seems like they're running away. What's going on inside? The dust storm formed by the beast tide was approaching, and there were even some king-level beasts among them. With such power, no one could stop it. "Hurry up and get out of the way." Zichen's expression turned cold as he shouted, and his body dodged to the side. Next, the others also rose into the air and rushed into the distance. The earth trembled as a group of beasts ran past, and some flew across the sky. There was also a strong impact in the dust storm, and a few people in Zichen's team were accidentally swept up, and their bodies were also sent flying in all directions. Fortunately, this group of beasts seemed to be running away, and did not pay attention to them, which allowed them to avoid danger. After the beast tide, the whole world fell into silence again, but the oppressive aura from before did not weaken, and instead became stronger. After instructing everyone to be careful, they continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered even more beasts, but they did not encounter a beast tide. The 4th area was the 61st and 80th ranked cities. Once the two sides met, it would be another fierce battle. Even Yanbo Castle had a domain realm, so these top-ranked cities would naturally have one as well. Fortunately, the group did not encounter any humans, other than beasts, and they did not even encounter any battle spirits. As they went deeper, the oppressive aura became stronger and stronger. In this way, they went deeper into the area, and when they approached the inner area of the 4th area, Zichen and the others did not encounter a single human or battle spirit. This situation was very strange, and everyone felt that something was wrong. During this time, they killed a lot of beasts, and even Zichen, who rarely fought, had more than 1,000 luck points. 3rd-level beasts were king-level beasts, and killing one would give 100 luck points. Among the group, Dongqing had the highest score, followed by the two brothers, Go Wen and Go Qiong. Since the two of them had king-level formations, their killing speed had surpassed everyone else, followed by Man Shi and Wu Xie. Zichen had more than 1,000 points, and was behind the two of them. Chapter 1364. Just as Zichen and the rest discovered traces of the human, the latter had also spotted them from afar. The few of them could clearly see a stunned expression on the other party's face. Soon after, he transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the depths. He ran away. Man Sha couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. He scratched his head and said, "Are we that scary?" Wu Xie glanced at Man Sha and curled his lips. "Why don't you just say that he went to inform the others?" The others couldn't help but smile when they heard the conversation between the two. Along the way, as the number of king-level battle beasts they killed increased, the confidence of the group gradually reached an explosive state. The group didn't stop there. The person who had just left quickly returned. Just as Wu Xie had said, the latter had gone to inform the others and brought a group of people with him. There were more than 20 people in this group, led by a man in black armor. The aura surging around his body clearly indicated that he had reached the domain realm. Beside him were 7 or 8 half-step domain realm cultivators, while the rest were at the peak of the corporeal realm. The two sides quickly met. The group didn't directly surround Zi Chen and the others. The black-armored man landed on a huge rock and looked at Zi Chen and the others in front of him. He shouted, "Halt!" Zi Chen and the others stopped after walking for a few dozen meters. At Zi Chen's signal, Man Sha stepped forward and asked the group, "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, the two sides were about 100 meters apart. This distance was enough for them to sense the numbers of the other side's cities. 107, 108. When the group of cultivators sensed the two numbers, their expressions changed. It was obvious that they were very surprised by this scene. "It's the people from Huping City." Perhaps they didn't know who 107 was, but the name of the last city of 10 million years old was as well known as Shuntian City of Shuntian Prefecture. However, one was the last city of 10 million years old, while the other was the first city of 10 million years old. This had never changed. The group looked surprised, and there was a strange look on their faces. However, there was no contempt or disdain on their faces. The fact that the people from these two cities were able to make it here after the opening of the prefectural realm was enough to prove that they were extraordinary. As for the so-called luck, it was no longer useful at this point. While the group was sizing up Zi Chen's group, the latter was also looking at them. After Zi Chen sensed the number, he frowned slightly and asked, 61. "What city is this?" Hearing this, Ji Wei smiled bitterly and said, "Xuan Cheng, our luck is really good. We actually encountered the strongest city in this region." The cities in this region were ranked 61st to 80th, and without a doubt, 61st was the strongest. Just as the two sides were sizing each other up, the atmosphere in the field became silent. The other party didn't make a move immediately, which surprised Zi Chen. In his opinion, any force that arrived at the prefectural realm would probably make a move as soon as they saw each other. The reason why the other party didn't make a move immediately was probably because they had some concerns. This kind of cautious existence was relatively troublesome. While the two sides were silent, Zi Chen said, "We're just passing by." Upon seeing Zi Chen's position, a trace of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the man in black armor. It was very obvious that the leader of the group should be standing there, but from what he could sense, the other party was only at the mid-corporeal stage. The surprise in his eyes disappeared as the black-armored man said indifferently, "This path is blocked. Please take a detour." Before Zi Chen could speak, Man Sha glared and said, "How can we take a detour? We've encountered countless battle beasts along the way. It took a lot of time and effort to clear a path, and you're telling us to take a detour?" When the group of people in front heard this, their faces changed. Originally, they were casually sizing them up, but now, they were carefully observing them. To be able to clear a path through a group of war beasts, this was enough to prove that this team was extraordinary. The black-armored man's expression was still fluctuating. A moment later, he stared at Zi Chen and said indifferently, "This path is blocked." Zi Chen smiled faintly and asked, "What if I insist on going?" "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so," the black-armored man said coldly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Man Sha snorted. With a tap of his foot, he dashed forward. The expressions of the group of cultivators changed slightly when they saw the big guy charging towards them alone. However, out of caution, they all took out their weapons and didn't mock the other party. Boom! A berserk aura was released from Man Shu's body in the next moment. Black light was suddenly released from his body as he charged forward. As the black light swirled around him, Man Shu's body clearly began to grow. The black light on the surface of his body was like steel. Thump, thump. After transforming, Man Shu's strength had increased by a lot. As he stepped on the ground, the earth trembled continuously. Footprints appeared behind Man Shu one after another. Such a change caused the faces of the crowd to turn solemn. The black-armored man's pupils shrank slightly. An aura belonging to the domain realm was released from his body. Then, he clenched his fist and let out a roar as he punched towards Man Shu. When Man Shu, who was advancing, saw this punch, a hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. A berserk aura surged from his right hand. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched forward. A pitch-black fist radiance, carrying a powerful aura, swept forward. Boom! The earth rumbled as a surge of power surged. Cracks spread out from under the feet of the two men. When the two fists collided, Man Shu, who had transformed into a giant, only shook his body slightly and neutralized the power. On the other hand, the black-armored man was forced to take a few steps back. When the people behind the black-armored man saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly. While Man Shu and the black-armored man were fighting, groups of cultivators had gathered hundreds of miles away from this area. There were more than 200 cultivators in each group. Powerful auras were being released from their bodies one after another. In front of these cultivators, there were a few core members. At this moment, these core members' gazes were fixed in front of them. In front of them was a spacious area. It looked ordinary, but if one were to look closely, they would discover that the power of space here was constantly distorting. Between the distortions in space, one could occasionally see a blurry image. This image looked like a towering tower. The main reason why a group of cultivators gathered here was not because of the distorted space, but because of an extremely oppressive aura. This aura seemed to cover several areas. The cultivators here followed the oppressive aura. The source of the oppressive aura that Zi Chen and the others felt was here. Among them, there were more than 300 cultivators stationed here by Schwerin City. The leader was a man in white who looked very elegant. Compared to the nervous and hostile gazes of the leaders of the other groups, his expression was much calmer. As the 61st City, the strongest faction in this area, they had an extremely strong foundation. When they had just arrived in this area, they had already sensed the abnormality of this place. After waiting for a period of time, they still did not sense any abnormalities. Thus, their main force headed deeper into the area. Although they had lost their main force, the remaining cultivators were still the strongest among the several groups. While the other forces were extremely nervous, a few powerful cultivators in Schwerin City's group were still in the mood to chat. I wonder how little Wei is doing. Did he chase away those people? A domain realm cultivator said faintly. When the cultivator beside him heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Little Wei's strength is not weak. It shouldn't be a problem for him to chase away a group of more than 10 people." The cultivator who just spoke smiled, then looked at the man in white and asked, "Brother Ming, what do you think?" The man in white glanced at a group in the distance. His expression did not change. After a while, an indifferent voice came out from his mouth. "The fact that they can come here proves that they have some tricks up their sleeves. Even if little Wei and the others can chase them away, I'm afraid that they will attract some trouble." The few of them nodded and did not express their opinions. In fact, after Schwerin City discovered this place, he did not deliberately block the news and stop others from coming here. As long as they had enough strength, they had the qualifications to stay here. Other than Schwerin City, there were 4 other forces here. These 4 forces all had the qualifications, but one of them was slightly weaker. However, it had more than 200 people. In the distorted space in front of them, the pagoda-shaped image appeared frequently. The frequency was much faster than before. Obviously, this was a sign that this place was about to appear. Almost everyone's attention was focused on the front. As for those who had left earlier, they were gradually ignored. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads. When they saw that the group of people who had just left with Schwerin City returned dejectedly, a strange expression appeared on everyone's faces. One had to know that just now, his subordinates had reported that there were only a dozen people, but little Wei had brought more than 20 people and returned dejectedly. What's going on? A cultivator in battle armor asked. The cultivator named Little Wei shook his head with a bitter smile and said, the people who came were too stubborn. Oh. The few of them raised their eyebrows slightly when they heard this. Even the man in white turned his head and looked at the other party with a slightly surprised expression. At this moment, a voice came from the forest again. Soon after, a group of people came from afar. This group was very small in number, less than 15 people. However, the moment they appeared, they successfully attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1365. Compared to a group of hundreds of people, a group of 15 people was clearly different. Zi Chen's group became the focus of many cultivators as soon as they arrived. They had different expressions on their faces as they watched the group approaching from afar. However, most of them were shocked when they sensed the city numbers on the dozen or so people. This was the 4th level, where the 80th and 61st levels were. This was a much higher level place than the outside world, so it was only possible for Eon's End to come here. The Mana Realm had opened many times, but this was the first time Eon's End Hu Ping City had appeared in front of everyone. Apart from being shocked, there was also some curiosity on their faces, as if they were sizing up some rare species. Little Wei, this is what you meant when you said they were too tough. A domain realm cultivator in front of the Schwerin City cultivators could not help but laugh. The black-armored cultivator named Little Wei glared at him and said, you can go and try if you don't believe me. You can't even handle a dozen or so people. The other party shook his head and laughed. The others could not help but laugh as well. Little Wei's expression was a little ugly. However, when he thought about the shocking scene earlier, he did not even have the courage to fight back. He believed that if he had had any killing intent earlier, his group of more than 20 people would not have been able to make it back alive. Everyone felt that it was extremely strange when they heard that Little Wei did not explain himself. The man in white also turned around and looked at Little Wei in surprise. He asked, you guys suffered a great loss. Little Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. We didn't suffer a great loss. We just felt a little aggrieved. What's there to be aggrieved about? Tell us about it and let us laugh a little. The few people who had spoken earlier asked with interest. Little Wei glared at them before looking at the man in white and saying, I brought more than 20 people with me. We did not even get into an intense fight before one of them defeated us. What? One person defeated more than 20 of you? How is that possible? None of them are at the domain realm. A low exclamation was heard. A strange look flashed through the white-clothed man's eyes. He then looked at Zi Chen's group and said, the fact that someone from Hu Ping City could make it here is enough to prove that he is extraordinary. Who is it? Is it that black-robed young man in the middle? In front of the group, other than the two beauties, Zi Chen was also the one who attracted the most attention. This was not only because of his looks, but also because of the position he was standing in. As he walked, other people would look at him with questioning expressions. No, it's that big blockhead. Little Wei pointed at Man Shi. Compared to Zi Chen, Man Shi was indeed an idiot. It was obvious that this kind of person only had brute force but no brains. Hearing that Little Wei and the others had been defeated by such a person, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The white-clothed man looked at Man Shi, then at Wu Xie, who was to the right of Zi Chen. His gaze then fell on Zi Chen as he said faintly, it seems that Hu Ping City really has a few decent people this time. Little Wei nodded. He had dealt with this group of people before, so he knew that the big blockhead was purely a mindless thug, while the black-robed young man was the one who was truly difficult to deal with. Moreover, danger was always present in the Mana realm. Almost everyone was wearing armor, but that young man was wearing an extremely ordinary black robe. He was not an idiot, but a truly powerful existence. He was just like the leader of their group, the white-clothed man, Xue Ming. Because of Xue Ming's evaluation, the others' expressions became much more solemn. Should we go and test them again? A domain realm cultivator beside him asked. Ming glanced at the group in the distance and smiled faintly. There's no need. I believe that someone will test them for us. When Chen led the group out of the dense forest and saw so many cultivators, his expression changed involuntarily. When Sure saw that little Wei had actually walked into the largest group, he could not help but mutter, "Fortunately, we listened to Chen and did not start a massacre. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble." Just as Sure was muttering to himself, Shang Guanhong noticed something unusual in the open space in front of them. She exclaimed softly, "Look! What's that?" Chen and the others also looked in that direction. They saw a majestic 9-story pagoda suddenly appear in the distorted space in front of them. The 9-story pagoda disappeared in a flash. The space started to distort again, but this time, the distortions were even more intense. That should be the source of the oppressive aura. "It seems like we have come to a treasure trove, and we came at the right time," Chen said faintly. "This should be considered a surprise, right?" Wu Xie smiled. "It is indeed a surprise, and there's more than one." Suddenly, Dongqing's cold voice came from the side. Just as Dongqing opened his mouth, Chen and the rest could clearly feel a dense murderous intent. This murderous intent directly landed on their bodies, firmly locking onto them. Turning his head to look at the place filled with murderous intent, Chen saw many pairs of icy cold eyes. In front of these icy cold eyes, there was an extremely familiar existence. Yanbo Castle, Lingdong. It's this damned guy. Slaughter all these bastards. When Sure and the others saw the other party, their faces were filled with anger. At the same time, dense killing intent surged around them. Other than Yanbo Castle and Shuren City, there were people from 3 other cities. They were respectively from City 71, City 68, and City 78. The murderous atmosphere in the field made them look at the scene with interest. In front of them, Ling Dong led a few people and walked towards Chen's side. "I didn't expect you to be able to make it here." Ling Dong stopped when the two sides were 100 meters apart and said coldly. Chen smiled faintly and then led the group towards Ling Dong. He stopped 10 meters away from Ling Dong and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." "Why? Are you very surprised, very scared, and very regretful of coming here?" Ling Dong curled his lips and laughed coldly. Beside him, several half-step domain realm experts were also glaring angrily at Chen's group. Sure and Wu Xie also responded with cold gazes. Chen, on the other hand, smiled in a relaxed manner and said, "I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky to be able to meet you here. It just so happens that I was lucky enough to let you escape last time. This time, you will stay." "You? A mere mid-corporeal realm expert?" Ling Dong mocked. "I was able to chop off Chuanxing's head when I was at the early corporeal realm. What more now?" Chen indifferently replied. At the mention of Chuanxing, the surging killing intent on Yanbo Castle's side grew increasingly obvious. A cold light flashed in Ling Dong's eyes as he shouted, "Chen, you should know best what happened to Lord Chuanxing. Of course, I chopped off his head." Chen indifferently replied, "You're courting death." Beside Ling Dong, a half-step domain realm expert could no longer hold back. With a shout, he charged towards Chen. "Die!" A long sword appeared in his hand. As he gripped the long sword, water-like energy gathered towards the long sword. A swift and fierce aura appeared as he charged towards Chen with the sword in hand. He had clearly used a battle skill in this attack, and it was a mid-grade battle skill at that. As the dazzling sword light arrived, a feeling of oppression appeared in the surrounding space. In the face of this attack, Chen did not dodge. A faint smile hung on his face, and he did not even look at his opponent. In the eyes of most people, such an action was arrogance, because no one could ignore the attack of a half-step domain realm expert. Scram! A shout rang out between heaven and earth. It was from Sure, who was standing beside Chen. Black light surged around his body as a similar half-step domain aura emerged. As the black light swirled around his body, he clenched his fists and took a step forward, smashing towards the sword light in front of him. Fist kill. Shure's attack was only a low-grade battle skill, but the power it contained far exceeded the might of a fist kill. This punch seemed to tear apart the air as it smashed towards the tip of the sword. Bang! As the two forces collided, a loud sound rang out. A huge crack extended from under the two's feet as ripples of energy spread out in all directions with the two at the center. Mansha's eyes were cold as he roared again. He stomped one foot on the ground, and a pitch-black energy blocked in front of him, blocking all the remaining energy waves. Looking at the half-step domain realm expert opposite him, he was directly pushed back by the energy waves. At the same time, the scattered energy waves also rushed in that direction. Ling Dong rolled up his sleeves, but the surging energy seemed to have met with resistance and was unable to move forward. Scram! When Mansha saw this scene, he immediately let out an explosive shout. The originally surging energy once again became berserk. Rip! Ling Dong's robe was directly torn apart, and the energy swept towards the back. Although this energy was not fatal, it still made the people behind Ling Dong somewhat embarrassed. Damn it! Looking at the torn robe, Ling Dong's face was cold. He originally wanted to show his strength to his opponent, but he did not expect that he would end up in such a sorry state. Moreover, it was at the hands of a blockhead. When the others saw Mansha's attack, their faces were also filled with shock. Xueming nodded and said, "Very good strength. It's not unjust that you were defeated by him." In a few other places, words of recognition for Mansha's strength were faintly heard. It was rare to see someone who could defeat someone of the same level with a single blow. Hearing the faint praise in his ears, Ling Dong felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped in the face. Beside him, the few people who were originally angry also felt embarrassed at this moment. Behind them, the cultivators from Yangbo City also felt that they had lost face. Chapter 1366. Everyone was paying attention to Zi Chen's group. It was extremely surprising that a mere dozen people dared to go against the people from Yanbo Castle. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the leaders of the various forces changed one after another when they heard Zi Chen's low roar to kill. They never expected that this small group of a dozen people would not only not fear the 200 people from Yanbo Castle, but also dare to take the initiative to cause trouble. Interesting, Xueming chuckled as he looked at the black-robed Zi Chen, whose face was cold. The others, on the other hand, widened their eyes as they looked at Zi Chen's group. They wanted to see if these people really dared to make a move or if they were just putting on a show. Since Zi Chen had said to make a move, Mansha and the others naturally wouldn't be polite. After Zi Chen's low roar, Mansha roared and took the lead to charge toward the mausoleum in front of them. Immediately after, rays of light curled around Wu Xie's body as he transformed into a stream of light and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Die! Wu Xie charged directly toward a half-step domain realm cultivator and threw a punch that surged with a powerful aura. It was still the simplest punch, but its power wasn't any weaker than Mansha's. Swoosh! An extremely agile green light shot out from Shangguan Hong's jade-like hand and headed toward another half-step domain realm cultivator in front of her. The latter looked at the green light with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Then, he raised the blade in his hand and slashed at the green light with a flash of blade light. Phut! Under the spatial pressure, the green light was instantly sliced into two. The half-step domain stage expert grinned as the disdain on his face grew even denser. However, before his smile could fully spread, he saw the light that had been sliced apart in front of him actually fuse together once again, before charging towards him. After merging, the green light became even faster. The green light flickered and disappeared, looking very strange. This scene caused the cultivator's expression to change drastically. He immediately put up a defensive light shield and retreated rapidly. However, the defensive light barrier was completely useless in front of the green light. It was instantly pierced through by the green light. Immediately after, the green light disappeared into the half-step domain expert's glabella. The latter's body shook violently and stopped retreating. Then, the light in his eyes dimmed. Just as Shangguan Hong was about to succeed, Wu Xie and Mansha had already clashed with each other. Amidst the shockwaves of energy, the cultivator fighting Wu Xie was sent flying, coughing out blood. Immediately after, Ling Dong was also forced to retreat over 10 steps by Mansha, who had unleashed his full power. His expression became very ugly. Back in Hupping City, He was no match for these people because he had held back some of his strength. As for king-tier battle skills, he had not used them at all. However, he did not expect that even after using his full strength, he would still be no match for them. The battle continued, raw. Before the cultivator who was sent flying by Wu Xie landed on the ground, he heard a deafening roar of a beast. Then, he felt a huge shadow above his head. He saw an extremely ugly black battle beast appear in his line of sight. That's the red-eyed boar demon. Seeing this scene, the cultivator's eyes were immediately filled with horror. However, before he could react, the black shadow suddenly pressed down, opened its mouth, and swallowed him. After landing on the ground, the red-eyed boar demon glanced at the Yanbo castle team in the distance with its red eyes. Finally, it turned its head again and opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of cold teeth. In the next moment, the red-eyed boar demon spat out a stream of water arrow filled with the stench of blood. It shot forward. Before the water arrow could reach the rest of the Yanbo castle team, it directly exploded, splashing water everywhere. In the midst of the splashing water, there was a strong corrosive smell. Green smoke immediately rose from the defensive light barrier that the team had put up. Then, their magical power light barrier was corroded, and the splashing water landed on their bodies again. In the next moment, shrill screams rang out in the open area. Because they could not expel the corrosive acid water, in addition to the indescribable pain, they could not help but fall to the ground and roll around. Die! On the other side, Wu Xie coldly looked at Ling Dong, whose expression was extremely ugly. The vertical eye between his brows trembled slightly, and then opened. The moment Wu Xie's vertical eye opened, Ling Dong felt a sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. Without another word, he activated his domain energy to form a defense. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed in front of him. Clang! As the long sword slashed through the air, a clanging sound rang out. Following which, a powerful rebounding force knocked the longsword out of Ling Dong's hand. A pitch-black beam of light shot towards Ling Dong the moment the longsword was knocked out of his hand. Puff! The pitch-black beam of light broke through Ling Dong's defense the moment it hit him. Then, it pierced through his heart. A powerful force directly sent Ling Dong flying several hundred meters away. Looking at the flying Ling Dong, the vertical eye between Wu Xie's brows closed. Then, he shook his head in disappointment. His opponent's reaction was very fast. Otherwise, he would have died. The battle started and ended very quickly. After the transformed man finished off a half-step domain practitioner with a powerful blow, he turned back and returned. Although he did not kill Ling Dong, Wu Xie did not continue to pursue him. After the red-eyed demon boar finished off one person, it returned to Dongqing's side. Shang Guanhong indifferently swept a glance at the slowly growing small tree in front of her. She seemed to be able to faintly hear a human voice from the small tree. The shrill screams were still ringing out. They came from the 3 cultivators who had been corroded by the red-eyed boar demon's saliva. They fell to the ground and kept rolling about. Their bodies were corroded, revealing ghastly white bones that were visible to the naked eye. Even those ghastly white bones were showing signs of corrosion. In the distance, all the cultivators widened their eyes and were almost petrified. They had originally thought that Zi Chen was just putting on a show. Even if he dared to cause trouble for Yanbo Castle, it would only be a small matter. But the reality was that Zi Chen's side only had 3 people and 1 beast, yet they'd instantly annihilated numerous cultivators from Flamebow City. Even Ling Dong from the domain realm was defeated in a single move, and he was heavily injured in a single move, almost losing his life. As for the other 3 screaming fellows, it seemed that they would not survive. As they looked at the 3 with pity in their hearts, the crowd became even more fearful of the red-eyed demon boar. It's not an injustice to be defeated by this person. After witnessing Man Shi's true strength, Xiao Wei was completely convinced. Even the few people who had been mocking him before now had solemn expressions on their faces. Extraordinary indeed. A bright light flashed in Xue Ming's eyes. At this moment, the attention of the other leaders, including Xue Ming, fell on Zi Chen's group. In addition to the few powerful existences that had attracted the attention of others, the leader of the group, Zi Chen, was also extremely eye-catching. To be able to make these seemingly unruly subordinates obedient, as a leader, he was naturally extremely capable. Interesting indeed. Another leader looked at Zi Chen and smiled faintly. However, there was a trace of fear in the depths of that faint smile. Looks like Hu Ping Castle has made sufficient preparations this time. The people from Yanbo Castle have kicked an iron plate. Similar voices continuously rang out, as many of the gazes turned serious. Only the people from Yanbo Castle were spitting fire from their eyes, as if they had eaten gunpowder. If they were not stopped by the few domain practitioners, they would have already rushed forward and drowned Zi Chen's group in a sea of people. The frequency of the three people's struggles decreased, and their screams became extremely weak. Their enormous vitality was forcibly corroded and swallowed up. In the end, even the three of them died. In this battle, several half-step domain practitioners from Yanbo Castle had died, and even Ling Dong was seriously injured. However, they had not even been able to touch the corner of their opponent's clothes. It was undoubtedly a crushing defeat. Zi Chen's gaze had been very calm. After watching the three people die, he slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the group from Yanbo Castle. At this moment, everyone's attention was also on Zi Chen. When they saw Zi Chen looking in the direction of the group from Yanbo Castle, they couldn't help but make bold guesses. He wouldn't be looking for trouble with that group of people, would he? Just as this thought appeared in their minds, they saw Zi Chen move. He took a step forward and a second step closely followed. His target was the group from Yanbo Castle. Whoosh! The crowd couldn't help but be in an uproar. It should be known that this was a group of more than 200 people. Zi Chen had actually taken the initiative to look for trouble with just a dozen people. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for hundreds of people. Once the two sides fought fiercely, the battle would be one-sided. In the eyes of many people, Zi Chen's actions were too reckless, too arrogant, and too ungrateful. After all, the people from Yanbo Castle had already chosen to endure after suffering a great loss. However, he had once again led people to go forward, which seemed a little insatiable. However, there were also some people who understood the deeper meaning of Zi Chen's words and nodded slightly. Zi Chen walked forward step by step. Wu Xie and Man Shi followed closely behind him, followed by Shong Guanhong and Dong Qing. The others followed behind them. Following Zi Chen, they were fearless, even if they were about to face a group of more than 200 people. Seeing Zi Chen walk over, the leader of Yanbo Castle narrowed his eyes and a cold light gradually appeared in them. His expression also gradually became gloomy. Zi Chen didn't stop in front of him and asked indifferently, "You are their leader. How should I address you?" The leader clearly didn't understand Zi Chen's intentions and replied indifferently, "Yang Fen." Zi Chen nodded slightly and then said, "My name is Zi Chen, and I come from Huping City. Thanks to your help, we were only able to send 13 people this time." Yang Fen didn't understand the meaning behind Zi Chen's words. He thought, "Are you telling me this now to make peace with me, or are you looking for trouble?" The others also didn't understand. Chapter 1367. Zi Chen's words caused an uproar among the crowd. He had actually set his sights on the area where more than 200 cultivators from Yanbo Castle were standing. However, there were only a dozen or so of them. At this moment, even more people understood Zi Chen's intentions. Among all the forces present, Yanbo Castle was originally the weakest. However, after Zi Chen's arrival, it had undoubtedly become the weakest. Ling Dong had taken the initiative to cause trouble for Zi Chen not only because of the grudge between the two sides, but also because he wanted to suppress Zi Chen and drive away or kill Zi Chen's group. After all, Zi Chen was an existence that had obtained the qualifications, and this qualification had been obtained by Zi Chen's group after Little Wei's failure. The people from Yanbo Castle had made a move against Zi Chen for a very deep reason. Similarly, Zi Chen's current actions of causing trouble for Yanbo Castle and even going against more than 200 cultivators wasn't just because he was hot-headed. He also needed a qualification that could be recognized. If he wanted to obtain this qualification, he could only cause trouble for Yanbo Castle, because both sides were the type that would not rest until one of them was dead. Even more cultivators, who had sensed Zi Chen's intentions, were in an uproar. Then, their gazes were fixed in front of them. At the same time, they were very eager to see which force had the upper hand. "What did you say?" Yang Fen's eyes turned cold as he asked indifferently. Zichen drew a circle in front of Yang Fen with his finger and said indifferently, "I said that I've taken a liking to this place. Take your people and find another place. You're courting death." Beside him, a domain realm cultivator was already unable to contain his anger. He roared, took out his weapon, and attacked Zichen. However, before his attack landed, he felt an extremely dangerous premonition in his heart. This danger came from Zichen's side, where the vertical pupil between Wu Xie's eyebrows was faintly trembling. A powerful and terrifying aura was awakening. This move had nearly killed off Ling Dong. When the cultivator saw Wu Xie, who was about to attack, his face sank sharply. At the same time, he stopped his next attack. Although he no longer attacked, the domain expert glared angrily at Zichen, just like the others. He wished he could kill Zichen with his gaze. The leaders of the various forces in the distance were watching this scene. They were surprised by Zichen's actions, but they were also surprised by the emotions displayed by the cultivators of Yanbo Castle. Under such a serious provocation, shouldn't they throw caution to the wind and go all out? Of course, this was just a thought in their minds. If they really went all out, even though Zichen's side had fewer people, Yanbo Castle would still suffer great losses. This would be extremely disadvantageous for their following journey. If things went wrong, they might be swallowed up by other forces before they could find any opportunities. Yang Fen's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The sinister gazes from all around seemed as if they wanted to eat Zichen alive. However, Zichen didn't care at all. He smiled faintly, but there wasn't the slightest hint of satisfaction in his smile. There was only a sinister killing intent. "My time is limited. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, if you're still standing here, I will regard your actions as a provocation." Zichen's voice suddenly became very cold. It was cold and sonorous. The dignity of Hupping City cannot be challenged. Anyone who tries to challenge the dignity of Hupping City will be killed without mercy. The cultivators of Hupping City behind Zichen naturally straightened their backs when they heard this. Even the blood in their bodies couldn't help but boil. Hupping City was the oldest city in the domain realm. No one in the domain realm had ever looked them in the eye. When had the people of Hupping City ever had dignity? They hadn't in the past, but now they did. Furthermore, he had said this in front of several cities, especially a city that ranked 83rd Manchu, and the others believed that if Lord Wu or the city lord were present, they would definitely feel proud of Zichen's words. Compared to the pride in the hearts of the people of Hupping City, the people of Yanbo Castle felt like they had been greatly wronged. Every one of them had sullen and angry expressions on their faces. However, Yang Fen didn't say anything, and there were other domain realm cultivators stopping him. Nobody dared to step forward at the moment. The crowd was once again in an uproar because of Zichen's words. They had not expected that a mere leader of Hupping City would be able to say such a thing and actually dare to say such a thing. Of the two factions, one was as large as a tiger, while the other was as small as a house cat. There was simply no proportion between the two. However, at the moment, the small house cat was flaunting its might to the tiger, while the latter seemed helpless. The cultivators of Yanbo Castle weren't the only ones who felt sullen. Even Yang Fen and the other domain realm cultivators felt uncomfortable. Some cultivators from other factions also felt that it was unfair for the people of Yanbo Castle. The tiger hadn't touched the house cat not because it was afraid, but because there were other lions eyeing it covetously not far away. Yang Fen hadn't directly slaughtered Zichen's group because of the other factions in the surroundings. Zichen's actions at the moment were purely a fox exploiting the tiger's might. 10 breaths are up. As if he felt that he hadn't done enough, Zichen spoke again. He directly said 10 breaths, not even giving the other party a chance to count down. Boom. Boom. The auras around Manchu and Wu Xie began to surge. This was also in coordination with Zichen's 10 breaths. The two of them wanted to kill everyone who dared to challenge the dignity of Hupping City. In the distance, even more cultivators curled their lips. They all felt that Zichen's actions were shameless. After all, if the people of Yambor Castle really attacked, the mere dozen people on Zichen's side wouldn't be enough to kill them. You win. Yang Fen gritted his teeth in the face of Zichen's indifferent and mocking gaze. He turned his head and said, "Let's go." Even now, he still didn't have any killing intent in his heart. Or rather, he had already suppressed it and prioritized the overall situation. As Yang Fen turned his head, the other cultivators of Yambor Castle also turned and left after glaring fiercely at Zichen's group. However, their ferocious gazes seemed to be warning everyone that if they offended Yambor Castle, they would be completely finished. Looking at Yang Fen's back, Zichen smiled gently, then pointed at him and said, "Did you see that? A person without any guts like him is not only unfit to be a leader, he can't even be considered a normal cultivator. That's because he has already forgotten that the principle of this world is that the strong are respected, not some **T of forbearance." When he heard Zichen's harsh evaluation, Yang Fen's body clearly trembled slightly, as if he was forcefully restraining his emotions. After 2 breaths, he finally turned around. After turning around, he calmly looked at Zichen and said in an indifferent voice, "The purpose of this world is not to talk big. As for the principle of the strong being respected, I think I will make you understand." Zichen smiled and replied, "I've already understood this principle. Unfortunately, the one who doesn't understand is you." Yang Fen snorted and turned his head. However, the moment he turned his head, he couldn't restrain the murderous intent in his eyes. As one of the leaders of the biggest city and a domain realm cultivator, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Zichen and the people he had brought with him were already on his must-kill list. In the end, this battle didn't happen. This was somewhat unexpected, but it wasn't beyond everyone's expectations. Although many people understood that Zichen's actions were obviously for the sake of obtaining the qualifications, they also concluded that Yang Fen wouldn't dare make a move. It was obvious that he was an intelligent person. However, it seemed that everyone was used to the delightful method of killing people with a single slash. At this moment, when they saw Zichen's method of killing people without shedding any blood, they felt some disdain in their hearts. When they looked at Zichen and the others again, there was some pity in their eyes. Although they had won, it was merely a gamble. What would they do if they met again? If they offended the people of Yambor Castle, wouldn't they be cutting off their own path of survival? After occupying the territory of Yambor Castle and the others, Zichen and the others continued to wait. In the open space before them, the image of the 9-story tower kept flashing. The last story seemed to be flashing with a bright light. The 9-story tower was about to take shape. While Zichen and the others were waiting for the 9-story tower to appear, many forces in the entire domain realm were also waiting for the 9-story tower to appear. The same thing happened on the 3rd level, the 2nd level, the 1st level, and even the 3rd level. The 9-story tower appeared in the distorted space one after another. While many people were waiting for the 9-storied tower to appear, there was a force waiting there for a long time. Compared to the other forces who were waiting blankly, the expressions of the cultivators of this force became very excited. "I didn't expect the Tongyu Tower to appear in the domain realm this time. The appearance of the Tongyu Tower means that all the forces will gain more this time, but at the same time, the danger level will also increase greatly. The Tongyu Tower leads directly to the depths of the domain realm. I wonder if Shuntian City will be able to reach the final step this time and obtain the legendary Tongyu Core and perfect domain seed." In the distorted space, there was a 9-story Tongyu Tower. It appeared on the 4th floor of the outer area. The domain realm opened at an indefinite time, and the Tongyu Tower was a legend in the domain realm. It was said that it might not appear even once 100 times it opened. There were many legends about the Tongyu Tower, but other than the endless resources and treasures, the most famous ones were the Tongyu Core and perfect domain seed. Every time the Tongyu Tower appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. There were many forces who rose to prominence, but there were also many who fell into decline because of it. In the Tower of Seclusion, it could be said that danger and opportunity coexisted. Often, behind great danger was great opportunity. Similarly, behind great opportunity was great danger. Just as the Tongyu Tower was about to appear, Another group of people came to the area where Zi Chen was. Chapter 1368. The appearance of this group of special characters was even more eye-catching than the arrival of Zi Chen and the others. Although the former was an enemy, at least he was still human. However, the group of people that came later, strictly speaking, were no longer human. Battle spirits. Why are battle spirits here? What's going on? We haven't seen battle spirits for a long time. Why are there so many of them? The group of people that came were all battle spirits. They were like normal humans, gathered together and walked over from afar. Humans could obtain luck points by killing battle spirits. At this moment, seeing a group of close to 100 battle spirits, a commotion broke out among the human teams. What's going on? Besides Zi Chen, Wu Xie and the others were also very puzzled after seeing the battle spirits. Zi Chen looked back at the 9-story tower and said indifferently, "They should be the same as us. They're all here to hunt for treasures." Beside him, Man Sha blurted out, "They're here to hunt for treasures too? Isn't this a joke? They're just battle spirits. They're here to train us and provide luck points. What a joke. Have you forgotten about the black-robed battle spirit from before?" Zi Chen glanced at Man Sha. Thinking about the terrifying black-robed battle spirit, Man Sha immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, in front of the group of battle spirits, there was also a black-robed person leading them. Although he wasn't holding a sheathed saber in his hand, he didn't look like an existence to be trifled with. What should we do? Ma Wei could feel the pressure from the group of battle spirits. He pursed his lips and couldn't help but ask. The strength of the leading battle spirit is probably at grade 4. It's very dangerous. We don't have many people, so we can only wait and see. Zi Chen's line of sight followed the movement of the leading battle spirit. The arrival of the battle spirits was very surprising. The small commotion in the team was quickly stopped. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly the same. They silently acknowledged the existence of these battle spirits. Nearly 100 battle spirits gathered together like well-trained soldiers. After they arrived, they stood still and stared at the distorted space in front of them without glancing sideways. Everyone was happy to be ignored by the battle spirit. Moreover, with the appearance of the battle spirit, they were even more curious about the tower within the distorted space. "Zi Chen, look over there." Liu Wei's low voice rang in Zi Chen's ears. Zi Chen turned around. Under Liu Wei's signal, Zi Chen saw that Burning Flame, who was supposed to be in another direction, had actually joined an unfamiliar team. It was a group that was second only to Xueren Cheng. They were ranked 68th, and they had more than 200 people. At that moment, Yang Fen and Ling Dong, who had recovered from his injuries, were at the front of the group, talking to the leader of the other party in a low voice. From time to time, the other side would cast glances at them. It was obvious that both sides were harboring malicious intentions and were targeting them. "Damn it! He must be scheming against us." One of the cultivators from Lu Guangcheng swore. "This group of people is really shameless. There are over 200 of them, and they actually found others to deal with us." Another person cursed. "What are they discussing?" Wu Xie looked in that direction. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "What else can they be talking about? Of course, they are discussing how to deal with us." He Wei was puzzled. Number 68 is Miao Dongcheng. They have so many people, and their leader is definitely not an ordinary person. Why would he listen to Yanbo Castle and provoke us for no reason? Zi Chen snorted softly and said, "Just give them some compensation. Furthermore, Burning Flame doesn't need them to listen to him. He just needs to say that we have something that interests them. This group of people is really shameless." Shangguan Hong had obviously guessed that the other party was after the Void Tree. She gritted her teeth, and anger appeared on her beautiful face. "It's not that shameless. It's just a method." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "You must be careful when you see Miao Dongcheng's people. When we enter here, everyone follow me closely. I want to see if they can gather a team of hundreds to besiege us." There were forces from several cities here, and only Miao Dongcheng and Yanbo Castle were interacting with each other. The space in front of them was distorting even more violently, and the 9-story tower was disappearing even faster. This was a sign that the tower was about to appear, and everyone's emotions were fluctuating violently. Those who were most familiar with this place were naturally the battle spirits, so Zichen's attention was always on those battle spirits. Under careful observation, he found that the battle spirits, who had not moved until now, had a kind of burning passion in their eyes. This kind of passion was like a hunter seeing his prey, or a hungry man seeing his food. Time passed as they waited. It seemed that because they had too many people and were too confident, there was almost no communication between these forces, and they had no intention of cooperating. Only Yanbo Castle had been very close to Miao Dongqing's people recently. When they glanced at Zichen from time to time, their eyes were full of malice. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of energy trembling between heaven and earth. A violent force surged out of the distorted space in front of them, and this force spread out with a strong aura. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as this force appeared, the battle spirits reacted. They immediately turned into streams of light and retreated into the distance. Let's go. Zichen's perception was sharp to begin with. In addition, he had left a part of his perception to deliberately pay attention to those battle spirits, so his reaction was very timely. As he spoke, a substantial force rushed out of his body. This force directly enveloped the group of people beside him, and then led them to retreat. Because they trusted Zichen very much, they did not struggle. On this side, Zichen and Zhongling's side had all retreated, and the leaders in the other directions had also reacted. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, and adding on the fact that their reactions were just a split second too slow, it directly led to chaos in the group. Amidst this chaos, the violent energy in front of them spread out. The violent energy spread out like a ripple. Wherever the ripple passed, the cultivators seemed to have been subjected to a body-fixing technique. Their bodies actually stopped in mid-air. When their bodies stopped, the expressions on their faces also froze. The ripples swept past them and went into the distance. As for the cultivators who were enveloped by the ripples, their bodies dissipated like smoke. Not even a scream could be heard between heaven and earth. These people just turned into nothingness and disappeared. Several forces had lost dozens of experts, and some of them were half-step domain realms. This made them, who had retreated far away, have the urge to curse. Boom! Another tremor came from the front. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly, and they reflexively dodged back. The ground was constantly shaking like an earthquake. It seemed that the energy this time was even stronger. While everyone was retreating far away, those battle spirits were looking ahead with excited expressions. They saw that the distorted space in front of them had returned to normal, and a huge 9-story tower appeared in their line of sight. The tower stood between heaven and earth, but there was still spatial energy surging around it, as if it was in another void. This spatial energy was very violent, and it turned into ripples of light that spread out in all directions. In the middle of these ripples of light, there was a transparent safe passage that led directly to the bottom floor of the tower. That's... Zichen also noticed the passage immediately, and his expression turned serious. However, before he could make his next move, he saw the battle spirits not far away turn into streams of light and rush toward the safe passage. Let's go too. After seeing Zhongling's actions, Zichen did not hesitate. His energy wrapped around everyone as he charged forward. Both sides were very fast, and the battle spirits were prepared in advance. Therefore, by the time Zichen rushed into the safe passage, the figures of the battle spirits had already gradually disappeared into the depths of the passage. Obviously, they had all entered the 9-story tower. Damn it, let's go quickly. What cunning battle spirits, what cunning brats. People of Hu Ping City, stop right there. Die. The other cultivators who had retreated far away all reacted at that moment. When they saw the figures disappear into the passage, they became furious as well. They gnashed their teeth, itching to devour the people of Hu Ping City. Unfortunately, no matter how they roared behind them, Zichen did not stop at all. Just as the battle spirits disappeared, Zichen led everyone into the passage. However, as soon as they entered the passage, a powerful spatial hurricane appeared. The hurricane directly broke through the barrier of light that Zichen had created for everyone. When the barrier of light shattered, Zichen's face suddenly changed, and he cried out, "Oh no!" The spatial hurricane disappeared in a flash, and there was not a single person around Zichen anymore. Just as the tower appeared in the outer region, the same scene appeared in the other 3 regions as well. However, what was different from Zichen's was that in the other 3 areas, the direction of the spatial passageways had changed. Some led directly to the 8th floor, while others led directly to the 7th floor. There were even some factions that saw the passage to the 6th floor open. Obviously, the less floors there were, the less time it would take to reach the top of the 1st floor. Haha, Tongyu Tower, the people of Hidden Fog City are here. Let's see if the final harvest from the opening of Tongyu Tower goes to your Shuntian City or our Destiny City. People of Golden Leaf City, follow me. Voices rang out outside the 9-story towers. Soon after, figures rushed in through the passageway. When the cultivators entered the 9-story towers, many battle spirits also rushed in ahead of them. These battle spirits exuded an extremely powerful aura, and some of them were even close to the 7th level. A 7th level battle spirit was equivalent to a cultivator at the 2nd domain realm. People of Hu Ping City, I'll wipe you all out this time. Ling Dong of Yanbo Castle looked at Zichen's disappearing figure with a trace of murderous intent in his cold eyes. Chapter 1369. The bottom floor of the 9-story tower was the largest, while the top floor was the smallest. At this moment, Zichen was at the bottom level, which was the 9th level. This place was like another world, with unlimited space. Roar. Zichen heard the angry roars of battle beasts as soon as he arrived. Then, there were explosions caused by powerful energy waves. Clearly, there was a battle going on. Stop, that thing should be mine. A cultivator transformed into a stream of light as he flew into the distance. Behind him, there were streams of light chasing after him. Various types of energy attacks were constantly unleashed. The cultivators in front and behind him all whistled past Zichen, but none of them were in the mood to pay attention to him. Go to hell! Another angry roar came from another direction. It was a human cultivator fighting with a battle spirit. The reason for their fight was a ball of light that suddenly appeared. Get lost. Go to hell. Similar noises continued to ring out. Battles also began to break out all around Zichen. Looking at the streams of light that kept exploding in the sky and the dazzling light of treasures, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the domain manor. There are treasures everywhere. Indeed, Zichen had just appeared, and in just a short while, several domain weapons had appeared. Although some cultivators didn't need these domain weapons for now, it wouldn't be long before many people broke through. Suddenly, Zichen's pupils shrank. He looked up at the sky. The space there suddenly started to distort rapidly. A small space covered by the power of space appeared in his sight. There were 5 or 6 balls of light in the small space. They were all the size of a human head and emitted a dazzling light. From afar, it looked like a huge bubble had suddenly appeared in the sky. Inside the bubble were some small glowing bubbles. What's that? King-level origin life serum? King-level origin life serum. It really is king-level origin life serum. This thing is extremely valuable outside. I didn't expect to see 6 drops here. Just as Zichen was looking at the large bubble in front of him, excited voices rang out from all around. Then, cultivators flew forward. The space that appeared out of thin air did not attack. The cultivators smoothly passed through it and headed straight for the clumps of light. Swoosh! An energy ripple visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the air bubble. After the ripple went around the light ball, it spread out and swept towards the few cultivators who had just arrived. Pu. 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 The ripples of light carried a materialized energy attack. These cultivators, who were pleasantly surprised and excited, were directly cut apart by the ripples of light before they could even approach them. As the corpses fell, a layer of crimson blood formed in the air bubble. A huge beast shadow appeared in the bubble. This beast shadow had the head of a beast and the body of a human. It held 2 black scythes in its hands. It looked like the scythes of death. The ripple of light just now was an attack from these scythes. What is that? A phantom blade beast. Damn it, There's actually a phantom blade beast guarding it. All of the peak corporeal stage cultivators who had entered earlier had already died. As for those who were a little slower to react, they were greatly startled by the sight of the beast, causing their bodies to come to an abrupt halt. King-level origin life serum could be used to save lives at a critical moment. It was extremely valuable. In the outside world, ordinary cultivators might not be able to obtain it. Even if they had a drop, it would be used to save their lives at a critical moment. Compared to the life-saving King-grade origin liquid, this Blade Devil Shadow Beast was purely a death machine. Like its name, it did not have a real body. It looked like an illusion, but it had a materialized attack power. The two black scythes in its hands were true death scythes. They were not inferior to a domain weapon in quality. Its attack power was extremely strong and its speed was also very fast. It was very difficult to deal with. If there was only a single drop of King-level origin life serum in that big bubble, these people would have turned around and left without hesitation. It was not worth it to gamble their lives for a single drop of King-level origin life serum. But at this moment, there were 6 drops in the bubble. This was also the reason why these people were unwilling to leave after knowing how terrifying the Phantom Blade Beast was. Instead, they lingered around the periphery. Swoosh. While the crowd was hesitating, someone made a move. It was a half-step domain expert from Xuerancheng. He was holding a giant axe in his hand. After charging into the space, he immediately launched an attack on the demonic Blade Shadow Beast. Poof! A waterfall-like axe light flashed past and directly cut open the Phantom Blade Beast's body. However, before a joyous expression could appear on his face, he felt a threatening killing intent surging from behind him. He held the giant axe tightly without hesitation. The veins on his arms bulged. Under the powerful surge of power, he turned around and slashed backwards. Clang! The giant axe carried a powerful force as it chopped down on the death scythe that had appeared out of thin air. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out through the space. The brawny man holding the giant axe was directly forced back several steps. His blood boiled as fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This attack had made him pay a price, but at least he had blocked the opponent's attack. However, before the two sides could clash again, streams of light rushed in. After entering the space, these streams of light turned into figures. Some directly charged at the King-level origin life serum, while others charged at the Phantom Blade Beast. Of course, there were also some humans who charged at the injured cultivator from Xuerancheng. What was originally a one-on-one battle turned into a chaotic battle in the next moment. In this chaotic battle, almost all of the humans killed whatever they saw. Zichen had learned about the use of the King-level origin life serum from the discussions in the surroundings. Naturally, he was tempted. At this moment, he could not help but shake his head as he watched the chaotic battle in front of him. The Phantom Blade Beast was actually not that scary. 2 half-step domain realm experts working together could definitely kill it. However, in this chaotic battle, more than 2 half-step domain realm experts had died, but the Phantom Blade Beast was still alive. After his gaze paused on the King-level origin life serum for several breaths, Zichen's figure flashed as he charged into the chaotic space. Just as he stabilized his body, a cold sword light pierced towards Zichen from behind. Even though he had only used the most ordinary sword strike, his advantage lay in its speed and the element of surprise. After this sword attack, there was a figure filled with indifference. His cold eyes seemed to have turned crazy from excessive killing. Swoosh! In the face of this attack, Zichen did not even turn around. He held the scabbard in his hand and swept backwards. A golden light mixed with silver appeared on the scabbard. This caused the already extremely fast saber strike to become even faster. This blade attack arrived first, sweeping past the sword light. Bang! The sword light immediately shattered. Then, the power of the blade light did not decrease as it rushed forward again. Under the shocked expression of the cultivator, the blade light swept past his neck. Phut! A human head with a shocked expression flew high into the air. After killing the sneak attacker, Zichen did not even turn around. Instead, he held the scabbard in his hand and flew forward. As Zichen moved forward, a large ball of light rushed out from the dead cultivator's body, caught up to Zichen, and merged into Zichen's body. These were the luck points. Zichen's luck points had increased by more than 600 points, and Zichen's luck points had finally crossed the 1000 mark. The chaotic battle in front of him was still ongoing. Relying on its speed, the Phantom Blade Beast was like a fish in water, shuttling between cultivators and taking advantage of the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. As for the cultivators who tried to bypass the Phantom Blade Beast to steal the King-level Origin Life Serum, they were still empty-handed. The Phantom Blade Beast seemed somewhat smug. Due to the fact that the cunning humans were killing each other, it did not have to bear any pressure. "What are you guys doing? Can't everyone join forces to kill the Phantom Blade Beast first?" The brawny man who had rushed in first could not help but shout. He had suffered several sneak attacks and was now injured. Hee. Killing is still killing. Luck is also very useful. A sinister laugh rang out beside the brawny man. Then, a half-step domain realm cultivator charged at him rapidly. On the other side, a cold light flashed as another half-step domain realm cultivator charged at him. The brawny man's expression changed when he saw the two of them besieging him. However, there was no point in criticizing them at the moment. The brawny man seemed to be having a hard time fighting one against two. Just as he decided to defend with all his might, he suddenly felt a dense killing intent surging toward him from the front. When he sensed the source of the killing intent, his expression became very ugly. This killing intent was coming from the Phantom Blade Beast. At his peak, he could only fight to a draw with the other party. Moreover, he was currently injured and besieged. Damn it! The brawny man cursed angrily. His angry expression was already filled with despair. In front of him, the Phantom Blade Beast waved its death scythe at him. The death scythe turned into a cold, pitch-black light and shot toward the brawny man. There were attacks from both sides and from the front. Under the pressure of the powerful Space Force, the brawny man had no way to dodge. Bang! Bang! Crack! The two attacks landed on him one after another, shattering the defensive barrier around him in an instant. Even his armor became extremely dim at that moment. Cracks appeared on the surface of the armor. Now that the two of them had broken through his defense, the Phantom Blade Beast's next attack would be fatal. The brawny man stared ahead with wide eyes. He was already in despair. The death scythe turned into a ray of black light and suddenly stopped in front of him. Then, the despairing brawny man saw a look of pain appear on the demonic blade shadow beast's face. A mournful cry came from its mouth, and its figure disappeared. The disappearance this time meant that it would disappear forever. Chapter 1370. The brawny man immediately recognized the black-robed man in front of him. He was Zichen, the leader of the Hupping Castle group. In the outside world, he had followed Xueming and witnessed how the man had forced the people of Yanbo Castle to retreat with only a dozen people. At that time, he had felt somewhat ashamed of Zichen's actions because he had obviously taken advantage of the situation. However, his elder brother, Xueming, had praised Zichen very much. Now, the man had killed the Blade Devil Shadow Beast with a single blow. It was obvious that his combat strength was not weaker than a first domain realm cultivator. Before the brawny man could express his gratitude, he saw that Zichen did not even look at him. Instead, he looked around coldly. In the surroundings, the other cultivators who were originally fighting and killing all paused for a moment because of the sudden death of the Saber Devil Shadow Beast. They all turned their heads and looked at the black-robed man. It's him. Almost instantly, more than half of the people recognized Zichen. As for the others, they were from other cities and were not at the same entrance as Zichen's group. Although Zichen did not make a move at that time, he had left a deep impression on them. Now that they saw Zichen kill the Blade Devil Shadow Beast with a single blow, their expressions changed. The cultivators of Miao Dongcheng took a step forward almost instinctively, while the cultivators of Yanbo Castle stared at him with cold eyes. The people from other cities also stepped forward when they saw the situation. If they were outside, they would have some scruples. But here, they did not have to worry about anything. At this moment, many people took a step forward. Their eyes turned ice-cold as killing intent surfaced. While some people were filled with murderous intent, Some cultivators saw that the situation was not good and took a few steps back. Obviously, they did not want to get involved. Among the group, Zi Chen, who had killed the Blade Devil Shadow Beast with a single blow, seemed to have the strongest combat strength. Therefore, he naturally became the target of everyone's siege. "Kill him, or he'll kill us," a cultivator of Yanbo Castle said. "That's right. If we want to get the king-level origin liquid, we have to join forces and kill him first," a cultivator of Miao Dongcheng echoed. Many people began to purse their lips, and a murderous sneer appeared on their lips. Looking at the people around him, Zi Chen smiled faintly and said softly, "Well, my luck points are too little, so I'll increase them appropriately." Shameless boasting. Die. Upon hearing Zi Chen's arrogant words, everyone's faces were filled with anger. Even a true domain expert would find it difficult to deal with the siege of so many cultivators, let alone a mere mid-corporeal stage cultivator. Kill. Following the explosive roar, the crowd attacked at the same time, charging towards Zi Chen. As for the others in the distance, their eyes were wide open as they watched the battle. As for the king-level origin liquid, there were fewer people paying attention to it now. This was especially true for the burly man. His gaze was fixed forward. He wanted to see whether or not the person his big brother Xueming admired so much possessed extraordinary battle prowess. Sword kill. Raging flames kill. 10 layered waves. 100 layered stones. Following the low roars, king-level battle skills appeared one after another. The crowd of cultivators gripped their weapons and turned into beams of light, charging towards Zi Chen. Facing the attacks from all directions, the faint smile on Zi Chen's face did not diminish. He slightly tightened his grip on the scabbard and took a step forward. He held the scabbard in his right hand, clearly not intending to draw it. After taking a step forward, he held the scabbard and slashed forward. Gold and silver light suddenly flashed on the scabbard, and a powerful aura was released from the scabbard. Demonic blade slash. As an indifferent roar sounded from his mouth, a blade gleaming with gold and silver light shot out from the scabbard and slashed forward. The blade gleam clashed with a flaming sword gleam. The moment the two came into contact, the flaming sword gleam immediately dissipated. The power of the blade gleam did not weaken in the slightest. After extinguishing the sword gleam, it continued forward. Poof! The blade gleam flashed past, and a head flew into the air. A half-step domain cultivator from Yanbo Castle had died. When the blade gleam flashed out, Zi Chen's body took a step to the side. It was only one step, but 3 attacks missed. Immediately after, Zi Chen took another step forward, and then another step to the right. In just 3 steps, Zi Chen had dodged 90% of the attacks. The remaining 10% dissipated in front of the blade gleam that Zi Chen had slashed out. Poof! Poof! The blade gleam flashed past, and a head flew into the air. Under the tremendous spatial pressure, it was almost impossible for others to move an inch. However, Zi Chen looked as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. His calm expression, unhurried pace, and the scene of him decapitating a person with a single slash stunned many people. This is too terrifying. Terrifying, truly terrifying. I can't believe that one person can block the spatial seal released by a group of people. The nearby crowd was also extremely shocked as they watched Zi Chen take a step forward. Blade gleam flashed past, and a head flew into the air with a poof. Immediately after, he took another step to the left and right, and most of the attacks were directly neutralized. Zi Chen had already killed 7 or 8 people since the start of the battle, but none of the others had even managed to touch the corner of his clothes. Just as everyone was exclaiming in surprise, a low cry rang out from the crowd once again, "That's not right." Even those in the domain realm can't withstand this kind of spatial pressure, let alone a mere mid-corporeal realm cultivator. The fact that he can move unimpeded in the spatial pressure should be because of the footwork he's using. It's a king-rank battle skill. As one person pointed this out, the others focused their eyes. Only then did they realize that Zi Chen's every step would land on a spatial node, which was the weakest point of the spatial pressure. Being able to accurately find the weakest point of a spatial node while also avoiding the other spatial nodes was also very impressive, but the crowd was somewhat relieved. After all, Zi Chen was not an existence that could ignore spatial pressure in the slightest. Poof! Poof! Heads were still flying. From the indifferent expression on Zi Chen's face, it was as if he was not killing people, but rather cutting grass and cutting melons. Run! This slaughter finally scared the rest of the crowd after a dozen or so people had died. They looked at each other, before turning around and fleeing without any hesitation. They did not even want the king-level yuan liquid. All of you stay. Zi Chen's indifferent expression turned indifferent when he saw these people preparing to flee. He coldly snorted, and his advancing footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Veins popped up on his arm that was gripping the scabbard. A cold light suddenly flashed in his indifferent eyes. He tightened his grip on the scabbard, causing specks of gold and silver light to flicker on the scabbard's surface. Beheading. As a low cry was emitted from Zi Chen's mouth, Zi Chen held onto his scabbard and spun a perfect circle on the spot. After he spun a perfect circle of ripples spread towards Zi Chen's surroundings. The ripples of light emitted a gold and silver light, containing a powerful and suffocating aura. The spectators in the distance clearly saw that the fleeing cultivators suddenly slowed down after the circle of ripples passed by. They seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, constantly struggling, their faces filled with fear. Poof! Poof! The ripples of light arrived first, sweeping past the crowd. Some heads fell, some bodies were split into two. Looking at the blade that had annihilated everyone, the surroundings were deathly silent. When they looked again at the black-robed man holding the scabbard, the crowd's hearts could not help but twitch. This combat strength is indeed powerful. As expected of the leader of those fierce people. The brawny man was also incomparably shocked. Where Zi Chen stood, there was an empty space around him. Following this, orbs of light appeared around Zi Chen. These orbs of light were all very big, and they represented hundreds or thousands of luck points, and they all rushed towards Zi Chen. This was also the first time something had touched Zi Chen since the battle began. Zi Chen's luck points were also increasing rapidly. Almost no one around him moved. As for the 6 balls of light formed from king-level liquefied essence, they were still there. Zi Chen recovered his indifferent gaze and looked ahead. The cultivators there subconsciously retreated, and a path leading directly to king-level liquefied essence appeared. Zi Chen walked forward step by step. Everywhere he passed, the crowd avoided him. The shock in their eyes did not fade for a long time. Zi Chen arrived in front of a ball of light. Inside this ball of light was the image of a fawn jumping back and forth. The fawn was very cute, but it was just an illusion. Zi Chen smiled faintly and extended his left hand. Swoosh! But just as he extended his hand, the ball of light in front of him seemed to have sensed it. A trace of panic appeared in the fawn's eyes, and it directly jumped to the side. And in that jump, it moved the ball of light. The ball of light was like a cold bolt of lightning, shooting into the distance. The king-level liquefied essence was like a life form. Its speed was very fast, which was why the crowd had not succeeded for so long. But since Zi Chen had been observing for a while, he naturally knew that such a scene would occur. Without waiting for the fawn to escape, his left hand emitted a golden silver light. A fierce aura emerged from the golden silver light. The power of space within several meters of Zi Chen began to distort. Amidst this distortion, the power of space became extremely viscous. The ball of light's speed greatly decreased in the viscous power of space. Then, the viscous power of space began to compress layer by layer, finally transforming into a large spatial net that enveloped the ball of light. The struggling fawn within the ball of light also disappeared after the king-level liquefied essence was completely controlled. Then, a jade-green pill the size of a longan appeared in Zi Chen's hand. The pill emitted a strong vitality. It was as warm and soft as jade, and a halo naturally emitted from its surface. The inside of the pill was like a drop of sparkling water. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Chapter 1371. Everyone had been working hard for a long time, but had yet to capture a single drop. When they saw Zi Chen so easily grab a drop, everyone's expressions changed. The fear that had arisen in their hearts due to Zi Chen's massacre instantly dissipated. Instead, Greed surfaced on everyone's faces as their breathing grew ragged. Smoothly capturing a drop of king-level yuan liquid might seem very easy to outsiders, but only Chen knew how difficult it was to do so. This test tested one's extremely high comprehension of king-level battle skills. Even a mid-grade king-level battle skill would not be able to capture the target. Although Chen had only grabbed at thin air, he had used an extremely well-practiced chop. The oppressive aura that had appeared in the air indicated that only a high-grade king-level battle skill comprehension would be able to trap a drop of king-level yuan liquid. Chen had long sensed the strange expressions on everyone's faces. He had also heard their somewhat ragged breathing, but he did not reveal a ferocious expression. He was still very indifferent, as if he had not sensed anything at all as he walked towards the second drop of king-level yuan liquid. Using the same method as before, this drop of king-level yuan liquid was also trapped. In the end, it materialized and was collected by Chen. Next, the third, fourth and fifth drops were all collected by Chen. Everyone stared blankly as Chen collected the 5 drops of liquefied origin essence. There was only 1 drop left, but Chen still didn't give up. He walked straight towards that drop of king-level origin essence. Everyone's expressions changed several times. One of them could not help but say, "Hey, you should at least leave a drop for us. It's not good for you to take it all for yourself without considering everyone's feelings." At this moment, everyone stared at Chen, seemingly united against a common enemy. Chen did not stop. He directly extended his hand and enveloped the last drop of king-level yuan liquid with strands of gold and silver energy. "You." The face of the cultivator who had spoken earlier turned extremely ugly at Chen's disregard. After subduing the 6th drop of king-grade essence liquid, Chen fiddled with it in his hand. At the same time, he turned to look at the armored cultivator and asked, "What is it? Do you have a problem with that?" The cultivator had just witnessed Chen's massacre, so he naturally didn't dare to underestimate him just because he was from 108. His expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid your monopolizing behavior is somewhat inconsistent with the purpose of our visit. Not only me, but also the city behind me is very displeased. I don't like it." Chen smiled faintly and asked, "What city is number 63? Chen's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the other party. Who didn't know the 63rd 10,000 origin city? In the hearts of the crowd, Chen was being too arrogant. Although he was extremely powerful, in front of a colossus like the city of 10,000 origins, provoking them was simply courting death. Only the brawny man from earlier seemed to understand that Chen really didn't know, so he kindly reminded him, "Number 63 is the city of 10,000 origins." Chen glanced at the brawny man and nodded. Never heard of it." Chen had never even heard of the 61st Schwerin city, let alone a mere city of 10,000 origins. The cultivator of the city of 10,000 origins looked as though he had been humiliated. He glared at Chen furiously and said, You are challenging the dignity of the city of 10,000 origins. The dignity of the city of 10,000 origins is not to be challenged. Those who challenge it will die." When the cultivators from the other cities heard this, they also retreated without leaving a trace. Clearly, they didn't want to get involved after the other party moved out of the city of 10,000 origins. The brawny man from Schwerin City curled his lips. Only those small factions would care about such a title. Since they were already here, who cared about who else was there? Chen's originally indifferent expression gradually turned apathetic. He frowned and said seriously, "I should be the one saying that. Not only did you steal my line, but you also didn't have that kind of aura when you said it. It's disgusting. Also, if the city of 10,000 origins really has dignity, it's not something you can represent. I really hate people like you who are greedy but use justice as a slogan. You're not just insulting me, you're insulting everyone in the city of 10,000 origins." The cultivator from the city of 10,000 origins was both embarrassed and angry. Chen coldly smiled. "If you really think so, then let's just take it that way." With that, Chen walked forward. What are you doing?" When he saw Chen walk over, a trace of panic appeared in the cultivator's eyes. I'll give you a chance to defend the dignity of the city of 10,000 origins. Zichen's cold eyes flashed with killing intent. He was angry. You dare attack me? I'm from the city of 10,000 origins. You. The cultivator was clearly panicking, especially when he saw that everyone around him had retreated far away. Even someone from his own city had quietly fled. In his panic, he began to regret his rash actions. However, since Zichen wanted to kill him, he could only use the colossus that was the city of 10,000 origins to suppress Zichen. However, Zichen clearly didn't fall for it. Before he could finish speaking, a shining gold and silver blade light flashed in front of him. As blood spurted from his neck, the battle for the king-level Yuan liquid was officially over. Zichen calmly walked out of the large bubble and scanned his surroundings. When he did not discover any traces of other people, he shook his head and said, "It seems that I was too sensitive. I should be a fool who lost his rationality due to greed." After walking out of the bubble, he looked for a direction and flew forward. As soon as Zichen's figure disappeared, two people appeared in the air nearby. One of them was the leader of Yanbo Castle, Yang Fen. As for the other person, he was a stranger. He had a pair of small and cold eyes, and he stared in the direction Zichen had disappeared. "Brother Wan, what do you think?" Yang Fen looked at the man beside him and asked. Wan Xiong shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. However, since this person can easily slaughter a half-step domain expert, his true battle strength should be at the peak of the first-layer domain realm. This person isn't easy to deal with. I didn't expect Hupping City to be able to nurture such an existence." Wan Xiong's evaluation of Zichen caused a strange look to appear in Yang Fen's eyes. Wan Xiong was the one who had suggested that move earlier. After all, no one would be foolish enough to find trouble with a powerful existence that could slaughter them. However, at the last moment, Wan Xiong still hadn't made a move. He had even asked the others to retreat. It was obvious that he was afraid of Zichen, so he had given up on the half-step domain expert. After hearing Wan Xiong's evaluation, Yang Fen asked doubtfully, "Brother Wan, this Zichen?" Wan Xiong glanced at Yang Fen and said indifferently, "Don't worry. If what you said is true, I will naturally make a move. However, I don't want to spend so much effort only to end up with nothing." Yang Fen nodded and said with a smile, "If that's the only problem, Brother Wan, you don't have to worry at all. I'm 100% sure that Zichen has the Void Tree. Not only does he have the Void Tree, but he also has other things that Brother Wan is interested in." Wan Xiong said, "Oh, in that case, let us deal with Zichen." Yang Fen said, "That's good too. Let the people of Yanbo Castle deal with the other people in Hupping City. We'll settle our old grudges here." The two of them parted ways and went about their own business. Humph, the opportunities here are nothing compared to theirs. Yang Fen's eyes flashed coldly as he left. Yanbo Castle had already thoroughly investigated what had happened back then. They guessed that there was a 90% chance that Zichen's group had obtained the items of the foreign tribes and the experts who had died. However, they had no way to verify this. However, this was a great opportunity in the mana realm. Hundreds of cultivators from Yanbo Castle had come this time. Together with a few other forces, it wouldn't be a problem to find the people from Yanbo Castle. After discovering the people from Lu Guangqing, these cultivators would also kill them while they were at it. The 9th level was very spacious. Zichen wasn't familiar with this place, so he could only move forward aimlessly. During this time, he was a little worried about the safety of the others, but he had no way to find them. Along the way, there were frequent battles. If it wasn't the appearance of a realm weapon, it was the discovery of other things. During this time, Zichen would occasionally attack a few times. However, he hadn't found anything good yet. Just like that, Zichen moved forward for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zichen's luck points had skyrocketed from the original few hundred to more than 10,000, almost reaching 20,000. More than 90% of them were obtained by killing people. Whoosh! Another day, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the distant horizon. This beam of light seemed to be a transmission signal from some force. Many people looked up at the sky when they saw the signal. The light from the signal was only 100 miles away, but the strange waves from it could travel very far. Zichen didn't see the beam of light, but he felt the energy waves. He couldn't be more familiar with this wave of energy because this was the transmission signal he'd sent to the others in the outside world. At that time, Zichen had also considered the fact that everyone was scattered. And Zichen had given each of them one such signal to use when their lives were in danger. Zichen's indifferent expression immediately changed when he felt the wave of energy. In the next moment, the heavenly lightning wings appeared on his back. He flapped them and turned into a ray of light, flying rapidly towards the source of the wave of energy. After Zichen had flown for nearly 1,000 miles, he arrived at the source of the signal. However, there was nothing here other than the aftermath of a battle. There wasn't even a trace of blood. Who is it? Zichen couldn't help but frown. However, at this moment, Zichen once again felt that familiar wave of energy. Someone was in danger again. Zichen could only anxiously head to the next location. However, just like before, Zichen didn't see a single person when he arrived. Not seeing anyone meant that things were not looking good. In just one day, Zichen's side lost 3 people. Chapter 1372. In Hunter's Castle, several stewards, including Lord Wu, had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because the group of people who had entered the manor world had died again in the past few days. Moreover, it was multiple deaths. Now, only 9 people were still alive. Apart from Zichen's group of 5, Go Wen and Go Qiong were still alive, and Wang Jun was the only one left. As for Liu Wei and the others, they were all dead. After receiving the news, City Lord Mu Feng quickly rushed to Hunter's Castle. Other than Mu Feng, City Lord Lu Guang also followed closely behind. City Lord Lu Guang had guessed the reason after his city gained a new lease of life. That was why he had come to Hupping City. Since then, he had been living in the City Lord's mansion, secretly anticipating something. Did something big happen? Mu Feng couldn't help but ask. Lord Wu shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but this is the first time that multiple people have died in one day. Who's still alive? Mu Feng asked again. Zichen's group of 5 are still alive. The 2 Formation brothers are still alive, as well as Wang Jun, who was given the token by Zichen. Lord Wu frowned. Although the key people were still alive, no one knew what would happen next. Could Zichen and the others be bitterly holding on? Lord Wu looked at the dejected City Lord Lu Guang and asked, How's Lu Guang City? City Lord Lu Guang sighed and said bitterly, It's not good. In just 2 days, only Go Wei is alive. Now, I'm sure that they've all gathered together. With such a large number of casualties, could they have been besieged by other forces? Ling Xing frowned. After all, they had just received news that Yanbo Castle had suffered heavy losses this time. Although they weren't sure if Zichen and the others were responsible, they had some guesses in this regard. No one can say for sure. Now, we can only hope that Zichen and the others will return alive. Lord Wu sighed. That's right. I hope nothing happens to them again. Just as the officials in Hupping City were worried about Zichen's group, Zichen sensed that something was wrong when he did not see anyone after searching for several signal points. Is it a coincidence, or is it intentional? Zichen stood in the air. He looked down at the battlefield with a gloomy expression. Swish. Another signal light shot up into the sky, followed by a familiar fluctuation. Zichen's gloomy face was instantly filled with killing intent. He looked up to the sky and roared, If I find out that someone is deliberately plotting against me, then don't blame me, Zichen, for being impolite. With that, Zichen rushed towards the source of the signal. At this moment, thousands of miles away, a woman wearing tight armor with a ponytail and emitting green light was being besieged by a group of cultivators. Among these cultivators, there were more than a dozen half-step domain realm cultivators and 2 first-stage domain realm cultivators. As the woman attacked, beams of green light flashed. The green light seemed to have a life of its own as it rushed towards the cultivators in front of her. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these green lights appeared, a look of shock appeared on the faces of the cultivators. Then, they retreated. Hey, little beauty, we've already broken your trick. It's useless. After dodging the attack, a domain realm cultivator rushed forward and smiled lecherously at the woman. The woman was none other than Shang Guanhong. Her whereabouts had been discovered and she had been besieged. Shang Guanhong glared at Miao Dongcheng and said coldly, "Miao Dongcheng, you will regret it in the future if you attack me today." The people besieging her were number 68 Miao Dongcheng's men. Regret. The leading cultivator laughed sinisterly and said, "If I, Miao Wei, don't take you down today, little beauty, I'll really regret it." As he spoke, Miao Wei licked his lips with a lecherous look in his eyes. Go to hell. Shang Guanhong's body suddenly released a powerful aura. Rays of green light were like life seeds that had opened their eyes as they quickly flew forward. The speed of the life seeds was much faster than before. This made it impossible for the crowd to avoid them. Several of them were accidentally hit. Damn it. Attack with all your might and injure her first. Miao Wei's face turned ugly when he saw that he had lost 5 or 6 half-step domain realm cultivators. He growled and prepared to launch a powerful attack. Explode. Shang Guanhong suddenly yelled coldly. The towering trees formed by the cultivators in the surroundings unleashed powerful auras at the same time. Boom. 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 The towering trees exploded in an instant. A destructive aura rippled between heaven and earth. The other cultivators were instantly enveloped by this violent aura. Swish. Shang Guanhong gritted her teeth when she saw that her attack was effective. She fled into the distance. However, before she left, she condensed a light spot with one hand and dropped it to the ground. Zichen, if I die, avenge me. Shang Guanhong shot towards the distance at extreme speed. However, she had only traveled a kilometer when she stopped. She saw that another group of cultivators had appeared there. The leader was a domain realm cultivator. The rest were half-step domain realm cultivators. The leader of the group smiled at Shang Guanhong and said, "Beauty, why did you leave without saying goodbye?" He waved his hand. The half-step domain realm cultivators spread out and surrounded Shang Guanhong. Because of this delay, a few people rushed out from the violent energy. The leader was Miao Wei. However, at this moment, he appeared to be in a very sorry state. There were many deep holes and cracks on his armor. The attack just now was so powerful that it almost destroyed his armor. Apart from him and another domain realm cultivator, only 2 half-step domain realm cultivators survived. The rest were all killed. Damn it. How dare you kill so many of us? Kill her. Miao Wei was furious as he shouted at the domain realm cultivators in front of him. Boom. The 3 domain realm cultivators attacked together. The other dozen half-step domain realm cultivators also attacked with all their strength. The surging energy directly drowned Shang Guanhong. Let's see if you die. Miao Wei looked coldly at the violent energy in front of him. However, as the energy gradually dissipated, he saw a ball of green light. This green light was like a tree seed. It exuded a surging vitality and stood in the sky. Humph, is this a defensive light shield? Boom, blast it with all your strength. Miao Wei's eyes were filled with killing intent. He felt that his opponent was extremely difficult to deal with. If it was a one-on-one battle, he might be killed even if he had the strength of a first-stage domain realm cultivator. This damned Hu Ping city. It's only the end of 1,000 years. Why did such a troublesome existence appear? Surging energy appeared in the sky again. Then, it blasted toward the tree seed with a terrifying aura. Boom. As the energy raged, a series of tremors sounded in the sky. The tree seed's light dimmed. The tree seed's powerful defense was extremely shocking. After all, 3 domain realm cultivators and a dozen half-step domain realm cultivators had joined forces. However, they still could not break through. Boom. The third wave of energy attacks appeared again. As the terrifying energy vibrated, the light around the tree seed finally dimmed. Then, the tree seed exploded with a loud bang. Shang Guanhong's figure appeared. Her face had turned pale and blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth. Die. The fourth wave of energy between heaven and earth raged. Then, the surging energy drowned Shang Guanhong. There was a group of cultivators in the distance. They looked indifferently at the battlefield in front of them. Big brother, this woman is really difficult to kill. A domain realm cultivator could not help but sigh. At the front of the group was Miao Dongcheng, who was leading the group this time. He nodded and said, "It is indeed very troublesome. I didn't expect such a beautiful and extraordinary existence to appear in Hupping City. It is really a pity that such a beautiful woman will be killed just like that." The domain realm cultivator beside him said, "Killing a woman is a huge loss. I really don't know what will happen if she kills other people. However, no matter how difficult it is, the end result will be the same." Miao Zhendong smiled coldly. At that moment, he and the others were looking at Shang Guanhong, who had been engulfed by the fourth wave of energy. However, the indifferent expression on their faces turned into shock in the next moment. By the time Zichen arrived, the battle had already ended. The world had become empty. There was nothing left except for the aftermath of the battle. The battlefield seemed to have been deliberately cleaned up. Zichen could not find any useful clues. At this point, if Zichen still believed that this was just a coincidence, then he would be too stupid. Is it Yanbo Castle or Miao Dongcheng? Zichen's mood became very bad. Although he was not responsible for the death of his companion, he still felt very guilty. His mood became worse and worse after missing his target time and time again. Due to the self-blame in his heart, he had accumulated too much murderous intent. Just as Zichen was at his wit's end and did not know who to look for revenge, a ball of green light suddenly appeared in the void. The green light flew directly in front of Zichen. The moment Zichen saw the green light, he froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. This was because he recognized that the green light came from Shang Guanhong. When the green light arrived in front of Zichen, it released rays of light. The water-like rays of light turned into images that appeared in front of Zichen. "Miao Dongcheng, you'll regret it in the future if you attack me today. If I, Miao Wei, don't take you down today, I will really regret it." As the images played, Zichen heard these words. The monstrous murderous intent that he had accumulated for a long time surged between heaven and earth. "Miao Dongcheng, you and I are irreconcilable enemies." The murderous intent around Zichen was almost tangible. "Zichen, avenge me. Zichen, I have never regretted meeting you and falling in love with you, even if you have never cared about me." In the end, the image froze on Shang Guanhong's beautiful face. Chapter 1373. Zichen's cold, murderous voice reverberated in the air. He was completely enraged. If he still had some illusions in his heart before, they were completely shattered after he saw the image left behind by Shang Guanhong. Now, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. To kill crazily. When he had first met Shang Guanhong, she had been a lofty existence that had stunned him with one look. Back then, Zichen had not expected that he would have such a deep relationship with this beauty in the following days. As they had gone on missions and fought enemies together, Shang Guanhong had started to care about Zichen. However, Zichen's heart had already been divided up many times and could no longer contain anyone else. Therefore, he could only shut his heart and keep Shang Guanhong out. Now, Shang Guanhong was dead. "Zichen, I have never regretted meeting you and falling in love with you, even if you never cared about me." Those gentle words were still echoing in Zichen's mind. Zichen's pitch-black eyes seemed to be on the verge of losing control as they turned red. Just as Zichen was about to lose his mind, the green light in front of him disappeared with a bang. This meant that the last thing Shang Guanhong had left behind in this world was also gone. Zichen's eyes regained clarity because of the disappearance of the green light. He looked into the void and said as if he was making an oath, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Zichen, even if I don't get anything in the mana realm, I will kill all the cultivators in Miao Dongcheng and make them all die with you this time." After realizing that this was a scheme, Zichen began to think about what to do next. He had not killed many people along the way, not even when he had encountered Miao Dongcheng's people. However, now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that the latter might have been monitoring his every move. The long saber appeared in Zichen's hand. The murderous aura that surged around him disappeared bit by bit. In the end, all the murderous aura gathered on the long saber in Zichen's hand. With a single step, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. As if the ground had shrunk to an inch, Zichen appeared and disappeared with each step. After a few steps, he was already 10 miles away. After appearing, Zichen looked at a certain spot in the void and asked indifferently, "Where is your leader?" In the void, there was nothing. There was no one there, so naturally, no one answered. "Tell me where your leader is, and I can spare your life." Zichen once again spoke to the void, but there was still no one there. It was as if Zichen had completely lost his mind and was speaking to the air. The indifferent Zichen had clearly lost his patience. He gripped his scabbard and slashed at the void in front of him. A dual-colored saber light swept toward the void in front of him. The space there seemed to be distorted, and there were energy waves. Puff! The sound of the saber light cutting through something was suddenly heard. Then, a figure appeared in the void. At this moment, there was a bloody wound between the figure's eyebrows that extended to the bottom. Dark red blood was flowing out from the wound. The figure's shocked expression froze. The next moment, it was directly cut in half and fell to the sides. After the saber strike, Zichen did not even turn his head as he walked in the second direction. A clump of dim light flew over from behind and merged into Zichen's body. In this way, Zichen began to return the way he came. When he encountered Miao Dongcheng's cultivators, he directly killed them with one slash. Of course, Zichen would not let those Yanbo Castle's cultivators go. After that, Zichen no longer fought for the treasures that had appeared. He just focused on killing. The murderous aura around him was almost tangible, like a layer of blood armor that enveloped him. Along the way, many cultivators avoided him. In this place, if Zichen wanted to kill, there were not many people who could stop him. Even those battle spirits, after seeing Zichen, also stayed far away from him. The news of Zichen's massacre of Miao Dongcheng's cultivators quickly reached Miao Zhendong's ears. The latter was surprised and asked, "We were so careful every time. How could he be sure that we were the ones who did it?" "I'm not sure. In short, he has been looking for you, my lord." All those who died by his saber were killed because they lost patience after the interrogation failed, Yu Jing replied. Miao Zhendong's expression immediately turned cold. "What a Zichen! I haven't even caused you any trouble, but you actually dared to provoke me. Men, tell me where Zichen is. I want to meet him personally." Yu Jing hesitated and said, "My lord, I don't think that's a good idea. I heard that Zichen is very powerful and difficult to deal with. Since he dared to find trouble with you, he should have some hidden skills. Don't be fooled. Go find him directly. We'll just wait for news from Yanbo Castle." Miao Zhendong's eyes flashed. If the others were so difficult to deal with, Zichen would be even more troublesome. He nodded and said, "All right. Tell Yang Fen and the others to hurry." "Yes." While Zichen was looking for Miao Zhendong, the people from Yanbo Castle found Wu Xie. A group of cultivators surrounded him, intending to kill him. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Wu Xie looked at the cultivators from Yanbo Castle with a cold smile. Then, the vertical eye between his eyebrows opened again. Swoosh! A beam of light that was many times more powerful than before shot toward a domain realm cultivator in front of him. Wherever the black beam passed, the space rippled and an extremely strong pressure appeared. Phut! The domain realm cultivator was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge the attack. He could only counterattack or defend himself. Helpless, he put up a light shield and maximized the defensive power of his armor. However, it was useless. The black beam flashed and pierced through the defensive armor and the domain realm cultivator's body. Killing a domain realm cultivator with a single blow shocked the surrounding people. However, they didn't feel afraid. Instead, it aroused their ferocity. Following the death of the domain realm cultivator, another great battle broke out. After the start of the battle, the people of Yangbo City lost another domain realm expert. Among them, Ling Dong was also injured. However, Wu Xie himself was seriously injured. Although the undying demon body was very powerful, he couldn't withstand the number of opponents. The encirclement ended with Wu Xie's defeat. Looking at Wu Xie being swallowed by the giant black beast, Ling Dong sneered. You're lucky to have become food for the war beast. If you fall into my hands, I will cut you into pieces. Swoosh. In another direction, Dongqing sat on the back of the Aurora Pegasus and flew toward the horizon like a shooting star. Behind her was a group of cultivators from 10,000 Origin City. Among them, there were 5 First Domain Realm cultivators who were desperately chasing after her. The Aurora Pegasus in front of them had many wounds on its body. Dongqing's face was also pale. After being ambushed, she had killed several people and rushed out. One of the war beasts had died in battle, and the red-eyed demon boar had also been seriously injured. She had put it away. It's a land of death in front. Once you enter, you will definitely die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Like I said, I will use you as bait. As long as you lure Zichen here, I will ensure your safety. Dongqing turned around and glanced coldly at the Domain Realm cultivator from 10,000 Origin City. Dream on. With that, she also signaled the Aurora Pegasus to fly toward a black area without any signs of life. Looking at Dongqing's disappearing figure, the group of cultivators stopped outside the black area. One of them asked, "Should we chase after her?" The leader of the Domain Realm cultivators shook his head and said, "No need. She is already seriously injured. She will definitely die if she enters there." Boom. A terrifying force shook the area. A giant with a steel-colored body was crazily attacking the group of cultivators. Mountain Spirit dominating body, Mountain Spirit explosive fist. A huge fist glowing with a dark light and a powerful force shook the ground as it fiercely hit a Domain Realm cultivator. Boom. As the fist hit the ground, the entire area shook. The Domain Realm cultivator was also sent flying by the punch and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. As for the others, they all stared at the giant in horror. "How dare you cause trouble for Master Shi? Die!" The giant roared again as black halos formed on the surface of his body. The powerful aura that surged around him became completely berserk in the next moment. Boom! 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 As the giant punched again and again, the energy in the area began to shake violently. The space in the area also began to distort violently. Vaguely, there seemed to be a huge stone forest emerging from the void. Shi was having a good time fighting and did not sense the sudden boiling of blood. He thought that it was caused by the battle. As the last punch landed, there was no one around Shi. The cultivators who had besieged him had already been sent flying and fell everywhere. Some of them were either dead or seriously injured. Who else? Shi's cold eyes scanned the surroundings as he roared angrily. His voice was like rolling thunder. At this moment, he was like an invincible god of war who looked down on the world. However, in the next moment, rays of light shot over from afar. Each ray of light was a cultivator. Judging from the aura that they exuded, they were all half-step Domain Realm cultivators. There were even quite a few Domain Realm cultivators. Shi was stunned as he stared at the formation with wide eyes. His previous imposing manner was completely gone. Damn it! Why are there so many people? Yanbo Castle, Miao Dongcheng, and City 65. Shi admitted that he was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the siege of so many cultivators. Even if Zichen was here, he could only run away after seeing such a formation. However, there were people in all directions. Shi could not escape. Swoosh. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Shi without warning. Above the beam of light was a huge mountain forest. The mountain rocks were jagged and strange. At first glance, they looked like strange statues. Before Shi could react, he felt a strong suction force coming from the beam of light. Then, his body flew toward the stone forest of Heaven Vault Mountain. Chapter 1374. Ninth floor of Tongyu Tower. This was the lowest floor of Tongyu Tower. Most of the forces gathered here were from cities ranked below rank 61. 4 of the most active cities in this area were Xuan City at rank 61, Wn Yuan City at rank 65, Miaodongcheng at rank 68, and Yanbo Castle at rank 83. Besides Xuan City, the other 3 cities had obviously joined forces to fight for the various domain weapons, techniques, and king-grade origin liquid that had appeared in the world. With the advantage in numbers, these powers weren't even afraid of the people of Schwerin City. In terms of gains this time, these three forces had reaped the most benefits. According to rumors, their leaders were trying to break through to the mid-stage of the first-grade domain realm. However, just as the cultivators of the three forces were using unscrupulous means to obtain the treasures, another force appeared out of nowhere. This force only had one person, but it made the arrogant three forces keep a low profile. This force was none other than Hupping City, and its only person was Zi Chen. After learning about the deaths of the others, Zi Chen fell into a frenzy. These days, he stopped fighting for treasures and focused on gathering information about the people of the three forces. Whenever he saw one, Zi Chen would kill one. He alone killed so many cultivators of the three forces that they chose to retreat. That day, Zi Chen saw Man Shi's figure being taken away by a beam of light from afar. He looked up at the sky and said, "I'll wait for you to come back." After that, Zi Chen began his killing journey. In a forest, an ancient castle was destroyed just like that. Domain weapons flew out of the castle one after another, turning into streaks of light as they flew into the distance. The destruction of the castle had caused a lot of damage, which attracted a lot of cultivators. There are so many domain weapons. I'm rich. I'm about to break through to the domain realm. Now I can finally find a suitable weapon. Everyone, hurry up and don't let the domain weapons escape. The cultivators in the vicinity were all very excited. One by one, they rushed over and began to subdue the realm soldiers. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from afar. The three forces found the things here first. Everyone else, get lost. Get lost. A group of cultivators appeared on the horizon. There were more than 50 of them, and they were led by two first domain realm cultivators. It's people from the three forces. Why are they everywhere? How overbearing, chasing people away as soon as they arrive. Faced with so many people from the three factions, the cultivators from the other cities all stopped and subconsciously gathered together to stare at the people in the distance. Of the two domain realm cultivators in the lead, one was wearing green armor and was Miao Dongcheng's subordinate. The other was wearing dark gray armor and was from 10,000 Origin City. Behind them were the people from the three forces, including Yanbo Castle. The cultivators of 10,000 Origin City wore ferocious looks as they glared at the cultivators in front of them and yelled, "Didn't you hear me when I told you to get lost? Get lost. Are you talking about us?" The three forces are really overbearing. An indifferent voice sounded from the front. It was a half-step domain realm expert from Schwerin City. Most of the cultivators from Schwerin City had entered this time, but they did not gather together. Therefore, there were only two people in this group of itinerant cultivators. The cultivator from 10,000 Origin City glanced at the other party but did not even frown. He only said coldly, "Those who don't leave will die." How arrogant. If the three forces had not joined forces, do you think you would have been able to do anything to us? Another cultivator who was ranked very high said, "That's right. You only dare to say that because our people are not here." The other cultivators also complained unhappily. The domain weapons were still shooting in this area, and some of the people from the three forces had also gone forward to snatch them. As for the cultivators from 10,000 Origin City, they were being watched closely by these people. These are the rules. The cultivator from 10,000 Origin City snorted coldly when he heard the complaints of the other cultivators. Rules? Are your rules to bully the weak and fear the strong? What do you mean by bully the weak and fear the strong? The other party raised his eyebrows. Zi Chen, the Zi Chen from Hupping City, is only one person. However, he managed to force your three forces to retreat. Isn't that bullying the weak and fearing the strong? It's said that your three forces schemed against his friends, the cultivator from Schwerin City said. Bullsh *T. A mere Hupping City is nothing in front of our three forces. A mere Zi Chen is nothing. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely kill him here, the cultivator from 10,000 Origin City said angrily. However, in the eyes of the other cultivators, he was completely angry out of humiliation. That's right. As long as Zi Chen dares to appear, we will naturally be able to kill him, Another domain realm cultivator from Miao Dongcheng said coldly. I caught it. A surprised voice was suddenly heard from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a half-step domain realm cultivator who had actually caught a domain weapon. It was a long spear that was silver and dazzling. One could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. At that moment, the domain weapon was in the hands of the half-step domain realm cultivator. The weapon was emitting light and trembling at the same time, as if it was trying to escape. When he saw that everyone's attention was on him, the half-step domain realm cultivator smiled proudly. Then, a powerful force rushed out of his body and enveloped the domain weapon. At the same time, he shouted, "Behave yourself." Then, he saw that the domain weapon was trembling violently. Sure enough, he smiled and looked at the people in the distance with a slightly smug expression. However, he realized that the people who were supposed to be envious now had stunned expressions on their faces. There was also a hint of shock in their astonishment. The cultivator could not understand the reason for the expressions of the people around him. He turned to look at the two domain realm cultivators and the other people on his side. Then, he saw that most of them seemed to have a hint of fear in their eyes. Just as he was puzzled, he felt that there seemed to be an additional oppressive force in the space around him. As this oppressive force appeared, it was accompanied by a strong killing intent. Not good. This killing intent caused the cultivator's heart to tremble. His expression changed drastically, and he clenched the domain weapon tightly and charged toward the back without hesitation. His reaction was very fast, but unfortunately, his attack speed was too slow. The moment he turned around, he saw a bright black blade light in front of him. When the blade light flashed in front of him, he saw a figure in cold clothes with eyes full of killing intent. He did not even sense the other party's city number, but he guessed the other party's identity at a glance. Zi Chen. Phut, the blade light flashed, and a head flew into the air. The power around the cultivator disappeared, and the domain weapon in his hand turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Everyone's attention was focused on the cultivator who was surging with monstrous killing intent. They did not even need to guess to know who the other party was. After killing one person, Zi Chen looked indifferently at the rest of the people, and the black blade in his hand began to tremble slightly. Haha, aren't the three of you very strong? You just said that you were going to kill. Why aren't you doing anything now? A loud laugh broke the silence, and the cultivators of the three forces turned very ugly when they heard it. Zi Chen, we've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to dare come here, the domain realm master of 10,000 Origin City said coldly. However, as soon as he spoke, a sneer came from the side. Looking for you everywhere? I'm afraid you're hiding everywhere. At this moment, the people of the three forces saw Zi Chen as if they were facing a great enemy. Naturally, they were not in the mood to care about the others. Looking for me? Are you courting death? Zi Chen said, his voice somewhat hoarse. Then, he walked forward step by step, and the killing intent surging around him grew stronger as he moved forward. Go, kill him. Zi Chen gave him a lot of pressure, so he had no choice but to signal for the others to go first. The group of half-step domain realm cultivators nodded, and 7 or 8 people charged forward. As for the others, they were in a state of alert. If there was an opportunity, they would be the first to follow. 7 or 8 people charged towards Zi Chen, each of them tightly gripping their weapons. Judging from their expressions, they seemed very nervous. However, Zi Chen did not pay attention to the 8 of them until they surrounded him. He glanced indifferently at the 8 people, and rays of light flashed on his black blade. Then, a 2-colored blade light spread out in all directions like ripples on water with Zi Chen at the center. Zi Chen's footsteps did not stop at all, and he followed the energy ripples forward. Pop 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 sounds rang out as the cultivators who had surrounded Zi Chen fell one by one. He had killed 8 people with a single move. Moreover, the 8 of them did not have the slightest chance to react. The sight of this caused the onlookers to exclaim in shock. The other cultivators looked at the unsightly expressions on the faces of the 3 great powers, and were filled with schadenfreude. Kill. Zi Chen was still moving forward, and his killing intent had already locked onto the domain realm cultivator of 10,000 Origin City. The latter had no choice but to roar and charge towards Zi Chen. In the surroundings, the people from the other three forces also charged towards Zi Chen. A battle ensued. However, to be precise, this should be a simple massacre. In the eyes of the crowd, the half-step domain realm cultivator was already unable to withstand Zi Chen's attack and died before he even drew his blade. Like moths to a flame, the group of cultivators charged towards Zi Chen, but none of them returned. Heads flew up one after another. Even the spectators felt their scalps go numb from the wanton slaughter, and their hearts could not help but tremble violently. However, the most frightening thing was Zi Chen's unchanged expression. It was as if he was not chopping people with his blade, but pieces of wood. When everyone was dead and only 2 domain realm cultivators were left, their faces were filled with terror. At this moment, he wanted to ask for help, but all he saw were indifferent and mocking gazes. Swoosh. Chapter 1375. The moment Zi Chen drew his saber, an extremely bright saber light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The saber light was so bright and dazzling that everyone's eyes immediately teared up and they could not help but close them. However, even with their eyes closed, they could still feel the dazzling light from before. The dazzling light flashed and disappeared as if it was an illusion. However, no one thought that it was an illusion because the tears on their faces had yet to dry up. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Zi Chen. However, there was only Zi Chen. As for the 2 first domain experts, they were nowhere to be seen. Then, someone found 2 corpses on the ground. They were the 2 from before. They were dead. Zi Chen, who had drawn his saber, killed them with a single blow. The surroundings became deathly silent once again. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror as they looked at Zi Chen. He had single-handedly annihilated a team of dozens of people. Among them, there were more than 20 half-step domain experts and 2 first domain experts. The fighting strength of this group was definitely considered to be an extremely powerful existence on this level. However, they were unable to pose any threat to Zi Chen before they were all killed. After killing all 3 forces, Zi Chen's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. When these people met Zi Chen's eyes, they felt their hearts twitch violently. None of them dared to breathe loudly. After looking around indifferently and not discovering anyone from the 3 forces, Zi Chen did as the rumors said. He did not want anything, turned around, and walked out of this space. When everyone saw Zi Chen disappear, their faces were filled with disbelief. I did not expect the rumors to be true. In order to avenge his friends, Zi Chen did not even want any resources. I did not expect that there would be someone like Zi Chen in this world. It is really rare to be able to make a friend like Zi Chen. After Zi Chen completely disappeared from everyone's sight, the crowd sighed and began to scramble to collect the domain soldiers. After Zi Chen left, he moved forward again. His goal was very clear, and that was to kill everyone from the 3 forces. Since those leaders still hadn't shown up, he would kill until they showed up. Just as Zi Chen was killing wantonly, tens of thousands of miles away, the leaders of the 3 forces also gathered together. Amongst them, Wen Xiong from 1000 Origin City had the ugliest expression. This was because he had obtained an opportunity and was preparing to break through to the intermediate first-layer domain stage. However, news of Zi Chen massacring his subordinates continued to spread. Hence, he was naturally not in the mood to go into seclusion again. One must know that this region was very large. Furthermore, it was clear that there were 8 or 7 layers. Their ultimate goal was to go up layer by layer, and not stay here forever. Therefore, his subordinates were all very important. He couldn't let them all die here. Therefore, he was forced into a corner. He also called the other 2 people to discuss how to kill Zi Chen in one fell swoop. How is it? Have you found the place where Zi Chen was killed? Wen Xiong asked anxiously. Yang Fen had been looking for the place since they were discussing how to kill Zi Chen. However, after searching for so long, he still hadn't found it. When he saw Wen Xiong's expression, Yang Fen guessed that he was really anxious. The deaths of his subordinates pained him greatly. However, he also felt the same way. Zi Chen had killed more than 1 or 2 cultivators from Yanbo Castle. Yang Fen recalled the strange place he had encountered 2 days ago. He nodded and said, I found it. Where is it? Wan Xiong asked. Brother Wan, this is no small matter. We must not be anxious. Miao Dongqing's Miao Zhendong also spoke up. He seemed very calm. Wan Xiong glanced at him and said angrily, Don't tell me you're not anxious. You're not anxious because the people who died had little to do with you. However, the people who died on my side were all from my family. They were the main force of my Wan family. Without them, I won't be able to explain myself when I return. Wan Xiong's words were obviously not polite. Although he represented the Wan family and there were others, his cousin could still make things difficult for him even if he didn't kill him. This time, it was because he took the initiative to leave 1 step later that they encountered the 9-story pagoda. However, Miao Zhendong was different. Although more than half of the people he brought with him had died, as long as he encountered Miao Dongqing's people, he could still mobilize others. Brother Wan, you're wrong. Everyone lost their subordinates and lives. How can there be a distinction between inside and outside? Miao Zhendong said with some displeasure. Although those people were not his direct subordinates, they were still people after all. So many of them had died, but in the end, other than a few lucky points, they did not obtain anything else. Anyone would be angry if they were in his shoes. Both of you, don't be anxious. My ultimate goal is to get the things on Zi Chen's body. So what if we didn't get those things? As far as I know, the real big fish is on Zi Chen. Yang Fen stepped forward to smooth things over. The two of them gradually calmed down. After all, things had already developed to this point. They could only work together. However, the power that Zi Chen displayed made them feel a sense of danger. I've already chosen the place where Zi Chen will be buried. Next, we just have to design it carefully. Then, the 3 of them began to whisper. After a while, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. Zi Chen finally met some people who were afraid of death. Gradually, he found out the location of Miao Dongqing's leader. After asking for the location, Zi Chen went directly to where Miao Dongqing's leader, Miao Zhendong, was. Along the way, he encountered some Miao Dongqing cultivators. Zi Chen naturally wouldn't let them go. In the process of going in a straight line, Zi Chen passed by a huge dense forest. Ancient trees towered in the forest, their branches and leaves covering the sky. As he flew through the air, Zi Chen felt that the place was filled with an oppressive aura. His indifferent expression changed for the first time. Come out. A cold voice sounded from the sky to the dense forest below. Ha ha, as expected of Zi Chen. Your senses are so sharp. I just revealed my killing intent, and you already sensed it. A faint laugh sounded from the dense forest below. Then, a cultivator with a cold expression appeared below. The moment this cultivator appeared, the space in the forest distorted. Then, one cultivator after another appeared. After these cultivators appeared, they stared at Zi Chen with murderous intent. Their intentions were obvious. 63, Wn Yuan City, Zi Chen said coldly as he looked at the man in front of him. That's right. I'm Wan Xiong. Wan Xiong smiled coldly at Zi Chen. Light flashed and 6 cultivators appeared behind Wan Xiong. All 6 of them were at the first domain realm. With the opening of Tongyu Tower, all kinds of resources appeared. Many people had encountered opportunities and broken through. Zi Chen glanced at the 6 of them. Then, he looked at Wan Xiong and said disdainfully, You don't have the guts to stop me with just these few people. Tell the others to come out. The corners of Wan Xiong's mouth twitched. Dissatisfaction appeared on his face. However, Zi Chen was right. After learning that Zi Chen had killed 2 first domain realm cultivators with a single slash, he naturally didn't have the guts to go against Zi Chen before he broke through, even if there were 6 people behind him. The space behind Zi Chen started to tremble. Then, a space passage appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, 8 cultivators walked out of the passage. All 8 of them were at the first domain realm. The leader was at the peak of the first domain realm. He was qualified to break through to the mid-stage first domain realm. Hee hee. After the 8 of them appeared, the leader smiled coldly at Zi Chen. Miao Zhendong. When Zi Chen saw the other party, his indifferent eyes flashed with murderous intent. At this moment, he naturally understood that this was a scheme. Zi Chen rarely used schemes, so he hated people who used schemes. Zi Chen, today is the day you die, Miao Zhendong said coldly. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. He said mockingly, "It seems that you people have learned from the deaths of people recently. You know that half-step domain realm cultivators are nothing but dead meat in front of me. You didn't bring anyone this time. Zi Chen, don't be so smug." The faces of the people from the 2 factions turned ugly. During this period, Zi Chen had killed many of their people. The corners of Zi Chen's mouth curled up. The mockery in his eyes grew. "Since all of you are here, the people from Yanbo Castle must be here as well. Yang Fen, why are you still not showing up? Are you going to be a coward until the end?" "Coward, Zi Chen. Do you still think that this is the outside world? I, Yang Fen, will not give in to you." As the cold voice rang out, Yang Fen and Ling Dong appeared at the same time. Behind the 2 of them were 5 first domain realm cultivators. More than 20 domain realm cultivators had appeared at once. From this, it could be seen how important Zi Chen was to them. The momentum of this battle was naturally incomparably vast. "Zi Chen, now that you are alone, let's see how arrogant you can be." Ling Dong stared at Zi Chen with a face full of resentment. "Alone? You guys would need to carefully plan for a long time to attack a lone person like me. I don't know where you get your sense of superiority from standing in front of me." Ling Dong's face immediately turned green in the face of Zi Chen's mockery. It seemed that he had never gained the upper hand in his fight with Zi Chen. "Humph, my sense of superiority comes from the fact that I am still alive, while you are about to die," Ling Dong coldly said. "We will only know who will live and who will die after we fight." Zi Chen tightly gripped the long blade in his hand. Everyone had naturally heard of the scene where Zi Chen had drawn his blade and killed someone, causing their expressions to turn a little serious. The atmosphere in the arena practically instantly became stifling. A group of more than 20 domain realm practitioners actually appeared very nervous when facing a mid-corporeal stage practitioner. This scene was truly somewhat comical. Zi Chen placed the scabbard on his long blade in his left hand, while his right hand rested on the hilt. This battle would be the most difficult one Zi Chen had ever encountered. If things went wrong, he might even fall in this battle. He seemed indifferent, but in reality, he was paying full attention. Chapter 1376. The atmosphere was oppressive, and a battle could break out at any time. Everyone was tense, and Zi Chen's sudden words gave many people a fright. A few people couldn't help but take a step back. They were too nervous, and their faces were immediately filled with awkwardness. This included Ling Dong. Man Shi and Wu Xie had almost killed him back then, and his experience with Zi Chen had almost become a nightmare in his heart. Therefore, he reflexively retreated when Zi Chen made a move. After all, he was the one Zi Chen hated the most among them. He was worried that Zi Chen would kill him without saying a word as soon as he arrived. However, the awkwardness on his face disappeared in a flash. He then said coldly, "Dead. Everyone is dead. You're the only one left. They're all waiting for you." Zi Chen's initial nervousness slowly disappeared when he heard this. He took a deep breath, and a murderous intent appeared in his cold eyes. His companions were dead, and his enemy was right in front of him. Even if he had to die in battle, he had to avenge himself. "Die!" Murderous intent filled his eyes, and he shouted in a low voice. He held his saber, took a step forward, and rushed toward a cultivator. Decapitation. As he rushed forward, the scabbard in Zi Chen's left hand turned into a ray of black light and swept toward the neck of a cultivator. The saber was fast and ruthless. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and a powerful pressure appeared. The cultivator felt his body being obstructed, and his speed slowed down significantly. Ha! However, there were more than 20 cultivators around him, so he wasn't afraid at all. With a loud shout, he raised the domain weapon in his hand with difficulty and blocked the attack. Clang! The domain weapon blocked the saber, But then a huge force came out and sent the domain weapon flying. After sending the domain weapon flying, the saber light was still dazzling, and its speed didn't slow down. It swept toward the neck of the cultivator in front of him. However, the pause in the attack allowed the others to attack. As rays of light flashed, 3 domain weapons passed through the oppressive space and arrived in front of the saber light. Clang! Clang! Following the crisp sound of vibrations, streaks of energy shot out in all directions like snakes. In the end, Zichen's attack was blocked by the 3 of them. Although he had already guessed that they would be able to block this attack, Yijing's face still turned deathly pale. He had been so close to death just a moment ago. Swoosh! Although he had blocked the attack, Zichen's attack was not over yet. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly while his right hand was already on the hilt. The moment he gripped the hilt, Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he pulled out the blade. A bright and dazzling saber light appeared in front of everyone. In addition to being extremely dazzling, this saber light also carried a strong oppressive force. When this oppressive force landed on the bodies of the few domain realm cultivators in front, they felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their speed was reduced to 0. They could only stare at the dazzling saber light with teary eyes in horror as it disappeared before their eyes. The saber light flashed and disappeared as the long saber returned to its scabbard. Zichen returned to the center of the battlefield and stood there indifferently. The 2 attacks had taken less than a breath. The other cultivators around him had just gotten into position to attack when the battle was over. They gripped their domain weapons tightly as their bodies came to a halt. Their gazes were also directed to the front, where the 4 domain stage practitioners had joined forces to block Zichen. Under everyone's gaze, the vitality of the 4 domain realm cultivators was extinguished like a candle flame. Their eyes instantly lost focus and their bodies fell backward. After the saber was pulled out, the 4 of them died with horrified expressions on their faces. Wan Xiong's pupils shrank. The look in his eyes, which had already been cautious, changed once again. Miao Zhendong's eyes flashed as he looked at Zichen with deep fear in the depths of his eyes. Yang Fen's heart and mind were shaken. If that attack had been used on him, even if he had not died, he would have been seriously injured. The moment the saber was pulled out, the attack was sharp and swift. It was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. Compared to the other 3 domain realm cultivators, Ling Dong appeared to be very weak. This was because he was terrified and his body could not help but tremble slightly. Zichen had used a lot of mental energy to kill the 4 domain realm cultivators with 1 slash. He did not attack again. Instead, he held the scabbard in his left hand and placed his right hand gently on the saber hilt. His body was slightly bent forward as he assumed the posture of pulling out the saber. When the other people around saw Zichen's action, their expressions froze. However, they did not dare to move forward again. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Moreover, in this world that was full of freedom, the other forces knew very well that the 3 forces had besieged Hu Pingcheng and the others. They had all heard about how much trouble Zichen had caused them. For a time, Zichen's name had spread throughout the entire level. Because of Zichen, no one dared to look down on number 108 Hu Pingcheng. In other words, after seeing Zichen, everyone deliberately ignored his background. This time, news of the 3 forces plotting against Zichen quickly spread after keeping it a secret in the beginning. Many cultivators had gathered in the area when the first battle between the 2 sides began. In addition to the numerous cultivators, the leaders of the various forces had also arrived. This included the leader of No. 61 Shuren City, Xueming, whom Lin Yun had met in the outside world. I never imagined that the leader of Hu Pingcheng would be so terrifying this time. He's only at the mid-corporeal stage, yet he's able to kill 4 first-layer domain practitioners with a single slash. A domain practitioner beside Xueming also spoke in shock. They had all seen Zichen's slash. The glaring blade light had caused them to narrow their eyes even though they were very far away. Another domain practitioner sighed, "It is indeed terrifying." It said that the 3 forces expended a great deal of effort when they surrounded and killed the others. However, it seems that they only managed to kill a few people. The others did not die at their hands. The people from Hu Pingcheng this time are all extraordinary. These three forces are truly despicable. To think that they would do such a despicable thing. Aren't they afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the entire Shuntian prefecture if news of this spread? The people from the three forces have been far too arrogant during this period of time. It's not a bad idea to have Zi Chen dampen their spirits. Many people from Shuren City despised Zi Chen's act of taking advantage of the situation when they were in the outside world. However, after Zi Chen displayed his strength in this world, everyone undoubtedly acknowledged him. At the same time, they also greatly admired Zi Chen's brotherly love. The others in the distance were the same. They could not stand the actions of the three forces. Although everyone was dissatisfied with the three forces, they had no intention of taking action. Each and every one of them looked to the front, waiting for the second battle to begin. Faintly, they were also somewhat anticipating that Zi Chen would be able to slaughter everyone, even if this expectation was very unrealistic. There's something strange about this place. Xue Ming, who had not spoken all this while, withdrew his gaze from the distance and spoke in an indifferent voice. Evidently, apart from Xue Ming, from the slight frown on the faces of the leaders of the other forces, one could tell that they had also discovered something. However, before the others could ask in detail, the people in front of them began to move again. A stalemate was not a solution after all. Wn Xiong, who seemed to have guessed that Zi Chen was stalling for time, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The remaining dozen people roared one after another. Monstrous murderous roars reverberated throughout the area. Immediately after, the dozen or so domain realm experts transformed into streaks of light and charged towards Zi Chen. Before the encirclement, everyone had some understanding of Zi Chen. They knew that he possessed extremely fast speed, so when they charged forward, each one of them maintained an almost uniform attack pattern. The purpose of this was to prevent Zi Chen from finding the gaps in their attacks, so that he could quickly avoid them. Swoosh! However, Zi Chen had no intention of dodging. At this moment, the beheading technique would not be of much use, so he could only use the sword drawing technique again. The dazzling sword light once again appeared in everyone's line of sight. Clang! 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 However, this time, under the shroud of the dazzling sword light, the clear sound of metal clashing rang out in the sky. The dazzling light finally transformed into a surge of energy that spread in all directions. The dozen or so people who had charged forward also retreated one after another. Apart from the few people who had been attacked by Zi Chen, whose battle armor had dimmed, the others were unscathed. Because they had taken precautions, it was somewhat unrealistic for Zi Chen to use the same move to casually kill more than a dozen people. Zi Chen's breathing was somewhat ragged. The attack from before had been completely blocked by the battle armor on his body. However, because he had yet to make a breakthrough, the armor that had fused with the dragon scales was still a solid weapon. The luster on the armor had dimmed a little. Zi Chen, do you think our people died for nothing? We've already seen through some of your methods over the past few days. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, today will be the day you die. After blocking the attack, Ling Dong's confidence had grown a little. The expression on his face appeared somewhat crazed. Heh, you'll die just like your friends. They're still waiting for you underground. Yang Fen laughed sinisterly, his eyes like a poisonous snake. Mind attacks are useless against me. Come at me if you want to kill me. Besides, do you really think that you'll be able to defeat me today? Zi Chen's expression was still indifferent. As his words rang out, a powerful aura was released from his body. This aura was no longer that of the mid-corporeal stage, but the late corporeal stage. Moreover, it was an aura that was infinitely close to the first layer domain stage. The aura instantly soared, causing everyone's expressions to drastically change. Chapter 1377. What's that? A Dharma treasure that can increase one's cultivation level? Zi Chen is really something to be able to increase his cultivation level in such a short period of time. The cultivators in the distance were in an uproar when they saw this. This is getting interesting. Xue Ming's eyes flashed with surprise before he chuckled softly. They were already wary of Zi Chen, who was in the middle stage of the corporeal realm, and had carefully set up this trap. Now that Zi Chen was comparable to a half-step domain realm cultivator, they would have a headache. Zi Chen's move was obviously a trump card that most people didn't know about. However, Ling Dong knew a little about it because he had been in contact with Zi Chen before, so he wasn't surprised. After all, they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of both cultivation level and numbers. This is his only move. Kill him. Yang Fen laughed sinisterly. Swoosh. The thunder wings on Zi Chen's back vibrated as he took the initiative to launch an attack. This place was very strange and gave him a sense of danger. This feeling wasn't because of the others' calculations. Zi Chen was afraid that it would be disadvantageous for him if he dragged on, so he wanted to end the battle quickly. Taking the initiative to attack meant that he had the upper hand. This way, the others' movements would be uncoordinated. Uncoordinated movements meant that there were loopholes, and sometimes, even the slightest loophole could be fatal. Poof! A glaring light blade flashed as the sword drawing technique appeared again. A blood mark appeared between the eyebrows of a domain realm cultivator. Zi Chen sheathed his long blade and retreated. Zi Chen killed another person, but he also suffered a lot of attacks because of this, which directly caused the soldier spirit in the armor to fall into a deep sleep. This armor could withstand one more attack. It was indeed very powerful for an actual weapon to have such power. No matter how strong Zi Chen was, he was still one person. When he attacked, they could attack a dozen times. Although they couldn't open up a domain here, they could still mobilize the oppressive power of the domain realm. They had an advantage over Zi Chen, so the death of their companion didn't scare them. Instead, it aroused the ferocity in their hearts. Die! As if they could see that Zi Chen's defensive armor wouldn't last much longer, they retreated and once again charged towards Zi Chen. This time, they began to adjust the frequency and speed of their attacks so that every attack that landed on Zi Chen would be a fatal blow. Pu! 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 Waves of energy swept out as numerous attacks landed on Zi Chen's body. The armor on Zi Chen's body finally reached its limit and disappeared. Then, numerous attacks landed on Zi Chen's body, causing bloody wounds to appear on his body. Golden blood flowed out from the wounds. Such a scene also stunned everyone. One had to know that these were all domain-level attacks, and they were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, they would have been chopped into pieces. However, when these attacks landed on Zi Chen, not only did they fail to cut his body open, they didn't even leave behind any serious injuries. They were just some superficial wounds. His attacks are so powerful, and even his defense is so terrifying. What kind of person is this Zi Chen? Everyone exclaimed repeatedly, their faces filled with disbelief. However, just as everyone was marveling at Zi Chen's powerful defense, there were also some people who were able to see the truth behind it. Just as Zi Chen's armor disappeared, there seemed to be an inexplicable spatial energy surrounding his body. Many of the powerful attacks that landed on Zi Chen's body were negated by more than half of their power. The battle in front was still ongoing, but without his armor, Zi Chen was even more terrifying. Gold and silver light circulated around his body, releasing a terrifying aura. Almost every blade light with gold and silver light was able to kill a domain-level expert. Although the number of wounds on Zi Chen's body was increasing, none of them were fatal. At this moment, the battle prowess that Zi Chen had displayed had shocked the hearts and minds of everyone present. An existence like this who could kill people of a higher level would be famous in the cities they were in. Although it was a carefully planned trap, the people from the three forces had miscalculated this time. They thought that they could kill Zi Chen with just over 20 domain-level experts, but they didn't expect that Zi Chen, who had displayed his full strength, would be so powerful that he could kill 8 of them in a row. If the three forces didn't have any other means, they could only choose to retreat. This was because if they didn't leave, they would never be able to leave. Die! There was a hint of madness in Zi Chen's eyes. The moment he unsheathed his saber, the dazzling light seemed to split into two. As the two saber lights flashed, the 2 domain realm experts in front of Zi Chen fell to the ground. This phenomenon was because the sword drawing technique had improved again. Although it hadn't reached the second stage, it was much stronger than before. This time, the three forces lost more than 10 people. With the comprehension of the sword-drawing technique at the critical moment, the pressure on Zi Chen was greatly reduced. The blade light also flashed, and there was another ray of light. There were 3 rays of light in one blade. This was the limit that an early-stage domain-level expert could comprehend. Although Zi Chen's realm hadn't reached that level yet, he had this level of comprehension. Coupled with the gold and silver power in his body, his true battle strength wasn't weaker than a first-stage domain-level expert. Zi Chen had always been able to suppress people of the same level. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a dream for this group of people to take advantage of him today. Damn it. Wan Xiong and the others also saw this point. After looking at each other, they saw the anger on each other's faces. Then, the 3 of them nodded. Since they had planned this for so long, how could they only have this little trick up their sleeve? Many people rushed to the battlefield when they heard that Zi Chen was being besieged. There was no lack of people from the 3 forces among them. Almost all of them had come to see how Zi Chen would die. However, to their disappointment, they saw Zi Chen crazily slaughtering people. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they watched Zi Chen crazily slaughter a domain-level expert with a single slash. They asked themselves if it was possible for a person to be so powerful. With such battle strength, I'm afraid he isn't any weaker than those higher life forms. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Some of the cultivators even took out their crystal balls to record the battle before them. A domain-level expert was a true powerhouse in the outside world. However, in this place, he had become a target for slaughter. What was even more shocking was that the person who was slaughtering them was only at the mid-stage corporeal realm. Zi Chen, who was wielding his blade, had golden blood flowing all over his body. He looked like an ancient demon god. Every time he drew his blade, he could kill one or even several people. In the face of such a terrifying Zi Chen, everyone had no choice but to retreat. Although everyone had expected this scene, seeing it with their own eyes still caused an uproar among the distant forces. Could it be that the 3 forces' scheme against Zi Chen had failed? One had to know that a group of more than 21st-grade domain-level experts had actually been defeated by Zi Chen. This was an elaborate scheme. During this time, the 3 forces had lost many people. Naturally, they wouldn't fail so easily. Just as they were retreating, the world suddenly began to tremble. The space in the sky began to distort crazily, as if a powerful force was about to tear it apart. Immediately after, a pattern with a radius of a few thousand meters appeared in the sky. This pattern was composed of many lines of light, and raging flames were burning on it. An extremely violent aura was released from the pattern in the next moment. When everyone saw the huge pattern in the sky, their expressions changed drastically. Then, they cried out in low voices, "This is a king-level array." In the sky, the flame pattern began to revolve. A powerful aura was released from the pattern, so powerful that it was almost suffocating. A king-level array. I didn't expect the 3 forces to have a king-level array as a backup. Everyone shook their heads, their eyes filled with shock. A king-level array was controlled by an array master. Its power far exceeded that of a battle skill of the same level. King-level arrays were only divided into levels, not grades. Every level of array was equivalent to the highest level of king-level battle skill of the same level. With his keen senses, Zi Chen could feel the terrifying power from the array. This power was extremely powerful, and its offensive power was also greater than everyone else's. Through the Go-Wen brothers, Zi Chen had a certain understanding of the king-level array. He knew that although this level of array did not require a lot of resources to appear out of thin air, there was a drawback, which was that it would not last for a long time. Usually, a level 1 king-level array could only attack 2 to 3 times. As long as these attacks were blocked, the array would naturally dissipate. Zi Chen stared at the flame pattern in the sky, thinking about how to block it. As for his expression, other than being solemn, there wasn't much worry on his face. This was because he knew that it was impossible for a mere king-level array to kill him. This array can't kill Zi Chen. In the distance, Xueming slowly shook his head when he saw the large array slowly revolving in the sky. The other leaders also did the same. Obviously, Zi Chen's powerful combat power and strong defense wasn't something a mere king-level array could kill. Yang Fen and the rest seemed to have guessed the thoughts of the crowd. They gazed at Zi Chen, who was enveloped by the formation, as a mocking smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Since we have meticulously designed it, do you think that there will only be one formation? As soon as Yang Fen finished speaking, the space on the other side of the sky distorted again. Then, another large array appeared. 2 large arrays appeared in the sky, surging with powerful auras. One on the left and one on the right, they locked onto Zi Chen. Zi Chen raised his head, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Battle intent rose around him. 2 large arrays. Very well. Let's see if you can kill me, or if I can destroy you.